Wake up, Los Angeles, and get this new week started. The Dodgers drop a critical weekend series at the Ravine, losing 3 of 4 to the Brewers. Are the Dodgers in trouble as October looms? We'll discuss. Plus, Ty Simpson shines in his NFL preseason debut with the LA Rams. Our main takeaways from the end of preseason week number 1. All of that and plenty more as this new week starts on D. Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We are neither D. Fish nor Decker.
Took the words out of my mouth with that one.
But he is Joe Cerullo, and I am Ben Stevens. Together for the next few days here as we get your morning started on the new 97.1 The Fan. Not Joe and my first time working together, but the first time we share this desk together, and I'm very excited to do so, my friend.
Yeah, last week, the first time we actually met in person.
In person.
We've done shows together
You
before
are much
meeting in
taller
person.
than I realized.
I get that a lot.
Yeah.
I get that a lot.
A great height on you, my man. I'm jealous of it.
Thank you. Alex and I actually last week, as I was filling in for Brock, we're talking about, what you do on rosters back in the day. And we were laughing because I'm technically, you bring up the height, I'm 6'3" 3/4.
Yeah.
But we were laughing about how in college the roster said 6'5".
Yeah.
Because
you
you got to add an inch or two. Everyone on these rosters does.
I'm 5'11" 3/4, but if you check with my doctor, that's officially 6 foot.
I thought you were going to say 6'1".
At least let me get to 6. How was the weekend? How did you enjoy yourself in Los Angeles this weekend?
Weekend was great. I mean, you and I were kind of doing the same thing this weekend, doing a lot of live solo shows on TV from our respective Los Angeles homes. But outside of that, hit up a hotel bar. AVP was in town, so a lot of people from out of town were in town, and always a good time.
Southern California, the beach volleyball capital of the world. And we want to hear from you. It's 855-975-2326. Hop in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA, on all of the socials at The Fan LA as well. Your weekend sounded nice. I had a very pleasant weekend. You know who did not have a very good weekend? The Los Angeles Dodgers.
Kyle Tucker specifically.
Kyle Tucker had a miserable weekend. In fact, Kyle Tucker's stay so far in LA in his first year as a Dodger has not been all that sound. The Dodgers dropping the series finale on a Sunday at Chavez Ravine 6-2 in what was start number 3 for Tarek Skubal. That's 3 losses out of 4 games, Joe, to the Milwaukee Brewers this weekend in the season series that wrapped up yesterday against the Brew Crew. 7 total regular season meetings. Milwaukee wins 4. The Dodgers win 3. It was a significant set midway through August because of the National League postseason implications. The Dodgers now not any of the top 2 seeds in a potential NL postseason bracket. They trail the Braves by a half game for what would be that number 2 spot, and now 3 games behind the Milwaukee Brewers, and they do not have the regular season tiebreak. How disappointed should Dodger fans be following this weekend against Milwaukee?
They should be disappointed. I'll say moderately disappointed. I won't go too extreme here, and here's why. 4 games set. I kind of looking at this series, looking at the pitching matchups, I assumed a split. There was an opportunity for the Dodgers to take 3, but I was looking at this assuming a split. What they should be most disappointed about is the Game 1 showing. I mean, that blown 4-2 lead. You had Drohan on the bump for Milwaukee. That was Thursday night, and he's not particularly that good. He's right now, the Brewers doing a 6-man rotation. He's probably number 5 or 6 in that rotation.
Yeah.
And they had golden opportunities to get to him. Didn't as often as they should have. Muncy had the one big swing where 3 runs, obviously. Then Diaz comes in. The rest is history. We've talked about it ad nauseum. Diaz's struggles, especially here in the month of August on this station. So that's the really disappointing one. Saturday, I mean, it's Mizorowski. What do you expect?
Right.
Yesterday, Logan Henderson's, I mean, he's not Mizorowski, but he's really damn good. He's a darn good rookie.
Yeah.
So, again, to split, the thing is yesterday you had Skubal on the bump.
Right.
And now, Skubal's still looking 3 starts in for that first win in Dodger Blue. That's a little discouraging. I'm not going to say alarming yet, but certainly a little discouraging.
And that's a really important piece, I thought, for that Sunday series finale. It was a chance for the Dodgers to win the regular season series against Milwaukee, only be a game back of the Brewers, and potentially in the final month and a half of this regular season, be able to flip into first place, of course, to control the entirety of home field advantage throughout the National League postseason and us on the race to a 3rd consecutive World Series. It was the narrative of Tarek Skubal getting the start for the Dodgers, his 3rd in a Dodger uniform. Of course, the Brewers were reportedly invested in trying to trade for Tarek Skubal ahead of the deadline. Logan Henderson was that name, much like a River Ryan ended up being, or an Emmett Sheehan for LA, that the Brewers and the Tigers were interested in shopping because of that Major League Baseball baseball control, and it's Henderson outdueling Skubal. It's Milwaukee outdoing Los Angeles to win the series finale and a 3rd in 4 this weekend at the Ravine. And Tarek Skubal wasn't bad yesterday, Joe. 109 pitches, but not overly efficient. 6 innings, only a single earned run allowed, 2 runs scored against him. The defense, which is something we will unpack here, that has been dwindling and diminishing for the Dodgers, especially this past month. It wasn't a bad start from Tarek Skubal, but it wasn't the dominant start you would expect for all the Dodgers have invested in Skubal, of course, to be here now for this team in the hopes of winning 3 straight.
Right. I mean, look, if we're just strictly looking at stats here, which we're not, we're going to dive more deeply into it. That's a 1.5 ERA, 6 innings, 1 earned run. But look at those first 2 innings. He did not exactly set the tone out of the gate. They were a very laborious couple of innings for him. Guy threw 50 pitches. First 2 innings. So I want to give him credit for bearing down and going 6, because it looked like he might not even go 5 out of the gate.
Yeah.
But, so like you said, not a bad start, but he wasn't dominant. And he hasn't been bad as a Dodger, but he also has not been dominant. The 7 hits against Milwaukee, it's a tough lineup, right? One of the best in baseball. They're tough to strike out. They put the ball in play a lot. With that said, with Skubal, you expect fewer than 9 base runners in 6 innings. He was giving the Brewers, opportunities all day, and even when he worked out of traffic, he just was working himself. He was exhausted by the end of this one.
Skubal in his 3 starts now as a Dodger. 0-2 himself. The Dodgers have dropped 2 of those 3 outings that Skubal has made with a 3.18 ERA. Again, none of that is bad. It is above average in Major League Baseball. The Dodgers do not want Tarek Skubal to be above average. They want him to be brilliant, spectacular, and the guy that looks like the man who has won the last 2 Cy Young Awards in the American League. And Skubal discussed this himself following the Dodgers' loss yesterday to Milwaukee. He has only gone 6 innings so far at most in his 3 starts in Dodger Blue. He won at least 6 2/3 in his final 3 for Detroit. Let's hear from Skubal following the loss to Milwaukee yesterday at the Ravine.
And on days I go too. My last outing was 5, the one before that was 6. That's just, it's not acceptable. It's not the standard of what I think I'm capable of in this league. So, I just need to be better. So, I'm thankful for the opportunity to just go eat another inning for our guys.
He struck out the side in his 6th and final frame to get to 7 punchouts, his most as a Los Angeles Dodger. But of course, when he exited the game, the Dodgers were trailing, and they ended up trailing 6-2 by the time everything was finished. There is the Tarek Skubal component of this conversation. And Joe, it's an interesting thing. It's just one series, albeit 4 games against Brewers, but it was significant here in the middle of August. It has those far-reaching implications for the National League playoffs. It is the rematch of the NLCS last year, and many are probably saying, listen, the Dodgers dropped all 6 games in the regular season against the Brew Crew last year. They go to Milwaukee, and they sweep the Brewers. But you are trying to put yourself in pole position when you are hoping to make history and become the first ever NL team to win 3 consecutive World Series, to have everything in your favor. It is why dropping yesterday's finale on a Sunday in downtown Los Angeles against the Brewers feels extra significant.
Yeah, look, it does feel significant, but I'm going to hold true to the same thing I've been saying for months now. I don't think the 1 seed matters at all to the Dodgers. I think getting the bye this year matters more than it did last year, though. And, they're a game behind Atlanta currently in the loss column. That's all I look at this time of year. And they do want to right the ship and make sure they get a bye. They're also just 3 games back of Milwaukee. So was this a golden opportunity? Yes, it was a blown golden opportunity. But it's not like that 1 seed is unattainable. I do think because of their pitching issues, especially the bullpen, and while the starters have looked great, the health of the starting pitching has been an issue. I mean, we'll talk about another cat down on the injured list for him, and it kind of makes sense given how his last 4 starts have gone. But I do think that bye is imperative. Now, last year they were the 3 seed, so people could say, well, point to last season. They won 93 games, lackluster regular season, got the 3 seed in the National League portion of the playoffs. They were a hot knife through butter. I believe they dropped just 1 game the entire postseason until Toronto took them 7. So, last year they didn't need the bye. I do think this year, and Dave Roberts has actually vocalized this and been pretty adamant and outspoken about it. They want that bye, and I think it's important. And Milwaukee coming in reeling off a sweep in San Diego.
Yeah.
That's why I say it was a blown opportunity, because the Brewers weren't the hottest team in baseball coming in. They were starting to hit the skids. The Cubs were starting to, think, shoot, maybe we've got a shot at the division. And Milwaukee completely righted the ship this weekend. LA still the entire month of August is yet to right the ship.
74-51 is the record for for Los Angeles. To Joe's point, now a half game behind the Braves for what would be the 2 spot in the National League. They are 3 back of Milwaukee, who has the best record in all of baseball and the best record in the NL. There are big takeaways that you can have from any big series, and there are moments that feel like some sort of representation or indication of how bad things have been for the Dodgers, who have dropped 4 of their last 5 sets. LA had only lost 7 series in the entire first half of this Major League Baseball campaign. And Joe, the Dodger defense has been atrocious in the month of August, really since the start of July. Tommy Edman charged with 2 errors yesterday that resulted directly in 2 Brewers runs. And there was a moment in the top of the 9th as the Dodgers were trying to at least keep it to a 3-run deficit to maybe give them a hope in their last licks in the home half of the frame. And there was a fly ball to deep right field that should have been caught by any college baseball player, heck, maybe even any high school baseball player, and yet a man who lives in a house of horrors in Los Angeles, that being Kyle Tucker, did not end up making the play. Here's how it sounded at Dodger Stadium. Not just the action, but make sure you listen to the crowd reaction after.
Pitch. In the air to right field. Kyle Tucker going back on it. Still going, still going. Couldn't catch it.
Oh, man.
That is not us booing. That is Dodger Stadium yesterday in the 9th inning for those that remained in a 3-run deficit for the Dodgers, booing Kyle Tucker and deserving of it. And I thought it was beautiful, kind of ironically in a way. Sportsnet LA on the call, the incomparable Joe Davis, who just sounds disappointed and deflated in looking at Kyle Tucker playing right field like many Dodger fans at home. Kyle Tucker at home in his first year in Dodger Blue, Joe, to the tune of $60 million, has been nothing but an utter disappointment.
Yeah, and you said it, defeated. That was the exact thing I thought when I heard Joe Davis's voice right there. It was like not surprised, not disappointed as well, not exasperated, not, oh my God, I can't believe that happened. Just defeated, because everything Kyle Tucker touches this year, quite literally, just like that baseball off his mitt in the 9th, turns to utter and absolute garbage. It's been a disastrous year for him. And, you notice this, especially, look, it's a long season, 162 games. Baseball's so mental. And there are certain players who can shake off a slump at the dish and go out there and play great defense. Kyle Tucker has been noted for his defense throughout his career. I think of guys that I've watched who, when they've been struggling at the dish, it bleeds over into the field. First guy that comes to mind was not really known for his fielding, but Daniel Murphy was one of those guys who, because, his whole career was about his bat, if he was struggling at the dish, he'd go out there and it would be a disaster in the field. And now we're seeing Kyle Tucker, a guy who I believe has a Gold Glove from his time in Houston. Go out there and he's just playing so poorly, hitting so poorly, that now the mental side is really bleeding on over into his time out there in the outfield. And it's just fully a disaster for him. And I'm starting to wonder, is Kyle Tucker just not cut out for the biggest, brightest lights? I know Houston's a big market, but I thought he was mediocre with the Cubs last season. I didn't think that his performance last year constituted the contract he got. And now with LA, he's been nothing but an utter disaster, especially at home. You have to wonder if he's not a primetime player.
And it felt as though maybe, just maybe, Kyle Tucker was starting to find his stride and turn things around, because you could say the lone offensive bright spot, as the Dodgers had lost 8 of 9 starting in that series against the Red Sox, was Kyle Tucker, including away from LA. He had a 6-game hit streak in the 6-game road trip for Los Angeles before they headed back home to the Ravine this week to take on the Royals and, of course, the Brewers this weekend. 0 for his last 19 at Dodger Stadium. And this is not a made-up narrative for a $60 million man. These are just stats. These are just facts. Kyle Tucker at home this year has a 189 batting average, a 558 OPS, only 2 home runs, and 17 RBIs. Kyle Tucker on the road this year, a 275 batting average, an 840 OPS, Joe, 9 home runs, and 37 ribbies. It is not a matter of performance based purely on baseball ability. There is something mentality-wise for Kyle Tucker in his Dodger Stadium home that is simply not working. And you hear the frustration from the fans. And I think it is well deserved because this is not a guy who is making $500,000 a year. It is a $60 million man. And with that financial investment, you are hoping for return on investment. And there has not been that for Kyle Tucker, especially inside Dodger Stadium.
But also, to me, it's kind of funny, right? Because you mentioned the road trip and, okay, maybe Kyle Tucker's getting hot. How pathetic is it that the guy hits 375 over the course of 6 games and everyone's like, oh, thank God he's back. Like, I mean, 6 games is hardly long enough to be considered a hot streak. He had 2 good series. I'm not going to take that away from him. Hit a couple of home runs. But you look at the guy's OPS. It's finally, because of that road trip, 700. It was in the 6s a lot this year. But a flat 700 ain't it for what he's getting paid. No. I mean, for what he's getting paid, it should be closer to 900 than 700. Obviously, 800 is that benchmark for those who don't know when it comes to OPS. Guy's got an OPS of 800. You're like, wow, that's a really good season. Tucker, with this contract, should be closer to 850, 900. It's 700 flat, Ben. That's outside of the top 150 in terms of just qualified hitters in Major League Baseball. They don't even show on ESPN where they show statistics where he ranks. They just show 150 plus. That's how bad it is.
2 home runs, 3 ribbies, and 3 extra base knocks in that 6-game road trip. And many in Dodger Blue were hoping that would continue in Los Angeles. The good thing, as it has been all year for Kyle Tucker, is he plays for a team in the Dodgers that still maintains a 7-game lead in the National League West, despite both the Padres and the D-backs getting red hot post All-Star break. He will have opportunities come October to change this narrative if he starts to believe in himself. Dave Roberts has said oftentimes, Joe, that the opposing pitcher, that the opposing team cannot know that Kyle Tucker is going through his own struggles. He is not a visibly emotional guy often. The name on the baseball card, the name on the back of the jersey being Tucker still needs to put some fear into the opposition. It is not, especially inside Dodger Stadium. We are also going to break down the Dodger defense. That was not officially ruled in error, despite being a poorly misplayed ball in right field. 2 errors yesterday, both on Tommy Edman. One early in the 2nd inning that resulted in the first runs for Milwaukee. One after the misplay by Kyle Tucker in the top of the 9th with the infield in, where he just simply booted a high chopper. Should have been a play made by the Dodgers second baseman yesterday. In the Dodger defense, Joe, in the first 92 games of the year until July 5th, had committed a total of 26 errors. It was the fewest in Major League Baseball. In the last 33 games now for LA, 25 errors made, the 3rd highest amount in Major League Baseball. It feels like we're diving into the minutia if we are looking at the Dodger defense, but it's all of these areas of concern that are starting to rear their ugly heads, and for a team that has only World Series expectations and aspirations, we are starting to see a few holes poked in what would be a Dodger title defense for a 3rd year in a row.
And I have to be completely honest, I'm actually not worried about the defense all that much. To me, it's exactly what I just detailed when it comes to Tucker, the analogy I used with Daniel Murphy. The whole team is struggling offensively, right? Tucker's the easy guy to go after because of the massive contract and the fact that he's having far and away the worst season of his career. But this entire lineup is struggling. Maybe sans Shohei and Freddie Freeman, right? Even Pajas, who's worked his way up the lineup from 8th beginning of the season to hitting, 2nd or 3rd lately. Pajas has come back down to earth after that torrid start that earned him an all-star spot earlier this year. So it's the whole lineup. And I do believe that with the whole lineup struggling, that translates, that frustration, the mental side of things translates defensively. So what's the fix for their defense? I think it's the offense getting hot again. They start winning, they start hitting, that defense going to improve.
Dave Roberts said yesterday after the game, this has been going on for 4 or 5 weeks, the lack of living up to what we expect out of ourselves of an offensive lineup that is built to be the best in baseball. And until July 30th, the Dodgers had the best WRC plus, representative of runs creation and scoring output in all of Major League Baseball. But at the start of that series against the Boston Red Sox, of which the Dodgers have now lost 4 of those previous 5 series, the WRC plus went from 113 throughout basically the entirety of the season until late July, and now an 88 at the end of yesterday against Milwaukee. Just 10 runs scored in only 4 games against the Brewers. We want to hear from you. It is 855-975-2326. We'll make it simple. Scale of 1 to 10. How concerned are you about the Dodgers being able to go back to back, winning a 3rd consecutive World Series? And hop in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. High off the glass, 1979, Joe, already saying, I don't think the Dodgers are going to three-peat. That feels like the sentiment following this weekend and losing 3 of 4 to the Brewers.
Yeah, I mean, look, I wouldn't be saying that just yet. The good news is what LA has tonight is just what the doctor ordered.
Yes.
We'll get to that as the show continues. But if Kyle Tucker can't hit in Coors Field, he can't hit anywhere.
He's been good away from Los Angeles for whatever reason, and that might be the cure to this Dodger offense that has been stagnant as of late. Maybe a little offensive pop as they head to Denver, Colorado to take on the Rockies at Coors Field. He is Joe Cirallo. I am Ben Stevens. We are live here on this Monday morning on D. Fish and Decker. By the way, we will hear from one Cody Decker during his vacation in Hawaii, in which there is a hurricane currently on the north shore of Oahu. Cody will join us in our 8 a.m. hour. We are just getting rolling, and up next, we detail the preseason debut of the 13th overall pick this past April. That would be Ty Simpson. On the other side of the break, on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Magic Johnson is there on the sideline, just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always going to, if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against each other, and he was cooking. But Magic is literally on the sideline enjoying the fact that Nick Van Exel was frying me.
Oh, no. In front of your guy.
And I'm like, yo, I cannot believe this is happening. Like, Magic is literally my greatest of all time, and he's over here laughing at me getting fried. And so it wasn't so much Nick. He was great. He never gave me the energy that, like, I know you coming from my spot.
Yeah.
And I always give him a lot of love for that because I definitely was coming for his spot. Like, it just as a competitor.
Absolutely.
But he never made me feel that way. But yeah, that's the story that, like, yeah, bro.
You ever talked to Magic about that? I'm like, dude, you have no idea.
No, I've never.
Well, you might hear about it now.
No, because it's like, if you get 5 minutes to talk to Magic, you're not going to bring up the time that he was laughing at you. You're going to be talking about a whole bunch of other stuff.
Absolutely. How can you?
Tell Fish I'll always remember him running down the tunnel towards our locker room to shake.
Honestly, John Elmore. I am obsessed with this dude. Oh my God. If you have not looked up John Elmore, 30-year-old G League vet who's still fighting for a spot. He's playing for the Lakers right now in the Summer League, and he looks like my IT guy's stepfather. Follically challenged, but really rocking the skullet like it's no big deal. I love this cat.
Watching a veteran guy play in the summer or like in the preseason, it's so remarkably refreshing. You can see how much they understand about the game compared to, even in a lot of ways, the more talented or more dynamic players that are younger than them or just coming into the NBA. It's fun to watch guys that just understand how to play basketball, especially below the rim guys that are just out there straight old schooling it.
You probably learn a lot from a cat like that.
Definitely do.
Yeah.
It's good that he's getting an opportunity to just go out and show, guys at every level, age or whatever can play basketball. If they're playing in the summer or they're on a G League team, they can play. Yeah, I'm sure there's some guys in the minor leagues that may not ever get a call to the big club.
It's tough.
But they can play baseball.
What would it take for like a guy like John to ever get like his real NBA opportunity? Obviously, most likely won't happen with the Lakers and this team, but like who's to say like a Utah Jazz or a team that's like in the bottom tier of the league all of a sudden like, let's just bring this guy up for a month.
For a guy like John Elmore, it's tough, man. 30-year-old guard, point guard. Like, you're just not even fast enough.
It's going to be a damn good coach, though.
Well, hopefully, if he wants to coach. If he wants to coach, we'll see.
If he wants, of course. I want him to live all his dreams. I can't stress that enough. I see a lot of myself in John.
Puka, so one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary we hear about you and Trent matching up and Jalen as well?
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball, and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip. It felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball and then also have, think I got it, and being able to run into the end zone, and there comes 22 flying out of right field and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know like we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say like I can track the ball pretty well, and like now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. J. Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up, so it takes me back to our days up at UW. Ty, I think, has stepped up in a lot of ways. I think the opportunity for him to go out there and get reps, and I think him and Steady being able to go out there and have days where Matthew's not out there gives them the true opportunity for them to compete and kind of learn and go through some of those mistakes kind of on their own. Obviously, Matthew's a great help out there and communicates, I think, with the best of them, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn, and like that's how football games go. Obviously, you're going to have coach in the headset, and we're going to be able to communicate some of the things that we're seeing, but to go out there and to have a bad pass and then to be able to get under center and say, hey, I got to make this next play. So I think it's been really fun to see him go out there and do that. I think his arm and the confidence that he's throwing the ball with has definitely grown a ton since where we were at in OTAs. I think feeling more comfortable in the pocket, understanding, and obviously seeing more guys run routes where it's you kind of first get out there. He's never really seen me or Tay or X-Man or Monf, but I think just the connection between the team, everybody hanging out in the meal room. I know in our wide receiver room, obviously Tay being the oldest guy, but I'm like me and Xavier Smith are the two next oldest guys in our room who've been here since our rookie class. So it's been fun to just have that communication, watching some of our high school tape and seeing Tay's maybe on a VHS tape and everybody else on huddle. So it's nice to see the separation and the growth that we've had in our room. But it's been really fun. I think so. Yeah, it's funny. I think Trent said they used to go 4 days in a row, and I'm like, that sounds miserable. I'm like, that just sounds like an injury waiting to happen. So I'm like, I'm really appreciative of Coach and just and especially Reggie, our training staff. I know that there are some places I've heard that the training room isn't as open as it is over here. So I'm really grateful for the people who work with me in that room and their ability to take care of us.
Kansas City, inside Arrowhead on Saturday afternoon, Ty Simpson made his Rams debut, and he looked oh so good. 21 of 25, 190 yards, and 2 touchdown tosses. So, Joe, are we overreacting to say the Los Angeles Rams have found the future quarterback for this franchise post Matthew Stafford? Raj just said Hall of Famer. I think they are already shaping and molding the bust in Canton, Ohio.
Yeah, that bust in Canton's going to look good with the black and orange of the Cincinnati Bengals on it.
He's the main trade piece for Joe Burrow in 2 years?
Absolutely.
Okay. That's the takeaway.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't know if Ty Simpson's ever going to be the leader of the Los Angeles Rams, but, if he is a part of a massive trade piece when Matthew Stafford decides to hang it up, this is what you want.
Yeah.
You want him to, any opportunity he gets, preseason, regular season, wherever it may be, you want him to show up and show out. And he showed up and he showed out. I mean, usually the preseason is Stetson Bennett's domain.
Right.
It's the only time he gets to touch the pigskin. I equated Stetson Bennett last week to what a weekend warrior is.
Mm-hmm.
When you finish playing sports,
sure.
whether it was high school or college, you join like a beer league or a pickup league or something, and that's when you show out. That's the preseason for Stetson Bennett.
Yeah.
He's a preseason warrior. And Ty Simpson, Bennett got the opening drive, Simpson got the rest, and he impressed.
Stetson Bennett did get the start for Los Angeles. There was basically one positional battle for the Rams throughout camp as they get ready for a Super Bowl season, as everybody hopes and frankly expects here in Los Angeles. It's to figure out the backup behind Matthew Stafford.
What a luxury that is, by the way, to have your only positional battle is backup QB. What a luxury in today's day and age.
You bring back all 11 guys that started last year offensively. You have the 2 stellar additions in the defensive backfield of Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson. And oh yeah, the guy who set the all-time sack record with 23 last year in Cleveland, Myles Garrett, along the front as well. Those are the new faces defensively, but basically everybody in the offense is the same cast and crew that finished ever so shy of Seattle last year as the NFC runner-up. Stetson Bennett, 4 of 6 for 38 yards, did lead a scoring drive on that second possession for Los Angeles. Looked crisp, looked clean, but the story of the day, of course, was Simpson. He got the final 8 possessions of the game, basically played from the second quarter through the end of the fourth quarter in Arrowhead. 21 of 25, 190 yards, and 2 touchdowns. And Joe, I think it's very natural for many, even here in Los Angeles, even the most optimistic like Raj that already want him to don the gold jacket in Canton, Ohio, to say, hey, it's preseason. And Simpson was doing this against many of the third and fourth string guys for the Kansas City Chiefs that are going to be looking for a UFL job in just a few months or selling insurance a year from now. And I understand that complaint. You need the caveats. You need the context that this is just preseason action in the preseason debut. But Ty Simpson can only ball out against the guys that he faces on the opposing side. And if you are going to play against lesser competition and you're the 13th overall pick and maybe the potential face of this franchise moving forward, you should operate at an elite level. And 21 of 25 for $190 and 2 tuds, I would say, is exactly that.
Yeah, it's the Patriot way, right? Do your job. And Simpson went out there and he did his job. Like you said, if Simpson went out there and it was an atrocious outing and he had 0 touchdowns to 2 interceptions and you reverse that ratio, we'd all be up in arms. Oh my God, Ty Simpson, it's time to worry. It's time to panic. Well, he didn't. And so I want to give him his flowers and give him the credit he deserves, because even if guys he was going up against are going to be working at Allstate and State Farm in a couple of weeks, he still went out there and he impressed. And honestly, Ty Simpson, I didn't think he was worth the 13th pick. I thought that was a reach and an overdraft. I'm not saying this one preseason outing makes him worth that pick, but he looked better than I would have expected. I will say that. I was really impressed.
But this is why Les Snead went out and drafted him 13th overall, so that he can use the preseason as a time to develop and to learn, and that whenever Matthew Stafford decides to hang it up, after that's winning a Lombardi Trophy this year in 2026 or under contract through the 2027 NFL season, the Rams can feel confident in turning the reins over to Ty Simpson. Let's hear from the head Ram, Sean McVay, following Ty Simpson's preseason NFL debut on Saturday at Arrowhead. What did he like out of his rookie quarterback?
He took what the defense gave him. I thought he read the plays out, read with his feet. I thought he did a really good job overall. And I thought even on some of the keepers where maybe the primary isn't there, he attacks with the ball up. Even on the first one that he had where he ends up finding Max Clare on kind of the late down flat, but hit a couple low crossing routes. And I thought he kept the ball in play. That's the biggest thing, is keeping the ball in play. There was one situation that we'll have a great learning op on a third down where, they kind of played a man coverage. We ended up throwing it to the flat to Max Clare. I got to see. I think the pocket might have allowed him to be able to progress. But otherwise, it was a really good day for him. He just felt like he was in good command, and it was cool to see a good smile on his face.
That's what you want to hear from Sean McVay following Ty Simpson's NFL preseason debut. And being the quarterback for a Sean McVay offense, Joe, is no easy task. There are many things that you must learn. It was a challenge for Matthew Stafford after 12 years as an NFL starter in Detroit. Of course, it would be a very arduous task for a rookie in his first few months. But I think to show some confidence, and I'm not going to say mastery, but some full control of Sean McVay's offensive scheme and his first preseason action in the NFL is only a good thing for Ty Simpson in building that confidence in the Rams front office and head coach having belief in Ty Simpson as well.
Yeah, it's an intricate offense. Now, I will say, and I brought this up last week on the air, it's not going to be that intricate in the preseason. You get next to nothing out of a Sean McVay. I call this the Diet Rams offense in the preseason. Maybe that's why Stetson Bennett tends to look so good in the preseason, because there are no intricacies. But Simpson, I think, look, he's obviously going to have to know this offense inside and out, all the intricacies included if he's QB2 or, even if he's QB3 regardless. But I do think he is playing up to be their backup. It's funny because when you have a rookie, usually they're either your QB1 when they're drafted, in the first round and expected to be a star, right? They're either QB1 or QB3 to start the season, because most teams don't want their rookie having to get thrust into the fire should an injury occur to your starter, right? So usually you're either the starter off the bat or you're not even dressing. You're the emergency quarterback. Because, if Stafford goes down, they don't want Ty Simpson's debut to have him rattled and, be a disaster. In this case, you might have to make him your QB2, because I don't think, and look, this is all hypothetical, right? Matthew Stafford, thankfully, has been healthy since he's been a Ram, right? He doesn't go down often. But say it's week 3 and Stafford goes down, Stetson Bennett goes in, you're kind of punting on the game, right? Ty Simpson goes in, maybe you got a shot. So I would say in this case, I think Ty Simpson has a legitimate path to being that QB2, and hopefully he doesn't have to come in an abrupt emergency type situation. But if that were the case, I'd feel much better with this kid than Stetson Bennett.
So that's the interesting component, right? Can we learn anything from preseason games that actually have a significant impact to what the Rams roster looks like and how they go about constructing things? And if this is really the main positional battle for the Rams throughout training camp, who is QB2 behind Matthew Stafford? Do you think that Sean McVay and Les Snead learned anything from Saturday in Kansas City that would change their estimation? Do you think Ty Simpson is slowly working his way up the depth chart?
I mean, I think his demeanor looked great, and that's what you want to look for in these situations. You know, you pointed it out, right? He's not going up against a Pro Bowl defense. Steve Spagnuolo, we talk about McVay leaving stuff in the tank. Steve Spagnuolo's leaving stuff in the tank for the regular season.
No doubt.
You're not going to see the best of either of these two teams that are Super Bowl hopefuls in week 1 of the preseason. But, you know, I said this when we talked about the Hall of Fame game with Carson Beck. And I said it last week with regards to Fernando Mendoza's debut with the Raiders.
Right.
What you look for in these situations is simply demeanor. Is the moment too big? Is the game too fast? I mean, look, you're one of the best college football minds I know. You know when you go from college football to the NFL, that game speeds up massively.
Yep.
And it didn't look too fast for Ty Simpson. So that's my biggest takeaway, is that demeanor, and that's the demeanor of someone who I feel like I could trust more than a Bennett in an emergency situation behind Stafford.
And we shall see what the Rams' plan is for their quarterback play the remainder of this preseason and what it tells us. If Stetson Bennett is not going to start games and barely play, then I think it's an indication he is probably already locked up backup quarterback responsibilities. We did not see Jimmy Garoppolo, albeit he has far more experience than either Bennett or Simpson.
Been to a Super Bowl.
We did not see Jimmy G last year in the preseason at all. Stetson Bennett getting the start, I thought, was notable for that very idea. But can Ty Simpson continue to show the evolutions in this Sean McVay offense? He had a great relationship on Saturday with the second-round tight end, Max Clare, out of Ohio State via Purdue. By far the deepest room for the Rams is that tight end room. How about Dean Connors? Remember the name, Los Angeles. He is from Southern California. He went to Houston and a couple of other stops in college football. He caught both of the touchdown passes that Ty Simpson tossed on Saturday in KC. And that's a very fun story. Not that he is going to start or get more reps than a Blake Corum or a Kyron Williams or anybody in that Rams backfield, maybe not even Jarquez Hunter, but he can be a special teamer, which was a big area of weakness for the Rams a season ago, and now under new special teams coordinator Bubba Ventrone, probably showing some things on Saturday in KC. That will be the debate. Who is the backup quarterback for the Los Angeles Rams? We will also discuss when Aaron Donald is going to sign with the Rams already. He had his second workout at the Rams facility yesterday. On the other side of the break here on D. Fish and Decker, we will ask Joe Serralo, who has logged his prediction, not a matter of if, but when. When does Aaron Donald officially become a Los Angeles Ram? Because, Joe, it is very, very clear. Where there is smoke, there is a lot of fire right now around AD.
There was smoke in late May, early June around this. I mean, you know, the second Myles Garrett, that trade was done, Garrett got his hour of being the headline, and then it was right to, does this mean Aaron Donald's back?
Yeah.
And I said it back then. Back when it was still springtime, I'll reiterate it now what you just said. It's always been a matter of when, not if.
The arrow pointing up, as Sean McVay infamously said. We will discuss Aaron Donald and other headlines around the National Football League following the conclusion of preseason week number 1 on the other side of the break here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
This surgery might have saved Blake Snell's career. You have to understand, when you talk about losing feeling in your fingers, that is a bigger problem than you actually think. Remember the manufactured controversy of the sticky stuff that we were dealing with? That was a very manufactured thing. Now, were players using spider tack and things like that? Yes. Have they always used spider tack and things like that? Yes. Why do they use that? Because it limits the amount of pressure you need to put on the baseball, which actually helps your health. Tommy John surgeries are not because you're throwing your elbow out. Tommy John surgeries is because there's a connective chain from your UCL directly to your fingertips, and there is a direct correlation on the pressure you put on the baseball down into your elbow, which is completely unprotected the way you throw a baseball. So you take away the sticky stuff, you have to add more pressure on the baseball to get the same amount of movement. There you go. Tommy John surgery spike up. Now, put yourself in a position that you're a professional major league pitcher and you can't even feel your fingertips on the baseball.
Crazy.
You don't actually know the pressure that you're putting on the ball completely. That's going to lead to a devastating elbow injury that could easily derail the career of Blake Snell. Luckily, he's got paid all this money, but I can't stress this enough. Blake Snell wants to be on the mound. So this surgery cured like 9 ailments all in one. The finger situation, and it cured a shoulder situation. By the way, when you hear shoulder with a pitcher, that usually means their career is over. I can't wait to see what he can do coming back. I'm expecting a good outing. Blake Snell's expecting to dominate, and that's why I love them.
They want to get better. They want to learn from me, but I also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. If it's taking something from me, I'm here for it. And I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities, and just running that fine line. These guys are very talented, and we have a room full of guys who can make plays, and want to be able to put them in position to do so.
And let's say compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We came out firing. We could have closed a little bit better as far as making some plays down the stretch, but that's what we're in camp for. So the fact that we came out so hot, making stops in the run, making those big plays on pass, whether it was getting deflections or getting sacks. I'm really proud of our guys.
When you're coming up as a younger player that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still not as good as I could be. I'll never be too good to listen to anyone. So there was Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but I don't take it for granted the position I was put in to learn from a very talented group.
About Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to join you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully they'll link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process. Coming back from such time off, but
Shohei Ohtani is the type of player that you have to begrudgingly applaud if you are a Phillies fan. What he's doing is absolutely amazing. I don't remember the stat. Was it like one of the fastest to 300 or was the number 350 homers this week or last
300
week?
home runs, 9 seasons to get there. Unreal.
Correct. So crazy low number right there. Not even Barry Bonds, if I'm not mistaken. So in that regard, you have to respect that. But then he's also striking everybody out. So I mean, who else can cuss out their catcher in another language in the middle of the game and not get no blowback? Told his catcher, get it together. And then the catcher after the game was like, "You right. That was my fault. That was on me. That was my fault."
Yeah, Dalton Rushing's been a topic of discussion in Los Angeles quite a bit as of late, Roy. We can't get away from the cat.
It sounds like he's trash.
Talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to like organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years," but. No, anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, congratulations to you.
You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain.
Ty Simpson makes his NFL preseason debut, goes 21 of 25 for 190 yards and 2 touchdown tosses in Kansas City, but it still might not be the biggest storyline of the weekend for the Los Angeles Rams, because yesterday at the practice facility in Woodland Hills, it was workout number 2 for Aaron Donald. The 35-year-old future Hall of Famer still contemplating his return to the Los Angeles Rams in the National Football League. Joe, right before the break, we both said it's not a matter of if, but rather when. So, when does Aaron Donald actually return to the Rams?
Man, this whole situation is becoming a bigger tease than anything you'll get at Spearmint Rhino over in Las Vegas, right? Like, just do it already, man. What are we waiting for? I think we're a week away. Final roster cuts are, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, August 30th.
Yes.
I think next week, Monday morning, August 24th. I've been saying this for a few days now. I think it happens on a Monday because Aaron Donald's no fool. Aaron Donald is a smart man. Aaron Donald's going to come back for 1 year and take whatever light salary he takes and set himself up for generational wealth with the media deal that will come after this season, especially if this season culminates in yet another Rams Super Bowl win and parade here in Los Angeles. Aaron Donald, I believe, is going to do this on a Monday morning so that it dominates news headlines for the entire week. I'm saying August 24th, 9:31 a.m. Pacific time.
It would be the final full week of training camp before those roster cuts on Sunday, August 30th, 2 weeks from yesterday, which kind of flips in the NFL calendar to game preparation for week number 1. We are 25 days away, or maybe 24 days away from the Rams season opener in Australia against the San Francisco 49ers. I believe it is going to happen at some point that week. I think Brock Vereen very beautifully highlighted in a social media video at the Fan LA that he might do it for a Friday news dump, that being Aaron Donald, on that Friday, August 28th. I think it is some point next week. Yeah, Friday news dump. Aaron Donald is returning. It's the story of the National Football League entering that final weekend before roster cuts. Because, again, I don't think Aaron Donald really wants to practice during training camp at all, but I do think that both he and the Rams would want him there for game preparation as they finally tune and get ready for those 49ers.
See, I just, logistically speaking, I don't see it happening on a Friday because don't you want to dominate the news cycle with it? I mean, right now he's obviously dominating the LA news cycle, but when this becomes official, this is going to be all over the national news cycle. And, you know, you do it on a Monday, you give, in the dog days of August, you give networks a whole week of talking about this. You do it on a Friday, kind of gets lost in the shuffle over the weekend. Last weekend of August, people are getting their final vacation in. They're trying to enjoy themselves before back to school. Although right here in LA, I believe they're already back to school.
I believe so.
But that's the New York in me.
We don't have kids, though. So
we would go back after Labor Day. And, no kids that I know of. But, in Donald's case, I think doing it on a Monday is the way to go. Set the whole week up so that you are everything that they're talking about everywhere.
So Joe Serralo has told you, be on high red alert exactly 1 week from right now on Monday, August 24th in Los Angeles, that Aaron Donald might return. I believe that Cody Decker had Aaron Donald returning last week, and if I am not mistaken, the great Raj had Aaron Donald returning last week as well. Raj, is that correct? That you had him coming back last week?
Yeah, I really thought beginning of the week it said Florio, I believe, said the decision was going to be pushed back, so I was assuming a Thursday, so it wouldn't be a Friday dump, and I was wrong.
Here's also the question, I think, as it pertains to Aaron Donald. He turned 35 at the end of May. He has been away from football now for a full 2 seasons, but he is one of, if not the most fearsome defender that we have seen in the National Football League in the last decade. 9 guys in the history of the NFL Defensive Player of the Year award, which was first handed out in 1971, have won multiple of those trophies. 2 of those 9 could play on the same defensive line. Myles Garrett, who won it last year and in 2023. Aaron Donald, who won the award 3 times, 2017, 18, and 2020. Do you think Aaron Donald would still put the fear of God into opposing quarterbacks and offensive coordinators 2 years away from his last football game at the age of 35?
I do, and here's why. Aaron Donald won 3 Defensive Player of the Year awards getting double-teamed. Aaron Donald's not going to be getting double-teamed anymore. Aaron Donald's going to be one-on-one with your right guard, who was a 4th-round pick from Oklahoma. Yeah, give me Aaron Donald in that matchup. I mean, Myles Garrett getting doubled, Aaron Donald in one-on-one. going to be a field day out there for this Rams defense. Oh, by the way, guys like Ford and Young and the rest of them are going to be untouched on their way to the quarterback because so much attention is going to be paid to those two cats. It is as fearsome a front seven as we will maybe have ever seen, at least in our lifetimes. I mean, you think of like the Purple People Eaters, you think of the Steel Curtain, you think of the 2026 LA Rams, and Aaron Donald, he's not a normal human. He's a freak of nature. I mean, this is a guy who has won the genetic lottery, and this is a guy who 2 years removed still looks like he's in football shape. I mean, he's still been working out like an NFL player. I think even when he retired, it was kind of like that breakup where you're like, hey, this isn't for me right now, but I kind of want to leave the door open if there's a return possible in the future. And that's, I think, how Aaron Donald handled retirement.
And I'm not sure that he has to be the guy that we last saw in 2023. No. I'm not sure he has to be the National Football League Defensive Player of the Year. But I do truly believe that Aaron Donald would not truly consider a return to the National Football League at the age of 35 unless he still thought that he could play at that high level, because the most elite of athletes believe in their abilities above all else, and they don't want that to diminish. So if Aaron Donald believes that he can give it a run, and Aaron Donald had his second workout on a Sunday afternoon in Woodland Hills at the Rams practice facility, then I am trusting in Aaron Donald to still perform at a very high clip in the NFL. You know who would be thrilled to have Aaron Donald back? All of Los Angeles. Sean McVay, Matthew Stafford, of course, Myles Garrett would have a very wide grin. But guys like Byron Young, to your point, Kobe Turner, Braden Fisk, everybody along that Rams defensive line that would now have some of the easiest matchups they have ever seen because of the attention and focus paid to Garrett and Donald, they are going to be salivating when, not if, Aaron Donald returns. Because even if he has lost a step, a half step, you would still think up until that is fully proven later in a potential 2026 NFL season, offensive coordinators are not going to be getting any sleep and are going to wake up with nightmares if they have to plan for Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett on the opposing D-line.
And I don't think Donald's going to be out there every snap. You know, like make no mistake about it. Donald has come out and said if he does this, he wants to go, full speed ahead, gas pedal to the floor, like he's not out there to dog it, and he's not going to be dogging it, but I think that his usage, especially early on, is going to be more situational. I think he's going to be, third down, important downs, goal line stands. Like, Aaron Donald does not have to be out there every single down like we've been accustomed to seeing in the past, and that's why I feel like he's going to be dominant, because when you're not out there, it's kind of like when a starting pitcher in baseball moves to the bullpen and all of a sudden they have 3 more ticks on their fastball, right? Because they can air it out.
Yeah.
When Donald's out there, he's going to air it out, and I think that's going to be a scary sight to watch.
A very scary sight that allows Chris Shula, entering his third year as the Rams defensive coordinator, so many tools at his disposal to make this Rams defense go from pretty good, as they were last year, top 10 scoring defensive unit a season ago, to one of the elites in the National Football League that will rival the likes of the Texans and the Seahawks to be elite on that side. And if you get the same offense that we saw a season ago, the best scoring and total offense in the National Football League, that is the recipe for a Rams team that is heavily favored to win a Super Bowl and Lombardi Trophy in 2026. And that is why Aaron Donald would consider returning out of retirement to be a part of that chase for a Lombardi Trophy this year. Because make no mistake about it, that is the expectation here in Los Angeles. And anything short of playing in Super Bowl 61 on Valentine's Day inside SoFi Stadium should be considered a disappointment. What a time it is to be a fan in Los Angeles.
What a time it is, too, to celebrate your first Valentine's Day as a married couple, Ben. How is this going to impact
I have already received a request from my wife
to go to the game?
We will spend Valentine's Day at Super Bowl 61. She is a really big Rams fan.
Oh, we love the things we love to see. Get you a wife who wants to go to the Super Bowl on Valentine's Day.
I have turned her into a football fan. She is a really big Rams fan because she is a huge fan of Matthew Stafford, his wife Kelly, and their 4 daughters. She loves it. She loves everything about the family dynamic of the Staffords. She thinks Matthew is one of the best and best looking quarterbacks in the National Football League. So she is fully bought into the Rams in 2026. She has Super Bowl dreams, and yes, she would like to celebrate our first Valentine's Day as a married couple inside SoFi Stadium, watching Matthew Stafford celebrate hoisting a Lombardi trophy with Kelly and the kids.
Ben, I am so happy for you because this could be a contentious situation if your wife was not a football fan.
Yeah.
Look, we went over this last week, Alex and I. I think Valentine's Day is a crock of you-know-what. I hate a Hallmark holiday. I mean, it's just an excuse. Every day should be Valentine's Day. Every day should be Mother's Day, Father's Day.
Right.
Why does Hallmark have to tell us when to celebrate it? But I mean, this could be a problem. First one, I will say, probably matters more than most as a married couple.
Right.
So the fact that your wife is all in on the Rams gives me more reason to be all in on the Rams.
I don't need to buy her a necklace or earrings or a bracelet if she gets to look at the shiny Lombardi trophy that Matthew Stafford is holding.
Yeah.
It would feel like a perfect gift on Valentine's Day 2027. So that is my charge to the Rams. I am personally and individually invested in you guys playing in Super Bowl 61. And although, Joe, a lot can happen in the long and strenuous course of a difficult NFL season, it is why you see preseason favorites often disappoint on what those expectations are. Outside of injury, if the Rams perform with this talented and loaded roster like we all anticipate they will, I have already made the prediction on these airwaves. The Rams are going to play in Super Bowl 61.
Yeah, it feels inevitable. I mean, it's hard to go against them, man. We can look at the rest of the NFC as we will, because I have a couple of tiers of NFC teams, but it does feel pretty inevitable.
We will talk about the Rams chasing Super Bowl history. We will talk about the Los Angeles Dodgers and their chase for a third consecutive World Series and how big of a hit it took this weekend against the Brewers. That's next on the other side here on D-Fish and Decker.
If you guys remember back in 2013, Zach Greinke hit Carlos Quentin. He charged the mound. Zach broke his collarbone. I had a little kerfuffle with Matt Kemp on the field, going back and forth, yelling at each other. And to what Cody's referencing, Yasmani Grandal came off of his steroid suspension. At 32, I was optioned to the minor leagues. In Tucson, this is where Cody and I were teammates. And I imagine that part of the reason that drew us so close was the fact that the manager of that team was Pat Murphy, who may be the best besides Dave Roberts, social guy in baseball. What an incredible person. And you see the Milwaukee Brewers continue to outperform expectations over time with him around. And I think that's a big part of that. A big reason of that is Pat. But then I got a run over at home plate, designated for assignment, and claimed off of waivers by the Dodgers. And when I went to Albuquerque, where the AAA team was, I got there a little bit early. And the door opened. I was the only person in the locker room, and the door opened, and in through the door walked Matt Kemp. Now, he was on a rehab assignment with LA. The last time I had seen Matt Kemp, we were face to face screaming obscenities at each other. I was telling him, I was saying, like, look, I told Matt Kemp, I'm like, look, you better win this fight, because if you lose to me, that's going to look so bad for you, because you are significantly larger than I am. Way more athletic, and I think at the time he probably had more homers than I had at bats on the season.
Yeah.
And so he walks into the room, and everything kind of went cold on me a little bit. I started to notice the physiological symptoms of heading into fight or flight. And Matt Kemp walked over to me, and I stood up because I wasn't going to be sitting down to get punched. I stood up, and he stuck his hand out and he shook it, and he said, "Hey man, I know we were at odds before, but I got respect with how you stood up for your teammates." And I let out probably the biggest exhale of my life in that moment. So, yeah, that was it's my Dodgers.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are, holy God! Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's gonna be.
But the two white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are gonna be good when it's yacht rock being played after a win.
What's wrong?
Yeah, I can tell you the answer to that. No.
No. Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take me away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please, like, for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, like get some people
all
in.
celebrate there though.
Trust me, I love it. But get some soul in that locker room, please. Get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this. No question.
What's the best thing about living in LA?
The taxes.
Man, is he giving his taxes to somebody I'm not? That's crazy. But best thing, I'm like, I mean, yeah, when it's December and my mom wants to come out here for Christmas time, it's 75 degrees and we can go to Malibu and sit by the beach and enjoy the waves. So that's not how Christmas is we're spending in Utah, that's for sure.
One day you're going to be in your 30s and you might get some vet days like Matt and Devontae. But while they're getting their time, is it tough for the offense to maybe build the chemistry that you'd love to at this point?
No, I think Coach does a great job, and I think it's been really fun and it requires, I think, a different mindset, I think, from everybody. The command and just the command that Matthew brings when he steps onto the football field, and also seeing Steady and some of the other guys step up and make plays. And I think
Rise and shine, Los Angeles. It's a Monday morning to start off a new week here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We are neither D-Fish nor Decker, although Cody Decker will join us live from Hawaii, we hope.
What a lunatic.
You're
on vacation.
The guy's on vacation for the first time in over a year, is taking off from a morning show in which I would presume he wakes up at about 4 a.m. here in Los Angeles every day. He is going to be up at 5 a.m. on the Hawaiian Islands, battling a hurricane to be here on the show that coins his name.
He's going to be looking like Matt Damon in the Odyssey soon, just lost at sea out there in a Hawaiian hurricane.
Avoid the sirens, Cody, but I do believe he knows that. Unless
Cody swims right towards the sirens.
Yeah,
he's got a couple screws loose. He's swimming towards them.
Hurricane sirens, listen to, just in case you need to get out of any dangerous way.
And for those watching on YouTube or however you're watching, the request is video outside.
Yes,
we want him appearing via video outside, like a weather person, weatherman, weatherwoman, standing outside in the elements.
I love it. So you grew up out here,
I
right?
did.
You're LA born and raised.
Yes.
I assume you've been to Hawaii.
Many
right?
a time, but not since I was 12 years old, which is now 20 years ago.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah,
okay.
disappointing.
So I had never gone in the first 20-something years of my life, because growing up, being from New York, it's a much further trip than out here.
Might as well fly to China.
Yeah, absolutely. Might as well. I mean, Europe is an easier trip. But in the last, I've been out here 4 years. I've gone twice. Actually, I was there 2 years ago today. I was in Oahu, and I love it out there, man. Cody's over on the North Shore. It's where I swam with sharks. I did free diving with sharks off the North Shore, off Hawaii Bay.
Okay.
And it is just amazing out there.
Wow. I have never been to Oahu. I have never been to any island except Maui.
Maui, okay.
And I would really like to go to Oahu. My wife has friends that live in Honolulu.
Yeah.
Free lodging. Easy to do. We have to get to Hawaii. It is one of the things on our bucket list, if you will, but really charge list since returning to Los Angeles now about a year ago. So we have to get out to Hawaii. We will hear from Cody Decker and see Cody Decker. There was a video of Cody Decker battling the elements.
That was a great video.
And the rainstorm and the hurricane that he is dealing with in Hawaii, as he aptly said, and it does bear repeating, only Cody Decker, in his first vacation in a year, would book Hawaii during a time in which they are battling a hurricane, it appears.
Oh, man, that's some break, right?
Yeah.
The old adage, if I didn't have bad luck, I'd have no luck at all.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been looking so forward to this trip for a long time.
Cody Decker has been a fan of some of my transitions when we go from a tangent to something that we need to discuss in the sports world. The Dodgers feel as though they're in a hurricane. Following
that's
this
a good
weekend.
one.
Thank you. They have dropped 3 of 4 against the Milwaukee Brewers. They have lost 4 of their last 5 series. And Joe, this weekend felt especially important because you were chasing the team at the top of the National League standings, and it was a team that you beat and swept in the NLCS a year ago, who seems to be your biggest challenger in 2026 as well. LA loses 3 of 4 this weekend to Milwaukee at home inside Dodger Stadium, and even Tarek Skubal, in his third Dodgers start, could not save the Dodgers from the Brewers yesterday. 6-2, the loss in the finale. Skubal wasn't bad. 6 innings, 109 pitches, the most that he has thrown in his 3 starts as a Dodger. Only a single earned run allowed. 2 runs scored against him because of some poor Dodger defense again. But 7 base knocks, 2 free passes, 109 pitches, not overly efficient from Tarek Skubal as he would expect, or many Dodger fans would expect on a Sunday against the Brewers.
Yeah, and here's what makes this series hurt even more is that you had a Milwaukee team coming into town. Best record in baseball, yes, but they were reeling. They just got swept down the 5 in San Diego at the hands of the Padres. And this was a team that I thought was vulnerable, a team that coming into this series, the Dodgers have not, they've just won 1 series since the trade deadline, and it was against the lowly Kansas City Royals. Yet I felt like Milwaukee had more pressure on them coming into this series than the Dodgers. And that's not something that we've seen much of this season. Usually LA is getting every other team's best shot. And they're the ones right now with the pressure. They trade for Skubal. Now the three-peat feels imminent. They've got to go out there and perform. But Milwaukee could have easily come into this after getting swept by San Diego and laid an egg and left, the 2 or the 3 seed even in the National League. Instead, the Brewers, who were trailing going into the 9th inning of Game 1, right the ship, take 3 out of 4, and all the pressure is back on the Dodgers, who now find themselves in the 3 seed. And you mentioned Skubal's outing. On paper, sure, you can cherry pick stats and say 6 innings, 1 earned is a great outing, right? But how about the 7 hits allowed? How about the pair of walks? I mean, that's a pretty high whip for a guy who's got back-to-back Cy Young Awards under his belt, right? 9 base runners in 6 innings. It was a laborious outing for Skubal. He struggled in those first 2 innings. Only 1 run to show for it, but Milwaukee left 5 guys on base. He had 2 on in the first, left him juiced in the second. That's pretty uncharacteristic of Skubal. He wasn't dominant, and through 3 starts, he's been good, but he has not been yet dominant as a Dodger.
The Dodgers made the blockbuster deal for Tarek Skubal to look the part of the 2-time reigning American League Cy Young winner. The Dodgers did not make the blockbuster deal for Tarek Skubal, with the only guarantee being a rental in the next few months here in Los Angeles for LA to lose 2 of the 3 starts that Tarek Skubal has made, and the only one that they did actually end up with a victory was against the Royals on Monday night inside Dodger Stadium.
And by the way, sorry to cut you off, Kansas City touched him up. That was actually the most runs he's allowed in his 3 starts. And it was a come-from-behind win, which the Dodgers have done so many times this year. I believe they have a league-best 35 or 36 come-from-behind wins. But, Skubal did not even dominate a Royals team that's got, the 3rd or 4th worst record in Major League Baseball. So a little concerning. And I know that they see him a lot, right? Being a former Tiger, I think that was already Kansas City's 3rd or 4th time this year seeing him, I believe the 3rd time. So it's a lineup that's familiar with him. The more times you see a pitcher, the easier it is to hit him. But still, you would have thought he would have been a little more jazzed up. First start at Dodger Stadium, bad team. Go out there, give me 6 or 7 shutty, and he went 5 and allowed 3.
And I think when things have gone poorly this year, or at least not living up to the Dodgers standard, it is easy to say. They will only be judged and evaluated by October. What they do in the postseason in the chase of making history and winning a 3rd consecutive World Series. But there is also the significance of a mid-August set and 4 games against Milwaukee, as Joe laid out. If they had won this weekend, they would be in first place in the National League. Getting the bye past the wild card round. Having home field advantage, something the Dodgers did not in winning a 2nd straight World Series last year. So it can be done, but you are trying to put yourself in the most favorable and positive path that you possibly can. And that was felt in this clubhouse because the manager in Dave Roberts was stressing exactly that, leading into this series against Milwaukee. Heck, even in the 3-game homestand against the Royals, the importance of this moment in capitalizing on it. So when the Dodgers lose 3 of 4 to the Brewers, here was Dave Roberts' reaction yesterday postgame.
Do you think that much about the impact it might have down the road?
Yeah, I do. I really wanted to win this game because it could matter, but we didn't. So now we got to move forward. But I hope it doesn't, come back to bite us.
I would say in the last few days, Joe, it is the most frustrated we have heard Dave Roberts sound this season. Doc is always very candid and honest with the media. He might be the manager that is most transparent with the media in all of Major League Baseball, heck, maybe even all of sports. So when you hear the emotion and when you hear the frustration pouring over, he would also say in the post-game sound later on that this has really been brewing for 4 or 5 weeks, this Dodgers offense looking inept at times. You could understand understand the anger and the frustrated and disappointed nature from Doc and company because they failed to seize on this moment when they had a golden opportunity hosting this reeling Brewers team that had just been swept in San Diego. They had the lead in game one, only for Edwin Diaz to blow the save. They only scored 10 total runs in the 4 games against the Brew Crew. A disappointing weekend at the Ravine.
Yeah, and I love that Roberts is PO'd.
Yeah.
You know, I want a ticked off Dave Roberts. The guy's got 3 World Series rings as a manager of this team, and he's annoyed, and that's exactly what I want if I'm thinking this team is actually viable to go for the three-peat here. You know, look, you look at right now, the construction of the National League, and Roberts mentioned it. These games could absolutely matter down the stretch. Well, last year I mentioned the Dodgers getting the 3 seed and going through the National League portion of the playoffs like a hot knife through butter. The 6th seed last year was the Cincinnati Reds.
Yes.
The 6th seed this year is going to be a heck of a lot better than the Cincinnati Reds. And if you're going to get the Dodgers, I think your best chance at picking them off in the postseason is in a 3-game set, not a 7-game set. Because in a 7-game set, I do think that their overwhelming amount of arms is going to probably prevail at the end of the day. But if you give me Dodgers-Phillies in the wild card round, I think if that's a 5 or 7-game series, I don't like Philly at all. I don't think Philly is actually a viable team to win the pennant. But in a wild card round, if you're running out, you know, Sanchez, Wheeler, and Luzardo opposite Yamamoto, Snell, and Skubal, well, I mean, I'm not saying that the Phillies have an advantage, but I'm saying that they have an opportunity.
Right.
Same with Arizona. Brandon Pfaadt's the hottest pitcher in baseball.
It's crazy.
Right now. If Arizona runs out Pfaadt, Erod, and now, oh, by the way, Mike Soroka, welcome back from the injured list. He's having a career year. Well, on paper, is that better than Yamamoto, Snell, and Skubal? No, it's not. But in a 3-game set where anything can happen, anything can happen. The Dodgers, you know, if you're going to pick them off, it's going to be if they get that 3 seed in the wild card round.
And that's a really good point, Joe, because Dave Roberts said that ahead of the Kansas City series early this week. Of course, the Dodgers taking care of business against the lowly Royals and sweeping KC at the Ravine. But he said, guys, right now there needs to be a sense of urgency because we are a wild card team. Not as though they are in danger of losing the National League West. They are still 7 games in front of San Diego, 8 ahead of Arizona. Only a matter of time until they wrap up their 13th divisional crown in the last 14 Major League Baseball seasons. But to your point, Joe, last year the Reds finished barely above 500. The Dodgers made quick work of them. Right now, the San Diego Padres and the Phillies are tied for what would be the 2nd and 3rd National League wildcard spots. The Padres have won 17 of their last 22 games after starting the second half, dropping 5 of 7 post-All-Star break. We know how good the Phillies have been this year. The Cubs are in that pole position atop the National League wildcard standings, 5 games ahead of Philadelphia. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, a divisional foe, have swept the Dodgers ahead of the break and then just beat them in downtown Phoenix in 2 of 3 just a few weeks ago, which is what makes what the Dodgers are doing right now concerning. And that's why we want to hear from you. It is 855-975-2326. How concerned are you by the Dodgers? Are the Dodgers in danger of stumbling with a chance of making history in a 3-peat as a World Series champ for the first time in the National League? Joe, this was the question we put out at the Fan LA on YouTube. Panic meter for the Dodgers slump. Green will be fine in October. Yellow, not bad, not great. Red, goodbye 3-peat. Most of the fans so far are saying yellow, somewhere in the middle. Not bad, not great. Where would you vote in said poll?
Last week, I would have said green. Now I'm saying yellow. And, you know, I said it Thursday morning on these airwaves. Going into that Milwaukee series, it was imperative that the Dodgers win games 1 and 2. You had clear pitching matchups, and even though Sasaki has been inconsistent at times, they were, like I said, game 1 going up against Shane Drohan, who was very gettable. And they did get him. You know, Muncy had the home run. They were up 4-2 going into the 9th, and they blew it. Game 2, Yamamoto's your stopper. Right now, you know, I mean, you could argue playoff rotation construction. That's a conversation for another day if you want to split up the lefties.
Right.
Even with Snell and Skubal being lefties going back-to-back at games 2 and 3, I still say give it to Yamamoto game 1. He's your stopper. Right now in this star-studded starting rotation, he is your ace.
He's been the ace of staff all year long, no doubt.
Absolutely, especially since like mid-May, because he had that 3-3 start with a 3.6 ERA, and since then he has just been dominant. So I love what I'm seeing out of Yamamoto right now. Friday night, he went out there, he was the stopper, and you had another massive pitching advantage. It was Gasser going for Milwaukee.
For sure.
So for the Dodgers, it was imperative that they go up 2-0 in this series, and then you're playing with house money. Worst case, you split, but, Mizorowski and Henderson, tough task. But if you split those 2 games, you take 3 out of 4, and then hello, you're the 1 seed.
Yep.
They failed to do that. And so that's why going into the series, I would have said green. But now I'm probably in that yellow. I don't think I'll ever get to red. I think as long as the Dodgers are in the playoffs with this roster, I think that they'll have a reasonable shot at three-peating. So I'll never get to red, but right now I am definitely in the yellow, as they are now not just behind Milwaukee, but a hair behind Atlanta as well.
Because when you're trying to match those sky-high expectations of winning a 3rd straight World Series and you show some weaknesses, yes, you are going to point to those problems and perhaps at times be overly critical. In that game on Saturday inside Dodger Stadium, it was Jacob Mizorowski getting the better of Justin Robleski, who has not been great here in the second half. He was elite in Philadelphia in his first start post-All-Star break, but he has allowed in his last 4 outings at least 4 earned, of which he did with a home run against the Brewers on Saturday night at the Ravine. 20 earned in total in those 4 last starts for Robleski, which has led, at least with some left forearm inflammation, to the Dodgers pointing Robo to the injured list. So Justin Robleski will be on the injured list. He is able to return at some point in this regular season. Will he start another game for the Dodgers in 2026? That remains to be determined. This injury report on D. Fish and Decker brought to you by Ozeron Law, the injured worker hotline. And that's been a story, Joe, for this Dodger team. Of course, they are hoping everybody is healthy. They make the addition of Tarek Skubal. Yoshi Yamamoto has been that ace of staff. You can see the postseason picture for the Dodgers starting pitchers. Snell, Skubal, Yamamoto, Glasnow, maybe a healthy Shohei Ohtani paired with Roki Sasaki. But Robleski has been the guy to ease some of that disappointment and injury concern throughout the year. 11-2 with a 2.62 ERA after that first start in Philadelphia post-All-Star break. But in the last 4, 20 earned in total, 126 in a third innings pitched this year by Robleski. He made 20 starts. In his first 2 years as a Dodger, he pitched, including the postseason, a total of 108 innings in the last 2 years. So far surpassing any of those career highs. Left forearm inflammation, Robleski heads to the IL.
Yeah, and that long ball has really plagued him.
Yeah.
It's almost, and bear with me here, folks, it's almost a bit of a relief that he's hurt, because if the reason he has stunk it up so badly his last 4 starts is injury, you can live with that. Otherwise, you don't want to just see him fall off a cliff and there's nothing wrong with him.
Yeah.
11 of his 19 home runs this year have come in his last 4 starts.
Yeah.
11 home runs in 4 starts.
Yeah.
That's ugly. That's bad. I mean, the ERA's got more earned runs than innings pitched in his last 4 starts. So hopefully you can just attribute that to the injury. Give him a break. What do we have? 6 weeks left in the regular season. Hopefully he doesn't miss more than a month, because you do want a little tune-up prior to the playoffs. But if he can come back and even just make 2 to 3 starts before the postseason and look like pre-All-Star break Robleski, who was 10-2 with a sub 2.7 going into Philadelphia into that Midsummer Classic, then you feel pretty good, because Glasnow and Ohtani are unknowns. It's crazy because they have, 8 all-star caliber starting pitchers on this Dodgers team.
Yep.
But that 4th spot right now for the rotation in the playoffs is actually an unknown. Right now it feels like, barring, fluky, freaky injuries, it's Yamamoto, Snell, and Skubal. And then that 4th spot could be Ohtani, could be Glasnow, even though I think Glasnow is better suited for a piggyback bullpen role. It is a question mark. I thought Robleski was making a case for that 4th spot prior to the skid.
And if you are Doc, you want confidence in those guys that might even be relief pitchers come the postseason in those high-leverage, long relief opportunities like Justin Robleski, like an Eric Lauer, perhaps like a Roki Sasaki.
Lauer's been great.
Fantastic. 11 outings as a Dodger. Los Angeles has won 10. It is why I am ordering an Eric Lauer Dodger jersey as soon as I possibly can. But you can feel that frustration from Dave Roberts. We heard from him. You can feel that frustration inside Dodger Stadium. Another reason the Dodgers lost this weekend set to the Brewers is poor defensive performances in the month of August. This somehow, Joe Cirolo, was not ruled an error in the top of the 9th, but it was a very poorly played fly ball in right field from Kyle Tucker. Here's how it sounded yesterday afternoon at the Ravine, and pay close attention to the fans' response inside Dodger Stadium.
Pitch. In the air to right field, Kyle Tucker going back on it. Still going, still going. Couldn't catch it.
The Boo Birds out at Dodger Stadium, courtesy of Spectrum Sportsnet LA, and you could hear the disappointed tone of Joe Davis calling that misplay in right field from Kyle Tucker. Like a disappointed father. I'm not mad. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. And Kyle Tucker has been awful at home this year. He's got a 189 average at home inside Dodger Stadium. He is 0 for his last 19. He's got a 275 batting average away from Los Angeles. He had a 6-game hit streak in all 6 road games before the Dodgers headed back to the Ravine this week to take on the Kansas City Royals. It has been the epitome, and that a significant indication and representation, Joe, of a very disappointing and struggling season for Kyle Tucker in his first year as the $60 million man in Dodger Blue.
Yeah, it's funny because you said it prior to playing that audio right there. Wasn't an error. Sure sounded like an error if you were listening to
It hit
Joe
him in the
Davis.
damn glove. How is that not an error? It hit his glove.
Raj, I agree. I always thought if it hits your mitt, it's an error. If it doesn't,
He also wasn't like charging into the wall. He was on the warning track, but he wasn't full sprint either. He was jogging under it, and it was right there to be
your
made.
hometown score.
I'm not a good baseball player. I think I could have made that play.
Yeah, that's your hometown score.
Yeah.
100%.
Yep.
Because that stuff, the home team dictates what's an error, what's not.
Mhm.
So they were cutting Kyle Tucker some slack in a year where no one's cutting him any slack, but deservedly so. He's had a horrendous season, and this is a Gold Glover who I believe now his lackluster fielding performances are directly tied into his lackluster offense on the season. It's a mental game, maybe more so than any other sport, at least of the big 4 North American sports. I think baseball is certainly the most mental.
Mm-hmm.
And Kyle Tucker's struggles at the plate, especially at the plate at home, are the reason he went out there and struggled in the field yesterday, because the guy's head is not right. Remember, you're standing out there in right field, and all you're thinking about is your last at-bat in those moments. You're standing out there, and you're going, damn, I got a pitch to hit from Henderson, and I blew it. That's what you're thinking about. And then when you have those thoughts, the ball finds you without fail.
Yep. Kyle Tucker was held out of the lineup on Saturday evening against Jacob Mizorowski. And before the game on Saturday, Dave Roberts noted, this is not made up. This is not us leaning into the fan narrative that Kyle Tucker stinks. It is not worth $60 million. Look at the numbers at home. It has been a disappointment for whatever reason. We're not entirely sure, but we are trying to get Kyle Tucker into the best positions to get out of this slump in the voodoo and the bad energy that he is currently feeling inside Dodger Stadium. We go from baseball to football. And when will Aaron Donald officially make his return for the Los Angeles Rams? We'll discuss the timeline up next on D. Fish and Decker.
Allows for Tyler Higbee to be out there.
Part of why I'm doing this.
No,
because the show starts with me. Part of why I'm doing this is to try to help us get out of this idea that we have to label athletes anything, right? Like, why is he a mercenary, right? Why can't he just be a guy that worked at a job for 8 years, his contract at the job was up, and he's choosing to go work somewhere else? So then why do we have to start labeling it like it's a negative thing and he hated the city and he didn't love the city? What about I just want to go work somewhere else, and that's fine?
I didn't tell you or your partner that you guys should agree with me.
No,
I didn't.
yeah,
Let me just.
not agree
I
with
didn't.
you.
I didn't tell you that you should say LeBron doesn't love LA. I didn't even say that you should think what I think about LeBron. I mean, Doug and I disagree on topics. I gave my perspective on a huge news story. I think you called it noise the other day. News story that involves LA, and that's my view, and I'm entitled to it. And the people in LA are entitled for all of us, and if you're doing that, great, to give your honest, unvarnished perspective.
Modric, the amount of games he's played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where like they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magical
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue.
Don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. You go away. Go to the loser bar. Hey, Ronaldo, I'm back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when it is funny because I never push your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
that
like
was sarcasm.
I see the sarcasm. That's a second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi is the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still,
did Nick Van Exel ever like have like an issue with you coming in? It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is like, that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh, yeah. Great spot over there.
Pick-up games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete, and Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is there on the sideline, just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always going to, if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against each other, and he was cooking. But Magic is literally on the sideline enjoying the fact that Nick Van Exel was frying me.
Oh, no. In front of your guy.
And I'm like, yo, I cannot believe this is happening. Like, Magic is literally my greatest of all time, and he's over here laughing at me getting fried. And so it wasn't so much Nick. He was great. He never gave me the energy that, like, I know you coming from my spot.
Yeah.
And I always give him a lot of love for that because I definitely was coming for his spot. Like, it just as a competitor.
Absolutely.
But he never made me feel that way. But yeah, that's the story that, like, yeah, bro.
You ever talk to Magic about that? I'm like, dude, you have no idea.
No, I've never.
Well, you might hear about it now.
No, because it's like, if you get 5 minutes to talk to Magic, you're not going to bring up the time that he was laughing at you. You're going to be talking about a whole bunch of other stuff.
Absolutely. How can you?
Tell Fish I'll always remember him running down the tunnel towards our locker room to chase down Allen Iverson to say, good series, after the Lakers beat us in that 5th game in Philly. So he said, be well, thanks for understanding. He'll talk to us next week. But Fish, you've heard that story on this air, bringing the Lakers and Philly thing all together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just got emotional again thinking
That's
about
awesome.
it. I think sometimes as a competitor, like, there's blood in your eyes when you're fighting against another guy.
Yeah.
And then the minute the clock goes off and you recognize, like, you don't have to try to kill this guy anymore, like, it instantly turns to respect for my competitor. And, playing against Allen for 5 games and how hard that was. And, I was lucky I was on the team that had Shaq and Kobe. So,
but this is not just what it meant to you. This is a gentleman. What was this? 20 damn years ago? How many years? 25 years ago?
And that's
this
what he
is
remembers.
a person
That's
that was in that building
amazing.
as well and saw you run down there. And Allen Iverson told him as well what you did. So it's not just between you and Allen Iverson. It's between other people that were in the building or watched that too. So big ups to you, Fish.
That's all. Is this the best city for head coaches right now? Because really think about it. We got Sean McVay, who is like this inspirational type of leader. JJ Redick, who is more of kind of a fiery type of leader. Dave Roberts, who is more of the Mr. Rogers type of leader. Jim Harbaugh, who is a little bit more on the fiery side. Ty Lue, who is just like the meticulous, calculated side. It's like we have such an interesting dynamic of head coaches here in Los Angeles. And what's amazing is they're all good and or great, and they are all very different.
There's more than one way to skin a cat. The common denominator is the city and the expectations that come with playing and coaching here. That's what kind of brings all of those guys into, like, the same bucket. Different sports, different types of teams, different.
Does Aaron Donald make his return officially to the Los Angeles Rams? He was back at the practice facility in Woodland Hills on a Sunday doing his second workout with LA, as reported in the transactional and waiver wire around the National Football League. He is Joe Serralo. I am Ben Stevens. We are filling in here for the next few days on D Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Joe Serralo, you said that 1 week from today, Aaron Donald will make it official. Aaron Donald will be a Los Angeles Ram on Monday, August 24th. Why do you believe that is the case?
1 week, 1 hour, and 59 minutes. 9:31 a.m.
9:31 a.m. specifically.
That is the call, yeah. And I believe it is a strategic move from Aaron Donald to dominate the news cycle. Look, Aaron Donald's going to have, I believe, a long and illustrious media career after his long, illustrious NFL career comes to an official end, because it's already come to somewhat of an end.
Yes,
but,
one end previously, but maybe now a second iteration of Aaron Donald.
well, in the words of Shady, guess who's back again, right? So yeah, Aaron Donald, I believe, look, this guy's got a great personality. He's not just muscles on muscles on muscles. And he is going to have a long media career. He has a new team surrounding him when it comes to management and off the field endeavors. And I believe that every part of this return has been strategically planned. Look, I think Aaron Donald was thinking about this return, by the way, back in January. I think when the Rams lost the conference championship game, Aaron Donald started thinking about this return.
Okay.
And I think strategically, nothing started coming out until the Myles Garrett deal was done. And then it was, wait, Myles Garrett's coming to the Rams. Well, we haven't had a guy like this since Aaron Donald. Whoa, wait. What if they teamed up? And Donald never denied the rumors, started playing in. Once that trade was made, I think it was an if prior to the trade.
Yeah.
It just became when, not if, once the trade was made. And they've dragged it out all summer. And they know how to make headlines. Oh my God, Aaron Donald has a helmet on. We've got to report it because he's wearing a helmet. Aaron Donald could have gone, hit some dummies, not put a helmet on.
Yeah.
He put the helmet on to make headlines, because it had to be reported that way. It's still Los Angeles. And football is the first and foremost primary goal here for the Rams. Winning football games is. But they're playing into the whole Hollywood narrative. They're enjoying the media attention.
They are loving it.
They're enjoying the storylines. So Aaron Donald, I believe, because of that, because him and his team know how to milk every minute of this, when will Aaron Donald return? I believe it's going to happen on a Monday morning so that it dominates not just Los Angeles news cycles, but national news cycles for the entire week. And next Monday is the final Monday before final cuts for the Rams roster. So I think next Monday, August 24th, 9:31 in the morning.
Important on the NFL calendar because 6 days after Monday, August 24th is Sunday, August 30th. It is final cuts down to your 53-man roster in the NFL. And, of course, anything the Rams need to do in terms of those final pieces on the two deep, on the depth chart, filling out that roster, they will need to know for sure if Aaron Donald is included in those 53 Rams. Of course, we all anticipate that he is going to be. 3 weeks from this upcoming Thursday is the Rams Australian opener in 2026 against the San Francisco 49ers. Aaron Donald is going to be there. Aaron Donald will be out there against San Francisco down in Melbourne. I have learned that the locals in Melbourne, Australia pronounce it as such. Melbourne, not Melbourne.
I thought it was Melbourne.
I heard Melbourne.
Interesting. Could it just be the accent?
Maybe.
Bizarre. I Saturday night walked into, do you know Q's? Q's Billiards on Wilshire?
I've been to Q's Billiards many a time.
Yeah, I walked into Q. I live right around the corner from it. And I walked into Q's on Saturday night, and I'm sitting at the bar having a beer, and I look up, and I thought it was rugby was on. It was actually Australian football.
Okay.
And it was in Melbourne, at the stadium that the Rams and Niners will be playing at. And the two guys to my right are watching it very intently.
Okay.
Turns out they're from Melbourne.
Oh.
I'm at Q's sitting next to a couple of Aussies, and they were very into the Australian football game, very into the Rams 49ers.
I was going to
game.
say, are they excited for that season opener on Thursday, September 10th?
Yeah, one more so than the other.
Okay.
Because one did make it clear to me that he hates and doesn't get American football.
All right.
But
Don't
he
love
did
that
say, didn't love that. Nice guy, though, I will say. He was a nice guy. Just
Glad
said
to
it
hear it.
wasn't for me. I
Okay.
said I feel the same way about Australian football. I thought it was rugby. But he did say that stadium of 100,000 plus is going to be sold out. I wonder what the environment's going to be like because, we don't really have, I believe, any NFL stadiums of 100,000. That's like a college thing, right? Penn State, Michigan, those are 100,000 plus venues. And I wonder if that environment, the Aussies can get down with it. It kind of reminds me of the Scots, what we saw at the World Cup with Scotland fans. They might not have a dog in the fight, but they're going to have a beer in their hand, and it's going to be a good time.
Many a Foster is going to be drank in Melbourne as the Rams and the San Francisco 49ers do play each other. The first ever regular season game in Australia and Los Angeles will be a component of it. when Aaron Donald returns to the Los Angeles Rams and is paired up on the defensive line with Myles Garrett. The Rams last year, Joe, ranked top 10 in the National Football League in scoring defense. They only did Los Angeles last year, 20.4 points per game in the regular season. But of course, it was a defense that was lackluster in the playoff run. Only 2 sacks in total as a group in those 3 games. They got 31, scored on them twice by both the Seahawks and the Panthers. When Aaron Donald returns, plays alongside Myles Garrett with the additions of Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson in the defensive backfield, do you think the Rams will be capable then of being a top 3 or top 5 NFL defense?
I don't see any reason. I don't want to say number 1. That's a hell of an expectation to lay on a team. I don't see any reason that they shouldn't be top 3. I mean, you look at the Houston Texans, the Seattle Seahawks, and the Rams. Those should be, barring injury, your 3 best defenses in the National Football League this season. The problem last year was that if the Rams weren't applying pressure, their secondary could be got. That was, even though it was, I would say, a middle-of-the-pack secondary, I wouldn't say that they were bad.
Right.
That was the glaring weakness of this roster because of how good a roster it was even last year. Now we're calling them the Avengers, Garrett, Donald, this and that. It was an incredible roster last year.
Yep.
And a lot of people thought the Rams were going to go wild card to Super Bowl last season, and the only team in their way was the Seattle Seahawks. No one from the AFC was in their way. But now that secondary has been so bolstered, the pass rush is going to be even better. I mean, they absolutely should be a top 3 defense. Even if they fail to, on occasion, apply pressure up front, McDuffie and Watson, the 2 cats they get, both of them, former Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
Like, Watson's a 7th-round pick who now is making, $18 million a year? Like, that guy, he can ball.
For sure.
And McDuffie is a Pro Bowl, all-pro caliber corner. Yeah, they've shored things up. This defense absolutely has to be top 3.
In my estimation, that was the biggest glaring issue for the Rams last year. The secondary on the outside, allowing the second most receiving yards to outside wide receivers in the NFL, the second most touchdowns to outside wide receivers in the National Football League. You have a prototypical guy on the outside now in Jalen Watson, and in the defensive backfield, all of the versatility and creativity that Chris Shula can show up front with Myles Garrett and soon-to-be Aaron Donald, with Byron Young and Kobe Turner and Poona Ford and Braden Fisk. He could also show with Trent McDuffie and Quentin Lake and Cam Kinchins and Cam Curl, and a plethora of pieces at his disposal. Those 2 teams that you highlighted, the Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks and the Houston Texans, I think largely considered the 2 best defenses in the NFL. They were the 2 best scoring defenses a year ago. Seattle allowed barely 3 scores per game, 17.2 points per game. The Texans, second best scoring defense, 17.4 points per game. I believe with the addition of Aaron Donald, the Rams will elevate themselves into that status as one of the elite defenses, from pretty darn good to one of the elite NFL defenses with Aaron Donald, who of course is an 8-time first-team AP All-Pro guy, a guy that has won 3 National Football League Defensive Player of the Year awards, and even at 35, might not be the guy that we saw even as recently in 2023, but still will put a lot of fear and scared approach into opposing offenses on the other side. Football and Rams coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. So it was a good weekend for the Rams. They won their preseason opener in Kansas City against those Chiefs, 20-12. They had Aaron Donald working out at the facility for a second time. And most importantly, Joe, in that preseason game, Ty Simpson, the 13th overall pick, looking the part. 21 of 25, 190 yards, 2 touchdown tosses in his preseason debut.
Hey, maybe what Les Snead and Sean McVay saw in him that I didn't see at Alabama, maybe they were right. There's a reason that they're doing this, and I'm talking about what they're doing because Simpson looked great. Now, week 1, don't want to overreact. You said it an hour ago. I'll reiterate your point here. Some guys that he was shredding on that KC defense will be, working for the Kansas City Department of Sanitation in a few weeks, right? These are not
good pension for what it's worth.
Great pension,
Yeah.
benefits. I mean, come on. What else could you ask for, right? I don't have benefits doing this. But those guys out there, it's not the A team, and you're also not getting Steve Spagnuolo's best in the same way you're not getting Sean McVay's best this time of year. What I look for is that the game wasn't too fast for him. Because when you go from college to the NFL, that game, even in the preseason, it speeds up. And it wasn't too fast for Ty Simpson. And I think that there is a legitimate chance, even as a rookie, he could be your QB2. There's no question the talent far exceeds Stetson Bennett.
Yeah.
But I think his readiness for the moment might be right up there with Bennett, or maybe even past Bennett as well.
Probably the biggest decision the Rams need to make. Who is the backup quarterback
What a
behind
luxury.
Matthew Stafford in 2026? Did Caitlin Clark get the last laugh on Angel Reese? You in or out? Up next here on D. Fish and Decker.
Sets of expectations in from year to year. We're not expecting the Clippers to necessarily win a championship. We're not expecting the Chargers to necessarily win the Super Bowl. There's still like an expectation that comes with playing in this city, coaching in this city. Philly, New York, Chicago get a lot of credit thrown their way for being blue collar, hard-working towns. And so then their fans kind of show up to the games with that expectation. If you play hard and you compete and fans really feel like you're giving everything you have in those cities and towns, like that's all they're asking, basically. Fans in LA don't always get that credit. Fans in LA or fans of LA teams also want those same things. They want to know that you're emptying your tank to try to figure out how to win and that the team is just as important as you are. Like you think about the history of our sports teams, Kings, Lakers, Rams, et cetera, like all the things that have been accomplished historically. Yeah, fans have an expectation. And so when you think about those coaches, coaching here is different because that's the expectation. And it may not be as loud and sound as dangerous as it does in Philly or New York, et cetera, but the expectations from the fans are definitely. Pau Gasol arrives. Oh, yeah. Now we're on to something. I mean, Kobe may have knew. I didn't know. I remember saying to Kobe, I felt like we had enough. Even before Pau arrived, there's enough there. Was it a championship team? Probably not, but can't think that. You have to feel like every time you step on the court, you can win. And then when Pau came, it became easier to think that because of how great he was. So now Kobe's leadership in terms of Pau, Phil's relationship with Pau and getting the best from him, all of those things kind of evolved. And Phil couldn't treat Pau the same way he treated Kobe. Now we have a new all-star Hall of Fame level player. I can't coach him the same. I need to get to know him more. We know kind of how Pau is wired. The way I need to hold him accountable is going to look different than it does for somebody else. That's leadership. That's not being preferential or differential in your.
If that is the reason why he ultimately decided to sell his majority stake in the Lakers because he had to get some liquid, right? To get some money to get out of that, that's one thing, right? And sometimes, look, you got to sell the house to pay the mortgage. I get it. But if you're taking that face value and it's not about that, and it's just about the fact that he wanted to sell the Lakers for a profit, that to me doesn't make a lot of sense. Because as you just pointed out, this is a guy that already owns the Dodgers. This is a guy that's worth over $7 billion. This is a guy that bought into the Lakers in 2021 to own 27% of it, and not into $2.5 billion in profit.
He doesn't need the money.
He doesn't.
He's got money.
So then, really, are you of the side where it feels like this is something to cover himself from a legal standpoint?
Look, I don't think it's unreasonable to worry as politics are played out now, and the muscular, and I know this is politics, but the muscular nature of how the federal government and the executive branch operates, and I'm not taking a side, I'm just talking facts. I don't think it's unfair to wonder if selling the team, when clearly that wasn't his original plan, isn't about this. It is about this investigation. Now, whether it's about coming up with the money, whether it's about I don't have the bandwidth for this, I think that's a very generous reading, or whether it's about, hey, do us a solid and sell this team to my son-in-law's brother, and maybe things go better since the president does control the Justice Department. That's how the system works, especially today.
Comedy store a little bit.
I've spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind, and he was. I mean, I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like, I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you is docile.
Spinal.
Oh my God.
My back. Spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on D-Mac and Reiter. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to
friends
my
with
partner.
D-Mac. I'm going to hurt his back.
Spinal. Okay. Yeah, there's. Oh my God, Alex Curry thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah. I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? But this is digressed.
Is
That
pretty good.
comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you if you're ever in a room with him.
D-Mac.
You keep. Should we do say what do you? They can see you on the stream when you do the let's stop. It's not a secret.
Oh no,
it's not a surprise. You're on camera. There's a thing right there, dude. At the Fan LA.
That's crazy, man. This Laker talk is
big secrets.
Oh man, hey.
Have you already been punched by Mike Tyson? What is wrong with your brain right now?
I'm just so obsessed with the radio element of this. You know what I'm saying?
Cut. Slide, bro.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about.
Wait, what?
D Fish.
Oh, he said it to you?
Not to me. Did I say that? I must have misspoke. I mean, I was listening
Are
to the
you
show.
pretending on this show?
No, I was.
San Manuel.
There is no better way to start off a week here on D Fish and Decker than you in or out. Raj, what do you have on this Monday morning?
Yeah, that's right. You teased it, and I don't know if you saw it there. I know you saw it, Ben. I don't know if you saw it, Joe. But Caitlin Clark was seen laughing at Angel Reese after she missed a layup for the win. Are you in or are you out, Joe, on this rivalry that was formed in college continuing in the WNBA?
I'm in.
Okay.
I'm in on it. You know what? Look, Caitlin Clark, if she's going to laugh at Angel Reese, I feel like people manufactured this rivalry, right? Caitlin and Angel didn't make it. I feel like the media created this rivalry. So at this point, if everyone's going to force it to be a thing, let it be a thing.
I'm in. I'm very in for the basketball rivalry on the floor between Angel Reese
and it's nice that we have a on-the-floor story for
sure.
once with the WNBA, right?
It's not anything beyond. It's not the commentary on the commentary on the commentary about Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark. It is a moment of pure competitive fire where Caitlin hit a step back on Angel yesterday. I know that was a big moment in Atlanta. And at the very end, in overtime, a last laugh for Caitlin Clark. Rivalries are a good thing for sports. Hating people respectfully within the lines of play is a good thing. So, yes, I am in on the basketball rivalry, Raj, between Caitlin and Angel.
All right. Hey, Tyrese Maxey, of course, a new teammate of LeBron James. He thinks Luka Doncic could beat Thanos in a one-on-one game. Yeah, that's right. That Thanos, the Marvel Universe Thanos.
Yeah.
The one with the ring. So Ben, with that look on your face, Ben, I'll start with you. Are you in or out on Luka beating Thanos? I don't know if he has all the rings or not, though.
I'm absolutely taking Luka against Thanos in a basketball one-on-one, even if he has every Infinity Stone. That's how much belief I have in Luka Doncic. Raj, can I ask, in what context was this potential one-on-one matchup given to Tyrese Maxey? In which
I don't know what
that?
they was.
All right.
It's the off season. I think they might have been having a good time. What you say, Joe?
It's the off season, all right. I'm taking Thanos.
You are?
Yeah, I'm taking Thanos.
Big body against
Luka. I mean, you know what though? They're both big bodies. You know. Thanos a little more solid.
And I think
Luka's
Thanos
a little softer.
Yeah, and Thanos might actually play defense. I've seen it in the films. I'm still yet to see Luka play defense on film.
For what it's worth,
Luka, August
Thanos,
17th.
8'3", according to official Marvel Comics stats. So that's a big body for Luka to take.
I'm taking Wemby over Thanos, but not Luka.
All right.
Yeah, give me Thanos in that.
Got you. Hey, guys, Matthew Stafford, Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, and Dak Prescott did not play Saturday and likely will sit out the entire preseason. Joe, are you in or out on star quarterbacks sitting out the entire preseasons?
Absolutely in on it. I don't think there's any reason to risk anything. Did you see the lick Jackson Dart took the other day?
It's going to be my exact point.
Yeah, you want Matthew Stafford taking a hit like that? I don't. I think more guys should sit out. Caleb Williams, Drake May, more guys should sit out the entire preseason. Preseason football means absolutely nothing to me. Don't risk it with these guys.
Absolutely in as well. It means absolutely nothing for those starters, for their established guys. But rookie glimpses like Ty Simpson filling out the 53-man roster, preseason still has its importance. But those starting quarterbacks who we know, absolutely in, Raj, on them sitting out the preseason.
Okay, all right. Hey, guys, you know we like to go travel overseas on this show. So there's a turtle that is terrorizing beachgoers in Croatia after biting the same turtle 5 people Francisco during the rampage with no end in sight. So, Ben, are you in or out on turtle soup?
I am in on turtle soup, especially for this turtle. Because snapping turtles put a little scare into me.
Yeah.
They look terrifying. And I feel like that bite of a snapping turtle in Croatia would be a terrible thing. You know what I am also in on, but have not been? I've heard the beaches and the water of Croatia and the Adriatic Sea, absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been to that coast. I've been to the west coast of Italy. This would be the east coast, the Adriatic between Italy and Croatia. That snapping turtle's seen some stuff. That snapping turtle survived Bosnia and Herzegovina.
No doubt.
That snapping turtle's been around the block.
Yep.
This is something to take seriously. Also, what I'm in on, the straight-to-streaming movie that's going to come out of this.
For sure.
You know, either Amazon Prime or Hulu, there's going to be the terrifying turtle.
You've had Jaws, and now it's the terrifying turtle.
There is such a run, I don't know if you're aware of this, on shark movies right now, on streaming services.
For sure.
Amazon Prime, like the #1 movie a couple weeks ago for about a week straight, was this. It was frankly a terrible movie about a shark in, I think it was in Thailand, in one of the caves. It was like a bull shark that
I saw that.
went from saltwater to freshwater. Shark movies are at a premium right now. This is setting up a snapping turtle.
Well, it
movie.
was Shark Week about 2 weeks ago, so that may have led to some of the influence
Shark
of
fervor,
shark.
yeah.
Hey, you guys familiar with the substation near the San Francisco 49ers training facilities?
Very familiar, Rod.
Okay, well, it's gotten serious, folks, because now Pablo Torre is on the case, okay? And Pablo, he investigated the San Francisco substation, but the, let's just say the results was, the conclusion was there's really nothing to it.
I don't know if I believe that.
I'm a little disappointed because I know there's a X page dedicated to the substation. So, Ben, are you in and out, or in or out, excuse me, of the 49er substation causing injuries theory?
I'm in.
Conspiracy.
And
All right.
although Pablo Torre might not have been able to find causation as an explanation, let's just look at the results for the San Francisco 49ers. Adjusted games lost. It is a metric used in football for your starters or key players not being at 100% or missing games. The Niners ranked dead last in the NFL in adjusted games lost for the most games lost in 2024. Bottom 3 last year. And we know those significant injuries. George Kittle just provided a very optimistic update that he might be ready for the Australian opener against the Rams. I believe the electrical substation has other ideas.
I'm out on this. I think it's fun to put the tinfoil hat on from time to time. But I trust Pablo Torre's journalism more than I trust most people in my inner circle. I think he is a big J journalist in a day where, as Mike Wilbon let us know just a couple of weeks ago, we're talking heads. We're not journalists.
Right.
So
Yeah, that's right.
I love Pablo Torre's work. And, look, guys drop like flies all over. Giants and Jets drop like flies. Now, that's the turf at MetLife Stadium.
Yep.
There's other reasons for injury. Kittle also went down in Philadelphia, not in San Francisco.
Correct.
With that injury.
But I think
You think his
Achilles
ligaments
was
loosened?
weakened
Yeah,
by
see, that's
the
what you're not-
electrical
yep.
waves of the substation.
I'm out.
Yes.
I'm out on the tinfoil.
All right. Of course, Are You In, Are You Out, brought to you by Yamava. Yamava Casinos. Go ahead and check out those good people at Yamava.com and see what they got going on. Hey, let's see, Joe, you're a Penn State guy, right?
Yeah.
Drew Aller, right? He had an impressive preseason debut for the Steelers, Andrew Williams' Steelers. Of course, he loves them. But that has fans slandering James Franklin. This is real talk. Are you in or out on fans slandering James Franklin because of the impressive look that Drew Aller's doing out there?
I am all the way in on
Whoa.
the James Franklin slander. James Franklin, and look, as someone who's been a lifelong Penn State fan, born and raised, he is a great recruiter. He is a terrible coach. He is not a guy I want making a game management decision. He is not a guy I want leading men onto the gridiron. James Franklin got guys like Christian Hackenberg to Happy Valley. He got Drew Aller to Happy Valley. Some of the best quarterback recruits in a Penn State history that's filled with running backs and defense, and he did nothing with those cats. I am all the way in on the James Franklin slander.
What say you, Ben?
Also in on the James Franklin slander. You must be when you beat one top 5 opponent in the entirety of your 12 years as Penn State's head coach.
Damn.
You must slander James Franklin, who is an offensive guy, by the way. And Drew Aller was awful in college based on expectation in State College because of that pedigree he had going in. However, I am already workshopping my takes that the Pittsburgh Steelers have a quarterback competition, not between Aaron Rodgers and Drew Aller, or Aaron Rodgers versus Will Howard, but Will Howard and Drew Aller to be the quarterback of the future in the Steel City, better than that 42-year-old in Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, I feel you. Hey, you guys, of course, know what Jaden Daniels came out, him and his mother, in the statements to cease and desist to LSU. Well, Paul Feinbaum has gotten in the act, and he warns that Jaden Daniels will never. He warns them never to return to LSU. He says they are done with him. But it's gotten so bad, MLB teams are getting involved. The Mets roasted Jaden Daniels with an amazing social media post. They said, we stopped at 4 out of respect for Jaden Daniels, talking about the runs scored. Ben, are you in and out on this Jason Daniels slander and trolling, just taking to another level, crossing over into the Major League Baseball?
I'm in. It feels like it was deserving for Jaden Daniels and how this story played out. When the Mets are roasting you, I saw Columbia football roasted him.
Columbia football.
Columbia football said they got rid of their 5-yard line in honor of Jaden Daniels.
Oh,
I mean,
Lord of
everybody
mercy.
had their social media fun from Friday on this weekend. I'm in. It is deserving, and it's a very tough look for Jaden Daniels. Heed Paul Feinbaum's advice. You do not want to go into an angry bayou if they are not happy with you.
I saw someone tweet out that their kid was going to forego his 5th birthday and repeat his 4th year out of respect for Jaden Daniels. I'm in on all the Twitter jokes.
Yeah.
I will say for my Mets, it was hilarious. I love that they got in on it. We suck this year. Why are you tweeting, funny stuff like that when you are usually the punchline?
Yeah.
When it comes to Feinbaum, made me think of, we grew up on this movie together.
Yeah.
Lion King.
Yep.
Made me think of Scar, Run Away Simba, Never Return, But also, Paul Feinbaum, weren't you just toying with, getting into politics? They shut up.
Yeah.
Never return LSU.
That's Paul Feinbaum.
I'm out on Feinbaum. I'm in on the Twitter jokes.
All right. Hey, now you've got an audition for some acting later, right, Joe?
I have 3 auditions.
3 auditions.
Today?
Damn.
On
Yeah, we might need a
On a
co-host
Monday.
tomorrow. He might be starting a movie, but we got less than a minute. So rookie Bengals cornerback Sierra Wright, he left the team to pursue acting. So mainly, Joe, for you, are you in or out on giving up your NFL career to pursue acting?
I'm in it. Keep that face pretty, no CTE in acting, right? He can be the next Terry Crews. I'm in on it.
Sierra Wright started his college career in Los Angeles, in Tinseltown with USC.
Yeah.
He might be a famous actor who wins an Academy Award one day, and Joe Serralo might as well. He's Joe, I'm Ben. We keep it rolling here on D. Fish and Decker into our 3rd hour, where the man who has his name on this show, Cody Decker, braves the elements in Hawaii to join us at the start of 8 a.m. here on the new 97.1 The Fan.
You speak to Derek Fisher.
He
when you
said
don't.
something on the D
That
Fish,
is- that
and
is-
I promise that
Is talking to me not enough?
I promise that was just me.
I mean, I actually did talk to Derek Fisher 2 weeks ago, but what do you?
I misspoke there. I promise.
What do you mean? But you just said Derek Fisher said something to you on the show.
That's what I gave for the Sex and the City
Are
stuff.
you-
Man, I look.
This is Lies in the Studio. It's a different show.
Well, okay.
Similar plot line. It's about somebody can't stop themselves from doing something.
Well, okay, so I was so, you know what I think it was? Because I watched the show and they're in the studio. I feel like I'm in the studio. Maybe I feel like I was a fly on the wall or something like that.
You're telling me that you visualize yourself hanging out with Derek Fisher so much that you come on this show and say that you hang out with Derek Fisher when you don't? Are you okay?
No, I was locked in, okay?
Delusions in the Office. That's like the sequel.
Well, okay, so the point he was making, though,
To
was
you,
that,
when you guys had
No,
a conversation.
Okay, man, I'm struggling. Okay,
We're
so
all struggling.
What D. Fish was saying was that what Draymond Green was saying on his podcast was about LeBron James and about maybe the motivation for LeBron.
Because I want to come at you so bad.
Maybe the motivation for LeBron and wanting to go to Golden State.
I was talking on the show.
Okay, maybe the motivation
LeBron's
for
like, I forgive
maybe
you.
the motivation for LeBron and why he might want to go to Golden State is, to your point, that's why I brought it up, just to slam dunk your point when you're talking about this being a young man's league.
That's a lie. That's
Is
a
that
180 attempt.
Maybe
Ain't gonna work.
Maybe
Can't give me
LeBron
flowers after you
wants
slap
to go
me.
to the Warriors because they want to prove that older dudes can still win in this league.
I'm not even listening anymore. I'm just lost in your Derek Fisher talk to me.
That's so hilarious to me. But yeah, so the point is,
what's hilarious to you? That you said that you're hanging out with Derek Fisher? It's hilarious to me too.
Oh, speaking of putting words in someone's mouth, I never said that. I didn't say hanging out.
He's gonna get it.
Oh no,
he's a good producer.
Oh
he knows.
no,
It's okay.
I hate when that happens. I always lose.
You are. By the way, there's a bunch of people in the chat.
So no response.
There's a response coming.
Okay.
There's a bunch of people in the chat talking about how excited they are to see Cam Carr. I'm not just pushing this so you'll go click on it. The Scott Drew interview we did with the Baylor University head coach was really good. And I love Scott. Scott's a friend. I didn't know, he's a good player. He broke down every aspect of it. Okay, we like to fact check things here on the show, all right? Here's Doug 2 minutes ago.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about...
Wait, what? You just say it.
So I meant to say Derek Fisher said something that was interesting to me. But then I left out a couple words that made it seem like he was speaking directly
NBA
to
old
me.
fart is enjoying the chemistry that we have.
After I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships. However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
So I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much because I'm not.
You got 4.
I'm not chasing the idea of being a champion. And I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate it and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that too, and I think the craziest thing about this championship run was all the doubt that the Knicks had. Like, up until Game 5, people were still doubting them. But you've been there, and you know what it takes to win a championship and being part of a championship team. There's kind of like this feel amongst the guys where you're like, oh, we got this. We know we're going to do this. At what point did you see that and notice that and kind of get that feeling like, okay, the Knicks have the it factor?
So they had the Atlanta series where they struggled for a couple games, and then they figured it out.
Yeah.
And then they started rolling, like completely rolling from that point on. And after a while, I would say their second round series versus Philly.
Yeah.
8 a.m. in Los Angeles. We welcome you back to D. Fish and Decker Live right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He is Joe Serralo. I am Ben Stevens. It is a Monday morning. It is a new week. And somewhere in this world, out on the Hawaiian Islands, enjoying his first vacation in more than a year, is Cody Decker. But set the stage for what the weather report looks like out in Hawaii as we speak. Raj, we go to you.
That's right, guys. In a world where you can book a trip anywhere, one man booked a trip to Hawaii in the middle of a goddamn hurricane. The co-host of D. Fish and Deck, the one and only Cody Decker.
Yeah.
Wow.
There he is. Pitch black outside. I heard, rumor has it he slept out there.
I think so. He enjoys all of the elements. He was in the rain on Saturday, giving the live weather forecast. So, Cody, do you think it's just bad luck? Or is it just a sign of the times that your first vacation in more than a year comes in the middle of Hurricane Lila, I believe they are calling it, Lala, out there on the Hawaiian Islands?
One, I would appreciate this hostile work environment to calm down just a tick. Like, just for the record, this is my first time I've been not working in a full year, and I walked it right into, as Raj put it very eloquently, into a goddamn hurricane. And yes, this has been nuts. This is absolutely nuts over here. But listen, the weather has calmed down a little bit.
Okay,
we are better. We are better. It is humid as hell, though.
Yeah. Yeah, Hawaii can be humid. Cody, I'm digging the shirt, man. You're looking very festive. Have you been to a luau yet? I mean, what have you been able to do given the weather and the circumstances?
Idiot. I'm in a goddamn hurricane. I've done nothing. I've done nothing. Canceled. I've been stuck here. Nothing is open.
Clubs.
Like the whole Haleiwa is right over there. It's been shut down for a day and a half. Turtle Bay over here, everything's shut down. Whole place shut down. I've been here. See this porch I'm on right now? I've been here. It's a lovely porch, but I've been watching rain for 2 days straight. I'm hoping today the rain dissipates. I can head back over to Waimea, check out the falls over there. Maybe actually head over to Turtle Bay and see a semblance of life. But as of right now, all I've looked at is hard, heavy rain and crazy-ass wind.
As we continue to critique Cody Decker's poor decision-making, like booking a trip to Hawaii in a hurricane, I must ask you, as a man that wakes up each and every day at 4 a.m. to host this radio show that bears your name, D. Fish and Decker, why did you agree to a 5 a.m. local time spot in Hawaii on a vacation?
Because I have nothing else to do the rest of the day. This is like the highlight of my day right now, unfortunately. But luckily, I read a forecast that there might be some sun available to me, so I'm looking forward to actually enjoying a semblance of a beach. Also, because as you mentioned, I wake up every single day at 3:45 a.m. I've been awake for like 5 hours, so this is nothing to me. This is literally no problem at all. But also on top of that, when you say that I booked a trip in a hurricane, make no mistake, the hurricane wasn't on the forecast 6 months ago when I booked this.
Fair.
Oh, man. Cody, you mentioned Turtle Bay a couple times. Hopefully you get to check it out at some point. One of my favorite movies took place over there, Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Do you have a favorite part of Forgetting Sarah Marshall?
Ooh, my favorite. Yes, come on, man. When he has to perform the Dracula musical song at a karaoke bar, it is one of my favorite scenes ever because it's so ridiculous. But as the song continues, you're like, this is actually kind of a jam, dude. And then at the end, of course, at the very end, they kind of give you the entire play, which was actually fantastic. But yeah, that was actually my favorite scene. Also, it's great being here on the North Shore, seeing the spots that are all I'm Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Have you ever seen the movie North Shore, one of the greatest surfing movies of all time? Just hitting the spots that I've seen throughout the history of the movies. Blue Crush, the great football/surfing movie. You're welcome.
It is football an important moment in Blue Crush. It's very aptly pointed out by Cody. My favorite Forgetting Sarah Marshall moment is when he decides, that being Jason Segel's character, to take surfing lessons. He goes and meets Paul Rudd's character, and he goes, "Hi, I'm Kunu." And Jason Segel goes, "Oh, what does Kunu mean?" Chuck in Hawaiian. Still my favorite.
But his line that gets me every single time in this movie, every single time, is just like, yeah, you do less. Well, it does nothing. Yeah, you got to do more than that.
A little bit of something. Now, let me ask, as a man that spent a Hawaiian weekend in the midst of a hurricane, who had a better weekend? Cody Decker out in Hawaii or Kyle Tucker inside Dodger Stadium?
Well, I got to tell you, I would say it's Kyle Tucker, and I'll tell you why. He didn't have to watch Kyle Tucker the way I had to watch Kyle Tucker this last weekend in a hurricane. It was awful. He was awful at the plate, 0 for 17. He was awful in the field, making that. Now, granted, a tough play towards the right field wall, but, buddy, we're paying $60 million a year. Run into a goddamn wall every once in a while. Kyle Tucker, listen, we've talked about it ad nauseum. On the road, he's actually having a pretty good year. Unfortunately, a lot of games aren't on the road, and he has been abysmal, borderline anemic at home. I'm waiting for something to break through. It looked like a week ago we had a moment for Kyle Tucker that it looked like we were seeing the old Kyle Tucker, that he comes right back home and back right into hell the way he's been all season long. It was a very unfortunate weekend for the Dodgers altogether. The bullpen didn't hold up when it needed to, and of course the starting pitching faltered when it needed to, and the bats are just not awake right now. Now, there is still the good news. It's August 17th, but let's be real clear here, dude. It's going to be September 17th before you know it.
Yeah, and look, Cody, you've been maybe Kyle Tucker's biggest supporter here. I think I'm out on him. I think Ben is out on him too. You keep waiting for him to catch lightning in a bottle. What's more likely down the stretch? He catches lightning in a bottle, or you catch a wave out there? Have you gotten any surfing in, or do you plan to?
I've got... All right, we got it with Joe. Joe, I'm in a goddamn hurricane. I have not touched the ocean, or else the ocean would sweep me away. I don't know what else to tell you. No, there is a higher likelihood that Kyle Tucker will, of course, do something before I hit the water. That being said, listen, I've been a supporter of Kyle Tucker. I'll remain a supporter of him. I'm not going to turn on the guy. He's going to be in this team, in this lineup, whether you guys like it or not. He's being paid $60 million. I don't see a universe where he gets benched all of a sudden until maybe October rolls around and he's still playing this anemic. I think he still has a lot to bring to the table. He is just not showing it right now at all, especially at Chavez Ravine. He's doing absolutely nothing at Chavez Ravine. It is a massive problem. But then again, look at the entire lineup. Dodgers lineup didn't do anything this weekend and for the last few weeks. They're really being predicated on the long ball right now, which is always going to hurt the Dodgers. In fact, that's always been the game for the Phillies. And we see that bite them on the ass every single October. I'm not sure why the Dodgers seemingly over this last month forgot lost the entire semblance of offensive prowess and being able to manufacture runs, because they are not manufacturing runs. Basically, it's been Max Muncy's solo home run territory for the last 3 weeks.
Cody has been trying to will this Dodger offense into its prolific nature for weeks, and they scored a total of 10 runs in 4 games at home this weekend against Milwaukee. Cody Decker on the show that bears his name, on D. Fish and Decker, bright and early on this Monday morning, live from the North Shore of Oahu, of course, in the middle of a hurricane this weekend. So let's continue the Hawaiian hurricane assessments to Dodger baseball. Cody, in bad weather, when the ocean is ripping and the currents are steady, it is a red flag. Do not swim. When it's a little bit more mild, it's a yellow flag. You're okay to go out there, but just be cautious. When it's beautiful weather, of which Cody Decker is hoping for on this Monday in Oahu, it is a green flag. Where would you say your concern level is for the Dodgers following this weekend against the Brewers? Green, yellow, red, that they'll be okay come October.
Yellow. It's currently a yellow flag. What they've really shown is that they can be God, and this is a team that could get knocked out early in the playoffs, which is not a good thing, especially why I sincerely agree with your guys' assessment earlier on the show. They need the bye. I do not care about them getting the number 1 seed overall. I do care about them getting the bye. If they end up in a wild card round against the Diamondbacks, against the Padres, against the Cubs, against, God forbid, they run into like the Phillies, that would be a very, very, very rough 3-game series for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Doesn't mean they can't get past it, but last year they had to go through the Cincinnati Reds in that situation. Cincinnati Reds, compared to this year's Padres, Diamondbacks, or Phillies, completely different scenario. They've shown that their offense can get got. They've shown that their bullpen can get got. We're still rolling out Edwin Diaz. I'm glad he got somewhat right in game 2, but that's after blowing a game 1 lead. We've seen it again and time again. This team needs to figure out what their bullpen's going to be. We see Justin Robleski just getting put on the IL. Maybe he comes back in some sort of long relief form. Roki Sasaki, as we've discussed ad nauseum, is likely going to end up in the pen, so that'll be some serious help for the bullpen where they really, really desperately need it. But yeah, it is a problem. The Dodgers are not the only team in town, man. Everybody wants to beat the Dodgers. And make no mistake, everyone is in the playoffs to beat the Dodgers.
Cody, you mentioned Edwin Diaz there. Last week, I said after he blew that game Thursday night that his past success and his contract should not guarantee him a spot on the playoff roster, that he needs to right the ship to get that spot, especially with the amount of starters LA can put into the bullpen in the playoffs. What are your thoughts? Is a playoff roster spot for Edwin Diaz in jeopardy, or is he guaranteed because of what they're paying him?
As of right now, it's not in jeopardy. He still has a month and a half to get himself right. And as Dave Robertson said on this show, this team is really dedicated to October. If everybody is right and healthy by October, I think Edwin Diaz will be in that playoff spot. Will he be in the closer role is a completely different conversation. I do think it's going to end up being closer by committee, the same way the last October was, same way the previous October was, because that's what Dave Roberts has shown that he's very comfortable in doing. We'll see a Roki Sasaki out there. We'll see if he's healthy, a Blake Trinan out there. I wouldn't be shocked if we see Justin Robleski out of the bullpen if he comes back and gets back to his form after giving up another 4 runs in a short amount of innings the other night. It's just very interesting. Now, when you mentioned the Brewers earlier on in this conversation, listen, they have split the year series. Now, the Dodgers should have at least tied this last series, if not won the series outright. But here we are. The Dodgers are not the only team in town. And frankly, we've seen the holes that they have. And I'm really worried, as much as I'm worried about the bullpen and the Edwin Diaz of it all, I'm far more concerned about their offense, their offensive approach, and seeing how they've been so predicated on the long ball as of late has been a little concerning for me.
Cody, I was surprised, I'm sure you were as well, that they turned it back over to Edwin Diaz to close out Friday night against the Brewers. And with 2 outs, the bases were juiced at the Ravine, and things got a little bit dicey. You have often said that throughout this weekend, battling the conditions in Oahu, that you have not had a ton to do. So then I presume you were front and center in front of whatever television necessary to take in Ty Simpson's NFL preseason debut with the Los Angeles Rams, correct?
Yeah, that's what I was really focused on out here. Not at all about,
that bored?
living. Yeah, listen, no, I was not that busy. Although I saw some highlights of Ty Simpson. He looked lovely. But yes, I will freely admit the scariest thing I saw on Saturday was unquestionably Edwin Diaz trying to close out a ball game.
That's hilarious. I do want to talk some other preseason storylines. This is kind of a fun one. Rookie Bengals cornerback, Sierra Wright. We just touched on it on In or Out. He reportedly left the team to pursue an acting career. Got his college football career started at USC some years back. Cody, you're a former pro athlete who also has an acting background, a theater background. What are your thoughts on that?
Good luck. You just left. Here's the issue. It's not that it's impossible. It can happen. We've seen athletes actually make the transition over. There's been plenty of them. Ed O'Neill famously played for the Steelers before married with children. Carl Weathers was a linebacker for the Raiders before he hit it big as Apollo Creed in the Rocky movies. But banking on leaving arguably one of the most difficult jobs to ever get, an NFL player, to then go to the other most difficult job ever, to be a Hollywood actor. Listen, I'm born and raised in Hollywood. The saddest people I've ever known are actors. And it's not because they're not talented. It's because they're sad because they can't get work. And this is not exactly the greatest time in the world to be getting acting jobs. Also, it's never a good time to get acting jobs. So I wish you all the luck in the world. I hope you're handsome as hell.
He is a rather good-looking gentleman, and I believe that he is going to have some success, Sierra Wright. I learned last week in working with Cody for multiple days that he was kind of Troy Bolton before Troy Bolton on High School Musical. That not only was he a star baseball prospect, but he had a theatrical career that could have been there. I really did not know that about Cody, but after hearing some of his impressions, especially his Pacino, I believe there could still be a Tony in Cody Decker's future.
Can sing too, apparently.
He can. I've not heard him sing.
I want to hit a karaoke
on
bar.
Friday.
I heard about this.
Yeah.
I'm yet to see it. I heard about it.
I heard it was okay.
I still want to see Cody Decker at a karaoke bar. What is your go-to karaoke song? Because the last time I was in Hawaii, speaking of forgetting Sarah Marshall, went to a karaoke bar with my ex. She made me perform Russell Brand's Inside of You from the movie. What is your go-to karaoke song, Cody?
What a partner.
It just depends how raspy the pipes are that day. Could be Rebel Yell by Billy Idol because, I make that song sound better than Billy ever dreamed of. Maybe I want to go with Sweet Home Chicago, which is weird. I'm not even from Chicago. I'm born and raised in Santa Monica, but I do dig that song. Twist and Shout from the Beatles. You have to understand, whenever you sing that at a karaoke bar, everybody gets involved as if it's that scene in Ferris Bueller's Day Off. So, yes, that is high up on the list. A bunch of other jams, dude. I have a lot of range, a lot of different eclectic choices to go for.
Okay, so Cody Decker, peer behind you right now into the darkness of the North Shore. Give us the weather forecast for this Monday. Do you believe the conditions will be better so that you can enjoy your first day of this Hawaiian vacation?
Yes, I do. I am told the sun will be out. It'll be windy. I don't care. Give me all the wind. I'm going to be hanging out there on the beach, just dusting sand out of my face over and over and over again in these 30-mile-per-hour winds. I don't care. I'm going to pretend that we're in paradise. I don't have a choice. I'm here.
Cody, I know you're going to rip on me for, assuming that the weather will be nice enough. But should you get a day where you can catch a wave out there this trip, is that in your arsenal? Have you surfed before? Will you give it a go out there? I mean, I've never done it before, but when I was in Hawaii, I had to hop on a board. So is that going to happen if the weather is permitting?
Those of you that are checking out the swells over there in Southern California, you know that I've always been out there in El Porto and, of course, Sunset Beach and all of the other wonderful spots in Southern California. Yes, I was a surfer for years and years and years and years. Had a bad experience about 11 years ago over there at Sunset Beach. And those of you that don't know Sunset Beach, Sunset Boulevard on the PCH, it's just boulders upon boulders. And let's just say I had a little bit of an accident when a swell decided to run me into the boulders over and over and over again, and surfing since. But when you're on the North Shore, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. There's a coral over there, so I'm going to get punched by the coral. Can't wait.
Be careful. We don't want you to come back with any injuries. We do want you to get a round of golf in if the weather in Hawaii does hold up its end of the bargain. Cody Decker joining us here on the show that has his name, Deep Fish and Decker, on this Monday morning. And may the weather in Hawaii the rest of the week be better, Cody. We wish you the best of times. All right, we go now to what we were discussing after Cody was breaking down Dodger baseball for us. And Cody Joe has been a huge proponent this time of year for the Dodgers and the offensive struggles that we have seen. And we heard it from Dave Roberts yesterday following the loss to the Brewers. They plated 2 runs, both courtesy via the solo home run. Max Muncy in the bottom of the 4th that tied up the game at that time against the Brew Crew. And a non-consequential Andy Pages solo home run in the bottom of the 9th after they were trailing by 5 runs. 113 was the WRC plus, weighted runs created plus number for the Dodgers through July 30th. Basically, how good is your offense at giving you opportunities to score runs and thus win baseball games? It was the best number in baseball since the start of that series against the Red Sox, of which the Dodgers have gone 5-11 in that span in the last 5 sets. The WRC plus is down from a Major League best 113 to a WRC plus of 87 that ranks bottom 10 in baseball.
Yeah, it's not good. And even if, maybe for some of our older fans, our older listeners or viewers, right, who don't follow WRC or the new advanced metrics that baseball has gotten so deeply intertwined with, look at runs per game. They were second in baseball through the month of July behind only the Washington Nationals in runs per game. They've dropped in just a couple of weeks from second to 4th. You could say, well, 4th is still good, but that's also a pretty monumental drop in just a span of 2 weeks for a full season's body of work to go from second to 4th. This offense has hit the skids, and also, Ben, we've touched on this, the defense over the past 35 days or so has been an abomination, and I don't think that there's just correlation there. I think there's direct causation there. You have guys struggling at the plate, thinking about those struggles when they're out there in the field. And I think the bright side is when the offense heats up, the defense will get better. But right now, everything is just collapsing.
First 92 games of this season for LA. 26 errors committed. That was through July 5th. It was the fewest in Major League Baseball. In the past 33 games for the Dodgers, from July 6th and on through yesterday, 25 errors made, the 3rd most in Major League Baseball. That is not Dodger baseball as they expect it, and there would have been a 3rd, more than likely, if they correctly ruled, and in an opposing ballpark, Kyle Tucker's misplay in right field. And that directly led to multiple runs against the Brewers yesterday. 2 errors committed by Tommy Edman, and of course the misplay by Kyle Tucker. It has not been a pretty vision of Dodger baseball, but if the offense is going to get it figured out, here is your golden opportunity. You are playing in Coors Field this week in a 3-game road trip in Denver. You are at altitude against the Rockies, who have the worst record in the NL. You are not going to be playing a postseason team, and you have left a lot to be desired based on the results of what we have seen against the Brewers and the Cubs and the Diamondbacks and the Red Sox the last few weeks. But, Joe, this is the opportunity at Coors tonight, 5:40 p.m. local time, first pitch scheduled against the Rockies, to maybe just right the ship or build some positive offensive momentum.
Yeah, and what I want to see here against the Rockies is what I wanted to see but didn't against Kansas City. And I had people tell me, a win is a win is a win. I know, I'm usually the one saying that. But what I needed against that lowly Royals team was dominance. And what I need against this lowly Rockies team is dominance. You've got Sugano on the bump for Colorado. Don't let the record fool you. The dude's 12-5 this year, but he has stunk against the Dodgers. Current Dodger hitters 15 for 44 against Sugano in his short MLB career. 6 home runs in 44 at-bats. It's a slugging percentage alone over 800. You didn't mishear that. Slugging percentage over 800. Normally we talk about 800 for an OPS.
Yeah.
Well, the Dodgers' collective OPS against Sugano is up near 1,200.
Ooh.
So get right
numbers.
and do it quickly. I mean, Ohtani, 5 for 8, 3 home runs against Sugano. Maybe it's worth a bet. I mean, I can't imagine the odds are phenomenal, but maybe Ohtani, if he's plus 250, 3-1 to go long tonight, that might be worth a flyer. A lot of these guys have taken Sugano deep. I don't need to just see wins this series against Colorado.
Yeah.
I need to see statements, because in the sweep against Kansas City, their run differential was only +4.
Yeah.
I want to see some blowouts at Coors Field, and then I'll say, all right, maybe this transfers back to their next series on the road when they leave altitude at Coors Field.
Maybe, just maybe, a double-digit run output. We were debating who had the best weekend. Was it Cody Decker battling a hurricane in Hawaii? Was it the Dodgers losing 3 of 4 against the Brewers? I think we can definitively say that Ty Simpson, following his NFL preseason debut in Arrowhead, had the best weekend of all 3. We'll talk about Ty Simpson up next here on D. Fish and Decker.
Dude's going through it right now.
I'm sure he is, because he's put so many years of higher performance together. But it also sounded to me like like frustration. He knows he needs to be better, wants to be better for his team and teammates, but that, he's seen everything and he's been through everything. Like, you don't get to where these guys are without having navigated some of these moments and stretches. What I can tell you, though, is, the third time through is, you are on fumes. I don't care how hard you work out in the offseason, how much time you put in, what kind of recovery you're trying to do. 3 seasons in a row playing all the way to the end is exhausting. Your body is not what it used to be 2 years ago.
Not to mention the years before that, because, listen, this guy's played to the playoffs every year, both in Boston and here. He's won 4 World Series now, 3 in LA, 1 in Boston. I mean, this guy definitely has played like full seasons post the regular season.
Yeah, and some of it, it's not an age thing, or it's not because of, he's getting older or this, or like, some of it is just, in particular, when you've had such success in the past, like you have a standard for yourself. And sometimes when that standard isn't being met, like, you can feel, I'm not meeting my standard. Mm-hmm. That's the additional frustrating thing as well that can start to negatively impact your performance, because now you're pressing, you're trying harder, and you're trying to replicate what you used to do or what you normally do when the situation requires you to just be the present version of what you need to be. And so maybe your power isn't there, maybe your speed isn't there, maybe whatever, for whatever the reasons, but what adjustments can you make in real time to try to still be successful for the team? And that's kind of what everybody's going through in some form or fashion. Robleski, who's not the same age as Mookie, but he's not playing well right now. So, again, it's not automatically, like, we like to quickly just go to age or to some, like, easy thing that we can wrap our brains around.
Yeah.
But if a 24-year-old is struggling and a 34-year-old is struggling, that's not an age thing.
No.
Right? That's just part of sports and part of life. And you just have to figure out how to navigate these things. And to me, Mookie has world-class experience in navigating adversity and will ultimately do things that are going to help this.
I'm able to say that it is amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court. Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself and being able to practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every day so that I could be in this position. So to see all that hard work kind of pay off right now, it's really fulfilling. Just being around everybody, shooting the ball, like, I don't even know, like, the smallest stuff just gets me excited. But I definitely being able to scrimmage again, it's all I could ask for, honestly.
Turn it up and down. There we go.
Two-time captain, DB, and the hometown team. Quentin, thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
We love this.
Yeah.
So, Chris Shula, future head coach.
Yeah.
I know you may not want to hear that since he's your defensive coordinator right now, but
What is it like playing in his system? And I want to hear from you, a man in that system, what makes it so unique? Why are our quarterbacks always freezing, hesitating, and struggling against your defense?
Yeah, well, Chris Shula has been there since the beginning of my journey in the NFL, right? He was the DB's coach when I first came into the league. So he's seen my journey for now. I'm going to be 5 years, right?
Yeah.
But his system, I love it because he always tries to maximize what a player can do best, right? If a player can do this best, he's going to put you in the best positions to make plays at that position. And obviously, I've had in my journey where I've moved around, I played so many different positions.
Yeah.
But that was a credit to, Coach Shula as, what can Q do the best? Can he cover the best in this situation? Can he blitz the best in this situation? So he's moved me around a lot. And the thing I like about it in terms of just the grand scheme of things and really the landscape of the league is you're trying now for a lot of NFL defenses is can you rush four? Can you create pressure with 4 defensive guys? And luckily we just got I know there's probably going to be another segment. But, we got a great guy that will help us do that. But can you be able to show the same look in every single defense to make everything look the same? So you don't know if it's man, so you don't know if it's zone, so you don't know if there's pressure coming. That's, where the landscape of the league is going towards, is where you can have these defenses and play so many different coverages, but everything looks the same, so you can't give off a tell. I'm going to give you credit. That was a great transition. That was a great.
Here we go. Here we go. Talk about it.
So
let him know.
It's funny because I try to do that, like in the interview space and all that stuff. Like, how can you transition? So that was
all right,
because that was flawless. That was flawless.
Thank you.
But yeah, so. You have so many guys now that can do a lot of different things. Guys like me, guys like Kyle Hamilton, guys like Nick Emamori, Devin Witherspoon, Brian Branch. Like, there's Derwin James.
Yeah.
I don't want to discredit anybody because there's obviously so many fantastic players out there. But it's now, obviously, our league is it's a passing league. Most of the explosive plays and touchdowns are through the air game. And how can you
Decker to start a new week here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He is Joe, I am Ben. We are neither Derek nor Cody Decker, but he did join us in our most recent segment, live from Hawaii.
What a lunatic.
What lunatic.
Bringing his microphone and the whole portable setup
to Hawaii. He
told
me that he was going to bring his microphone. I wasn't exactly sure what the Airbnb setup would look like there on the North Shore of Oahu, but it looked like a beautiful setting, albeit very dark behind him.
It was pitch black, yeah.
But you could tell that porch is going to be nice when you can oversee the ocean.
Yeah, hopefully he gets to enjoy a sunny day once or twice
man.
Before the trip is wrapped up.
I really, really hope so.
He didn't seem to be laughing about the hurricane as much as you and I were.
He didn't
How
love
many
all
times
of
did he
our
call me an idiot in that segment? That was
great. I think the counter was 3 or 4. He didn't really love our Hurricane Hawaii jokes. We hope everybody in the Hawaiian Islands has stayed safe through this tropical storm, and we hope that Cody Decker gets a sunny day on the beach to tan, to hang out, to post a thirst trap or two, to play a round of golf. That is what
he is starting to get into the thirst trap nature of it all, and you know what, he needs to. As someone who majored in thirst traps,
can you give him pointers?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, did you not see my Instagram story? Yeah. Come on, I've got a post right at Joe Serralo on Instagram of myself doing pull-ups at 4:50 in the morning today. Like, we've mastered the thirst trap.
That's a man with a plan. Also bringing the high energy here early on a Monday morning to start a new week. There is so much to discuss. We will continue breaking down the Dodgers' bad weekend against the Brewers, losing 3 of 4, but it was a good weekend for the Los Angeles Rams in their NFL preseason debut. They won 20-12 against the Chiefs in Kansas City. Whoop-de-doo. We all wanted to see Ty Simpson in his NFL preseason debut. He played from the second quarter on after Stetson Bennett got the start, did lead a scoring drive, and looked pretty sharp as well. But Simpson Joe, 21 of 25, 190 yards and 2 touchdowns, albeit against third and fourth stringers, against a lot of backups for the Kansas City Chiefs. You throw in that obvious context. But when you are playing bad players or you are playing against backups and reserves, then you must shine. And Ty Simpson did exactly that in Arrowhead.
Yeah, and the big thing for me is that Ty Simpson looked the part. Mm-hmm. We could talk about stats and whatnot, but we've already mentioned it numerous times this program. You're going up against backups. You're going up against backups to the backups, guys who will not be on a roster in a few weeks. And so most importantly, Ty Simpson went out there and he looked like he was processing everything like an NFL quarterback. The game wasn't too fast for him. He was up to speed with it, and he was going through his progressions. He was able to, move out of the pocket and still throw with accuracy. If there wasn't anything downfield, he was able to, check down and work it to the flat. I loved the rapport between him and Max Clare.
Yeah.
And by the way, Max Clare, if you go on a Rams depth chart right now, and this is all unofficial, he's going to show up as your 4th tight end. Do they carry 4 tight ends? Because he was your 2nd-round pick. He's making the team.
Sure.
He's obviously going to be a part of it. They don't have anyone I would deem a Pro Bowl caliber tight end, but all these guys can play.
Yeah.
It's, Parkinson, Higbee, Ferguson, and Clare. Like, Clare had 7 catches on 8 balls thrown his way. Like, this guy is 2nd-rounder, Ohio State. He's a national champ. I actually was pretty impressed with him. I thought that was encouraging in addition to Simpson, but for a team that's got Nakua, Adams, and then some question marks in terms of who else you're throwing it to, they've got, I think, a plethora of options at tight end.
They have maybe the best wide receiver duo in the National Football League in Puka Nakua and Devontae Adams. They do not have the deepest wide receiver room.
Yeah.
The depth is really in the tight end room, and when Sean McVay has popularized around the NFL 13 personnel, that's 1 running back and 3 tight ends, you need to roster 5 guys, and I think Max Clare will certainly be involved. In the 2nd-round rookie from last year, now embarking on his 2nd year, Terrence Ferguson, I expect big things out of. Plenty more around the National Football League in just a little bit. We're only about a half an hour away, by the way, from the unveiling of the preseason AP Top 25 in college football. We expect USC to be top 15, top 20, but right now, it is a day that we honor American history being made. We play 3 the hard way here on D. Fish and Decker. Raj, what is today's topic?
Well, gentlemen, like you say, we do honor history. And this day in 1999, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire premiered on, was it ABC?
I believe so.
Okay, all right. So it got me thinking, 3 the hard way. I know both of you guys are game show guys?
Big game show guy.
Okay,
Love
okay.
I'm just relieved there's something finally that I'm older than. I feel like so many things on this show happened before I was born.
Yeah.
I was 1 when Who Wants to Be a Millionaire debuted.
And you remember it fondly, I am sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, here
More
we
so
go,
than Meredith
guys.
years.
I've got 5 game shows, but what I need from you guys is to narrow it down to 3 the hard way. So we got Jeopardy, The Price is Right, Wheel of Fortune, Family Feud, and of course, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. So, Ben, give me your...
Number 1 for me, and it will never be surmounted or replaced. It is The Price is Right. I love The Price is Right with everything in me. It is very nostalgic. Days where you were homesick from school, you would turn it on, 11 a.m., I believe, here in Los Angeles, and you would see Bob Barker's orange but smiley face, and it would be one of the great moments of your life. So Price is Right is always my number 1 game show.
All right, Joe, what about you?
Last time I ever looked at an orange face and smiled. My number 1 is going to be Family Feud. To me, there is nothing better than the personalities, and especially, I think of this and how fun it would be to have the Serralo family on. I have my father on when I do some TV work every now and then. I could only imagine the unimaginable, inappropriate answers that would come out of my father's mouth on Family Feud. And Steve Harvey trying to, kiss one of my cousins on the mouth would be great.
All right.
Family Feud, my number 1 slot.
Okay, well, there you go. So that leads us to...
So we were predicting what the others' list might be.
Yeah.
Your number 1 was not what I expected it to be.
Neither
and
was
thus
yours.
Not my number 2. Number 2 for me is Jeopardy. Yeah. Because in the run of the 7 p.m. shows on ABC here in Los Angeles, to go Wheel of Fortune into Jeopardy was a nightly routine in the Stevens household growing up. So Jeopardy is my number 2.
Yeah, and I'm right there with you with the same reasoning. Dinner time was 7 p.m. for me, which, I don't know, might be late for some people. But my stepdad would get home from work, and it was, dinner at 7, and it was Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune during dinner. And, I just have such fond memories watching it with my grandfather, who was one of the smartest people I know. I don't think I ever beat him at Jeopardy. And by the way, I'm pretty good at Jeopardy. I've been known to put Jeopardy on with a date just to try to, show off and impress her. And maybe that's why I'm single, but I'm still pretty damn good at it. So Jeopardy also my number 2.
Okay, well, here's where it gets hard. Of course, it's 3 the hard way. That means we got to leave a couple shows off. So, Big Ben, who's off the list? I'll start with that.
I have to leave off Family Feud. I never quite understood the rules growing up, so it was always very difficult for me to get involved in. I did love Family Feud, I believe, early on like the iPhone apps when you could play those games back in the day. Family Feud became a crowd favorite. And although it led to us doing 3 the Hard Way about game shows today, Raj, and its place in American history, and Regis Philbin is one of the great hosts this country has ever seen. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire is left off the list as well.
Off the list?
Yeah.
Wow. God bless the dead. Regis is somewhere rolling in his grave since you left him off the list.
Is Regis dead?
Pretty sure.
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
Well, may he rest.
I've been known to do this prematurely before, so I'm not trying to make fun.
Yes, July 25th, 2020. Oh, there was a pandemic going on. He got lost in the news shuffle.
All right.
Sorry, Regis.
He's been dead 6 years. Holy cannoli.
Pay some respects, Ben. All right, who's off the list? So your third one is?
Wheel of Fortune.
Okay, Wheel of Fortune makes the cut for
Pat
you.
Sajak, also a legend. Not dead, although he did retire. Ryan Seacrest has taken over.
All right.
I would argue Vanna White, the bigger legend.
For sure.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, so you got to leave 2 off your list. What you got, Joe?
I'm leaving Wheel of Fortune off. I mean, it was a part of dinner time every night growing up. It just never really
paid it homage.
It was too easy for the Serralo household. They wanted the harder.
Look, I'm not leaving Vanna White off my list. That's a different 3 the Hard Way. But Wheel of Fortune doesn't make the cut for me. And that takes us down to Price is Right or Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. And when I think of either summer days at home as a kid or sick days, I think of watching Who Wants to Be a Millionaire with my father.
Wow, the upset. I love it.
I'm leaving The Price is Right off. Guessing how much a vacuum costs doesn't take skill. Knowing the
Takes
answers to
consumer
questions
knowledge
on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. And don't forget,
And what friend the phone?
Slumdog Millionaire, one of the best movies
Yeah.
of the last
Inspired
20
by
years.
Regis.
Inspired
Yeah.
by Regis and Meredith and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. So that is my third spot. I'm leaving Bob Barker's Pretty Orange Face off.
Well, there you have it. That was 3 the Hard Way Game Show edition.
Listen, I always love The Price is Right. And one of the great things about
Bores me to tears.
being on the West Coast, may I add this? In March, when you have Thursday and Friday in the round of 64 of the NCAA tournament, and you go Price is Right from 11 a.m. to noon before the basketball begins in March Madness, one of the great 1-2 combos you will ever see.
That's funny. I will say, I just, a lot of people when they come out to LA on vacation, that's on their bucket. Like, I want to go be in the audience and get called up. The Price is Right bores me to tears.
Okay. Well, I like guessing how much this hand soap costs. And I love, not the Daily Double, that's in Jeopardy, Showcase Showdown.
Yeah.
Always great theater.
I love a Daily Double.
You do love a Daily Double. And I'm sure you were very good in the Serralo household at holding that down. We will talk the National Football League, NFL news and notes for the conclusion of Week 1 of the NFL preseason and the big storylines you must know. Up next here on D. Fish and Decker.
You get these versatile defenders that can, yes, stop the run, but also play a pivotal part in the pass. Can you mix them up? Can you put them in different spots? And if you're able to do that, then you change the numbers on defense. And, offense is always trying to dictate the terms, but when you have the ability to do that on defense, that's huge. And I think that is where the league is going. You're getting these kind of bigger bodies, whether they're in the slot, deep, or outside, that can just do it all. Can they blitz? Can they play zone? Can they play man? Can they play the run? And can they play the pass? And if you're able to do that, you can change the math on defense. You can do so many different things. And, what we've been talking about is we're not trying to give off these telltale signs. You can run 6-1. You can put that slot defender on the line of scrimmage. You can go 6-1. You can run a 3-4. You can do so many different things on defense. It just really gets your DC like, I can go, okay, what can I do here? What can I do on this play? What can I do in this situation? So I love it. And for me, it's been fun because, you're not just tied to one thing. I can be back. I can, be on the line of scrimmage. I can be in the box. I can blitz, play man, play zone. But it's difficult at the same time because you have to think there's so many things that you have to think about when you're out there. But at the end of the day, we've been talking about preparation.
There you go.
So just being able to be prepared, be able to do all those things and, go out there, cut it loose and have the confidence to do it.
Now, this team has...
What do you take away from that? It was really, more for him to kind of just continue to do the things that I've kind of shared with you guys. And so he looked great and he's still continuing to go through his process. No new news on that front.
You have said, the arrow is pointing upward.
Yep.
Is this just another step in that, or do you
It
think
is.
that just solidifies things?
No, I think we've had a plan in place for a while, like I've kind of told you guys, and the workout was one of those things. And really, it was kind of semantical to be able to use the equipment and things like that to fall under the legalities of CBA. And so he's very deliberate and intentional about what this looks like. I'm careful to say, like, things are going in the right direction. He's feeling good, but we're not to where we are able to say whether or not he is or isn't ready to do it. But he's doing great, and he looked outstanding, as I think all of us.
Which Cy Young ace do you trust more on the Dodgers, ladies and gentlemen? Do you trust Tarek Skubal or Blake Snell? And I'll give you my answer right now. Of course I trust Blake Snell more. It's a man that's pitched in multiple World Series now, not only for the Dodgers, but for the Tampa Bay Rays. He's won 2 Cy Youngs the same way Tarek Skubal has. Tarek Skubal hasn't had the opportunity to pitch deep into an October. This is going to be potentially his first real opportunity. Doesn't mean I don't trust Tarek Skubal. Absolutely do. He's had about a B+ start and a B- start for the Los Angeles Dodgers. But first game out of the microneedling surgery for Blake Snell, it was an A+. A+ start, A+ stuff. I can't stress enough how encouraging isn't even the word. Encouraging is that he threw 85 pitches. Incredible is that he dumped.
ESPN is posting this incorrectly. They are putting a fractured leg. Oh, it's a microfracture. Micro is a key word there. Can you play on a microfracture?
Yeah, I've played on a complete ruptured, fractured, stress fracture.
I played with a completely torn UCL and shoulder and a broken toe in 2 places.
Cody, you had multiples in games?
Multiple. Yeah, no, and no, they never took me out of a game because I am a badass.
Do we owe Christian and all the former Team USA members nationally, do they owe Christian an apology?
Does Landon Donovan, Tim Howard, and all of those people who have called out his lack of performance? Oh, yeah, did she owe him an apology too? No. No one owes him an apology. And here's the thing, I don't dislike Christian Pulisic. It's just I have been spending the last 5 years being told that this guy is the one that's going to take American soccer to the next level. Based on what I've seen now in 2 World Cups from the guy and him no-showing the Gold Cup with his first opportunity to play with Poch, and now all the reports around, and as much as I want to say they're sources and unverified, Landon Donovan's the one out talking about Christian Pulisic's camp and how he's been handling the press and how it's been a problem for Team USA. It's interesting hearing that your first pick overall is looking really good and it's being framed as a problem. This is the most Raider thing I've ever heard in my life. Your quarterback is playing too good. That's a problem, Raider fans. Do you know why it's a problem? Because we just hired the one and only Kirk Cousins, and we got Kirk Cousins basically to mitigate the season so we can give Fernando Mendoza some time to kind of season, possibly learn under a seasoned quarterback such as Kirk Cousins, and it's a great thing on paper. However, the reports coming out of Raider camp is Kirk Cousins doesn't look nearly as good as the young Fernando Mendoza. And those of you that are mad, let me start by saying, shut up. Just shut up. If you're mad, how about this? If you're mad about the Tarek Skubal trade, let's start with something really simple. Who are you mad at? That is the first question you need to ask. Because if you're mad at the Dodgers, slap yourself in the face. I'm going to give you a minute because the Dodgers did nothing wrong. The Dodgers did nothing wrong. In fact, the Dodgers, I'll actually go a step further. They're the only ones that did anything right in this entire situation because the Dodgers get their hand on Tarek Skubal for giving up 3 prospects. Now, are they bad prospects? No. In fact, they're good prospects, but they sure as hell are not the prospects that are end-all, be-all that should have gotten this done. I couldn't believe the lack of haul that just came
is
in
a month
for
for
this price.
We are 21 days away from the Rams season opener in Australia. As we learned this morning, the locals pronounce it Melbourne, Australia, as they get ready to take on the bitter divisional rivals in the San Francisco 49ers. And of course, this past weekend on Saturday in Arrowhead in Kansas City, Missouri, it was Ty Simpson making his NFL preseason debut. 21 of 25, 190 yards, and 2 touchdown tosses. Joe, it was one of the main storylines for the NFL in week 1 of this preseason. There was a plethora of games on Saturday, 3 on Friday, 6 on Thursday. Some other big news and notes around the National Football League from preseason week 1. Again, preseason doesn't really matter all that much. It doesn't change a lot of things, but can we learn anything from preseason that might give us an edge or dictate what we will come to know about the NFL entering 2020? 26. There was also some impressive performances on Saturday elsewhere in the NFL. Deshaun Watson made the start in Game 1 for the Cleveland Browns, and there is a rookie that has been catching a lot of buzz in training camp, Casey Concepcion, that looked really good for Cleveland, albeit they got hammered in Chicago 34-10.
You know, you are so good at really just diving right in, coming out of a break, setting the scene, and getting right into the topic.
I tried to.
I heard the music to Hypnotize by Biggie coming on. I thought maybe we were going to get some Ben Stevens rapping coming out of the break. I was waiting for you
More
to say
West Coast guy. That's why I was rapping the game on Friday.
Okay. I was waiting to hear you say your daughter's tied up in a Brooklyn basement live on these airwaves.
No. I'll leave that to you, my friend. You did a great job of it.
These preseason week 1 storylines probably don't reveal as much as week 2 and week 3 will. What I will say, though, watching the Giants-Vikings game, or the clips of it that I saw, is that it's going to be a long season for the New York football Giants. And I have wrestled this offseason with how to approach the Giants. There was a time, and, you know, look, I grew up a Giants fan. My affinity for the team has waned, really, going back to how I felt, you know, they kind of disrespected Eli at the end of his career with the Daniel Jones of it all and that failed experiment, and just having no continuity at head coach after Tom Coughlin, who I also felt was very disrespected after delivering 2 Lombardi trophies. So my affinity for the Giants has waned, but when they hired John Harbaugh, I had a rush of excitement where I was thinking, are the Giants a dark horse pick to bet on to win the NFC East? They finally have a head coach. Year 2 quarterbacks historically make the big jump. You know, look at Caleb Williams from his rookie year, where he was just getting driven into the ground nonstop, to all of a sudden fortify the O-line. Caleb has the Bears. I mean, they were right in it with the Rams in that divisional round. So I'm thinking, great coach. You know, quarterback year 2, you bring in Isaiah Likely, you got 2 top 10 draft picks. Maybe we can work with something here. I think Jackson Dart and Cam Scadaboo are a couple of idiots.
Yeah, big time.
And that initial rush of excitement when the Harbaugh hire happened, I actually have not liked what I've heard out of Harbaugh this offseason. I haven't liked video clips I've seen of meetings that he's run where he stood up there and, I mean, you know, he just kept going, "We're the New York Giants," for about 90 seconds straight. Like, it was like the moment was too big for him. Maybe he was more cut out for a Baltimore than a New York. Maybe the moment is too big for him. I don't know, but I do know Jackson Dart and Cam Scadaboo combined have a lower IQ than you do, Ben Stevens.
I think so.
And I'm worried about those 2 cats behind there orchestrating this offense. They have individual talent, this New York Giants team does. I don't think as a cohesive unit, it's going to be able to shine through.
I wouldn't even speak that highly of my IQ. I think it just goes to speak to what Jackson Dart and Cam Scadaboo possess in terms of their mental
Well, look, Syracuse
aptitude.
is no St. Bonaventure.
It's
but
not.
You did
we
all
are
right.
no Bonnies, man. We are no Bonnies. We are simply orange. When you go elsewhere around the NFL, the 49ers played on Thursday night, but we also talked about this earlier with the electrical substation. George Kittle trying to work his way back from the torn Achilles that he suffered in the postseason against the Philadelphia Eagles in early January. When asked by reporters as the Niners continue camp yesterday if he can play in the opener in Melbourne against the Los Angeles Rams, he said, quote, "I have a chance." That is a really exciting game to start a season on Thursday, September 10th here in the United States. But, Joe, I am not a fan of international football games. I really hate the Los Angeles Rams taking what would be a home divisional game against your rival and putting it week 1 in Melbourne, Australia. If Kittle plays, if he does not, where do you give the 49ers chances against the Rams in that season debut?
I love how committed you are to this Melbourne bit. To pronouncing
I'm
it
fully in now.
I can't wait. I hope you and I get to share the airwaves before a game in Barcelona, because I know that you will be...
Sao Paulo.
Yeah.
I can hit that.
Maybe we'll take it to Ibiza next year. You know, we'll see.
If the NFL is looking for expansion, Melbourne is going to be what I say
expansion,
constantly.
And I mean, Ibiza's the place.
Scott Hansen says Melbourne, I say Melbourne, for what it's worth.
These guys are getting into some trouble in Ibiza. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like I am increasingly liking the Niners' chances in that Melbourne game. And I was pretty dismissive of this Niners team. I still don't think that they're a threat. I think that they are a third-place team. But I do feel like if there is a time the Rams can be got, it's probably September. You know, think about it. We talked about their biggest question mark with this roster is QB2.
Yep.
That's a luxury, right? But with that comes the fact that, Stafford's not going to play all preseason. Myles Garrett might not play all preseason. A lot of these cats are going to use September, weeks 1, 2, and 3, as their preseason. And so if you're going to get the Rams, September's probably your best shot before they find a rhythm and find a groove. And also, the Rams have 2 potential suspensions to look out for.
Yes, they do.
And that is Puka Nacua and Alaric Jackson, your left tackle.
Yep.
Those are 2 high-impact, important position players. If George Kittle is back, that helps the Niners. If Nacua and Jackson are potentially suspended, that hurts the Rams. If there is a time the Niners get the Rams, they might have a better shot to do it in Melbourne than in San Francisco later in the year.
Good use of that town in Australia. I was going to bring up some of that news because on Friday afternoon, a slew of suspensions were handed down by the National Football League in terms of violations of the personal conduct policy. And Adam Schefter had reported that the NFL League office is investigating Puka Nacua and his off-field activity. They had handed down an 8-game suspension to James Pierce Jr. of the Atlanta Falcons, and it felt like that was one of the big names that people would know in terms of any PCP suspensions that we were going to see. So I was waiting and refreshing on Friday afternoon. Are we getting Puka Nacua? Are we getting Josh Jacobs of the Green Bay Packers? Nothing just yet. Doesn't mean it can't happen, and still might in the next 2 weeks, basically, before camp is through. But just at this moment, no suspensions, no discipline just yet. It's a really interesting game for the Rams in Australia against the 49ers because they will finish the year in December and early January with 3 of their final 5 games being against their divisional foes. The 49ers on the road in Santa Clara. They have a little bit additional rest entering that game against the 49ers. That's week 14. Week 16, the Christmas night nightcap against Seattle, the first rematch of the NFC Championship game in Seattle on December 25th. And then they will host the Seahawks in the week 18 regular season finale that, Joe, by all accords, could be game 272, the finale of the entirety of the regular season to determine who wins the NFC West, who might be the 1 seed in the NFC. The good news about playing in this division, the NFC West, that is as difficult as you will find around the sport, is the Arizona Cardinals exist. And despite beating the Raiders handily on Thursday in their second preseason game, because they featured in the Hall of Fame game as well, Jeremiah Love, 3rd overall pick this past April, the very talented do-everything running back out of Notre Dame. He had 14 touches in the game against Vegas, and then rookie head coach Mike LaFleur, former offensive coordinator in LA for the Rams, revealed that this weekend he's going to be held out for about a week because of a sore ankle. Nothing like taking your 3rd overall pick and then giving him so much run that he now needs some time off early in his first NFL season.
What a defunct organization.
Bad.
I mean, do you remember that word Cody Decker used with me about 3 or 4 times during his
idiot?
Segment? That's what I want to yell at the Arizona Cardinals. You idiots running Jeremiah Love into the ground in the pre-season.
14 touches in a preseason game for what?
I mean, I don't get it. This guy shouldn't be playing more than a drive. And you might say, well, he's a rookie. He's got to get the reps in. He was your 1st-round pick. You know he can ball. You wouldn't have taken a running back so early in the draft if he couldn't ball.
Yep.
I mean, that is just disastrous. By the
And
way,
very stupid of them to take a running back at that point when you're such a bad team and you have a dozen holes on your team. Oh, let's take a running back.
More.
Idiot.
And I love Jeremiah Love, but you need idiot's an understatement. You need so much more than a running back, Arizona. I mean, also you guys are going to be trailing all the time this year. Your run game's not going to matter. It's why Brissett puts up monster numbers because they're always behind by so much.
Yeah.
I was going to say, by the way, I am very glad, speaking of this division, that you highlighted your disdain as well for international games. I've said many times, I'm okay if you want to have 2 or 3. Do your thing with the Jags in London. That's fine. Maybe Mexico City. That's cool. It's not too far. Australia. And then to lose, if anything, send like a Browns-Titans game to Australia.
For sure.
But a divisional game with playoff implications, that is idiotic and disastrous. How the Niners get the home game, but the Rams lose it, and that could have tiebreaker implications. I don't know how the NFL allows that to happen.
I don't either. I hate it. I like saying the word Melbourne, but I hate it for both the Rams and even the 49ers and for Los Angeles. If you want to get to a Super Bowl, step number 1 is winning your division. You lose a home game against the 49ers. Other football news here in Los Angeles, the preseason AP poll in college football is about to be released. We'll break it down next on D. Fish and Decker.
So just so we're all clear, 3 prospects go over to the Detroit Tigers from the Los Angeles Dodgers, and they are the following. Zaire Hope, who is the Dodgers' number 5 prospect, followed by River Ryan, the Dodgers' number 10 prospect, and Brady Smith, a pitcher who is also their number 17 prospect. The Dodgers still have 7 prospects in Major League Baseball's top 100 list. They didn't even have to give away any of their top 4 prospects to get their hands on Tarek Skubal. And to the point where, if this was all it took, explain to me why anyone's mad at the Dodgers. Because if you're a fan of another team right now, you should be pissed at your team that you didn't. If you're a Milwaukee Brewers fan, you should be screaming at Matt Arnold, their GM. You should be furious that they did nothing. If you're a Rays fan, the Rays just gave up arguably like the same exact haul that the Dodgers just did to get Freddie Peralta, who's got like a 6 ERA this season out of the New York Mets. You're telling me they couldn't get this done? Throw an extra prospect in there. You're the Rays. You got endless prospects. Do something. I have no sympathy for anyone in baseball, and sure as hell no fan in baseball that's complaining about this, because this was a more than a fair asking price, and there are many, many more layers to break down. But I just want to start with that. Everyone that's complaining and moaning that the Dodgers are ruining baseball, no. It's not one team ruining baseball. It's the other 29 teams that are currently ruining baseball.
Any honorable mentions?
Dude,
I should have put you number 1. I should have put you number 1, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
fair.
First of all,
I think we agree that's totally fair.
We're not gonna. I feel like we shouldn't go to break here until you actually give us your real 5th one. Having me versus Shohei Ohtani in the Cy Young is absolutely ridiculous. I think you need. What was the actual one there?
Think about the compliment.
That is absolutely insane. What's the real 5th one? What's the real 5th one in there? What's the real 5th one there? You technically just named 4. That's not true.
D-Mac and Reiter, I have you on a greatest all-time list. Because I view you as a GOAT.
You're the greatest troll of all time.
Hey man, I am morally and spiritually offended by your zealous love for Shohei Ohtani that has turned you into the mother from The Aviator with the soap and the flashback. You're not safe. I'm
Marlon from Finding Nemo. I'm fine with that though.
Yeah.
What's the real 5th one? Come on now. That's absurd.
That's fine. It's Doug versus his inner true self when talking about Dalton Rushing. But I didn't want to bring it up. Yeah, I know, right? I got you, man. You're my boy, Blue. I just rewatched that movie. I just rewatched Old School.
Old School's great. You're my boy, Blue. Let's go streaking. KFC.
You good?
How are you going to bring up movie lines and I do movie lines in that same movie and then you go silent?
I was looking at my list and rethinking whether or not I made a mistake. And I realized I did. I should have put you versus Shohei Ohtani Cy Young Award number 1. Did I get a cheer?
Number 1.
No, that's an endorsement.
It is? Okay, fine. At least I'm number 1 in something, so I'll take it.
You're number 1 in my heart.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Roger.
It is 9 a.m. to start a new week on a Monday morning in Los Angeles, California, and you're in the exact right spot. It's D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He is Joe Cirallo. I am Ben Stevens, in for D-Fish and Decker the next few days here on the new 97.1. We teased it as we head into our 4th and final hour. I am a huge college football aficionado. It is almost like a slight bit of Christmas morning for me as we speak because the preseason AP Top 25 entering the 2026 college football season has officially been released. In the last minute, some breaking news here on the new 97.1 The Fan. The USC Trojans are ranked 14th in the preseason AP poll. Actually, in a tie for 14th, based on points, both BYU and USC, Joe, 14th in the country entering 2026.
I was confused. I was like, I'm on the AP's website. I see 15th for USC. You said it's a tie.
I see both 14s here as released by On3 of the AP preseason poll, but let's officially use the AP's website.
So I'm on, apnews.com right here.
And I see USC at 15 as well. All right, a misprint then perhaps by On3. So USC officially, bad breaking news by me, USC officially number 15 in the country entering 2026.
Well, as the man that they call Big Ten Ben, here is what stands out to me. At 15, the USC Trojans.
Yeah.
At 16, the Michigan Wolverines. At 17, the Washington Huskies. And coming in at 18th, the Penn State Nittany Lions.
Yeah.
Those four teams.
It's a 4-team run.
I've been saying this the entire month of August, Ben, and you and I, do a lot of gambling work in this industry as well, prognosticating. I think the Big Ten is going to have a third of the playoff field. 4 teams. It feels like Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana are imminent. That would leave, and I've been saying this, those 4, USC, Michigan, Washington, Penn State, vying for one playoff spot. Ranked 15th or 18th, what does that tell us? The AP voters' guess is as good as ours. There's no certainty with that. Those 4 teams are all really damn good. Who do you think is the most likely of that group to make the playoff?
My earnest take, and I'm not just saying this because we are here in Los Angeles, I do believe it's the USC Trojans. I think if there is going to be a 4th Big Ten team to reach the college football playoff, it is USC. I am now also seeing 14 again with 839 points alongside BYU. So I think officially we have a tie for 14th in the AP preseason top 25 where USC checks in. But the point you asked and the question you asked, the answer still stands the same for me. I believe that this is the year, entering year number 5 under Lincoln Riley, the Trojans finally get to the college football playoff. It will be the 3rd year of 12 teams. It will be the 13th year in total of the CFP, and SC has never been to the college football playoff. I think this is the year. It is a very, very difficult docket, a challenging schedule for USC this year. They take on all 3 of the Big Ten college football playoff teams from a season ago in Oregon, Ohio State, and Indiana, but 2 of those 3 games right here in downtown LA at the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum. Oregon to end out September, Ohio State to end out October. If it is not this year, then the seat becomes incredibly warm for Lincoln Riley following 2026. I think USC is a 10-win team in 2026, and I think the Trojans reach the college football playoff.
10 wins would be incredibly impressive for USC this season. This might be the most complete USC team Lincoln Riley has had in downtown LA. And I say complete because you're not going to have an offense like that Caleb Williams Heisman season. However, that Alex Grinch-led defense was abysmal.
Yes.
And I think the defense with Gary Patterson being the defensive savant he is, football Hall of Famer, college football Hall of Famer right there, excuse me. I think that defense is going to be maybe the best that Lincoln Riley has ever had.
Yeah.
The offense will be really darn good. It is the most complete USC team he's had. It is maybe the toughest schedule he's had, especially during conference play.
Yeah.
They're at Indiana. They go to, I just had it in front of me and I lost it, Penn State.
Yep.
And then there's another cold weather team. Was it Wisconsin?
They go to Wisconsin this year, and Madison as well, yeah.
I mean, all 3 of those games are October 10th or later. USC historically, since they've joined the Big Ten, not great when they go to the Midwest in the colder months.
Nope.
And the colder months, it's going to be gorgeous here in October, not in Madison, Wisconsin.
It might be still okay, some fall weather in October, but to your point, a little bit chillier there on the lakes.
I worry about USC with that schedule. I mean, they have no room for it. You got to win all your home games.
For sure.
I think that this is, even though they're really talented, I would say they're more likely to go 8-4 than 10-2.
Interesting. Win total for USC is 8.5. The under has some juice, which you would then think would be 8-4. There are 6 teams in the Big Ten. Yes, Raj?
If you guys talking USC, if they don't make the playoffs,
Yeah.
is it a wrap for your boy Lincoln Riley?
I think so. I think there would be a 70% chance he is fired at the end of 2026. Because if he can't get this team, albeit the schedule, if he can't get this team that returns the most starters in college football with 15, 9 of them on the offensive side of the field, which is Lincoln Riley's expertise, with a quarterback in Jaden Mayava, who had the 5th most passing yards in the country a season ago, who had the highest QBR in the country a season ago, with a guy that should have Heisman hopes this season, who returns as a starting quarterback for a second full year and started multiple games 2 years ago in 2024. If this is not the team to beat up on a difficult schedule and win 10 games, then I'm not sure what the ceiling can possibly be in Los Angeles under Lincoln Riley. To your point about the schedule, it is very difficult. We are looking at the AP Top 25 as it has just been released here in the preseason ahead of the college football campaign. Ohio State is 1. Oregon is 2, Georgia 3, Notre Dame 4, Texas 5, Indiana 6, Miami 7, Texas A&M 8, Ole Miss 9, Oklahoma rounds out the top 10, USC in a tie for 14th alongside BYU. Joe, you just mentioned the schedule. Washington is at 17, Penn State is ranked 18th in the country. USC is going to play 5 of the top 18 teams, and USC is also included in the top 18. But at a certain point, if you are going to do what USC football expectations are, and that's contend for actual championships, the opponents on the schedule have to circle your name and say, ooh, that's a really tough game against the Trojans as well.
Yeah, I struggle to get there on Lincoln getting fired. If this team goes 9-3, by the way, argument could be made, would they be the first 9-3 playoff team ever? I believe it's never happened before.
Alabama did it last year.
Oh, I'm sorry. Bama just did it. Okay.
But that was the first in the 12-year history of the college football playoff.
Argument could be made 9-3 if their 3 losses are just the teams that are on paper ranked higher, Oregon, Ohio State, Indiana, and they're close. Argument could be made. But if they go 9-3 and miss the playoff, I struggle to say fire Lincoln. And by the way, I've actually been on record saying Lincoln should have already lost his job with USC. But just because of how difficult this schedule is, I don't know if missing the playoff, in fact, I would say I don't think missing the playoff should automatically equate to firing Lincoln. If they go 7-5, even 8-4, we can have the discussion. But if they go 9-3 and they just miss the cut, I don't know. I mean, like you said, if not now, when?
Right.
It's a great question, and I've asked that question in years past.
Right.
I mean, letting Caleb's Heisman season go to waste because of your undying loyalty to Alex Grinch, idiotic.
It's idiotic.
Absolutely idiotic. But this is a really tough schedule. And, at Penn State, at Wisconsin, I know they have the bye. They have 2 byes, by the way. I actually, as difficult as the schedule is, what works in their favor, they have a 4-week stretch where they're only playing 2 games. They're off Saturday, the 17th of October. They're at Wisconsin the 24th, home against Ohio State Halloween, and then off November 7th before they go to Bloomington to take on Signetti and the Hoosiers.
Yes.
So the bye weeks are forgiving, but at Penn State, at Wisconsin, at Indiana, I mean, that could be 1-2. They could lose at home to Oregon and Ohio State. They'll probably beat Washington at home. If they were going to Seattle, I would call that one a loss.
Yeah.
I mean, and they're all in a... Wait, are they? Yeah, those are all in a
3
row.
in a row, yeah.
Those 6 games all in a row. I think that they're going to go 3-3 in those 6.
Again, as we shared at the top of this hour, the AP Top 25 in the preseason for the 2026 college football campaign has been unveiled. USC in a tie for 14th with the same amount of points as BYU. The Trojans a top 15 team in the preseason entering 2026 in the 5th year with Lincoln Riley at the helm. There are 7 Big Ten teams ranked in the top 20 of the AP poll, 8 in the top 25, with Iowa checking in at number 22 in the nation.
Watch out for them, by the way.
Iowa always consistent.
I mean, it's Ferentz and Mike Tomlin always go over on their win totals.
If they had Phil Parker, who is the defensive coordinator in Iowa City, Iowa is the only team in college football that has allowed fewer than 20 points per game in more than 4 consecutive seasons, and they've done it 9 straight years. If Phil Parker was Lincoln Riley's defensive coordinator, USC wins a national championship in the last 4 years.
But Lincoln's got an ego, and he's loyal to his buddies.
But he finally got rid of Alex Grinch. Danton Lynn had done some improvement improvements defensively before he now goes back to where he played college football, in-state college for Penn State. Joe, there's 7 Big Ten teams in the top 18. USC is one of them. So they can only play the other 6. They play 5 of those 6 teams. That is incredibly difficult. The only top 18 Big Ten team that USC does not play this year is Michigan, who the Trojans, of course, beat in the Coliseum midway through October. We're 12 days away from USC Trojan football at the Coliseum. A week from Saturday, August 29th, week 0 on the college football calendar, USC will host San Jose State to start what everybody is hoping, or at least maybe expecting, or things become very hot under Lincoln Riley's tush, to be a college football playoff season here in 2026.
Ben, in the summer of the Odyssey, do we get the Trojans and the Spartans?
Spartans.
Week 0?
I'm sure you saw this. On the release date of the Odyssey, USC tried to hop in on the fun.
Yeah.
Right, with the big news, the big promotion.
They
here
botched
in
that
Tinseltown.
worse than Mark Sanchez taking a snap.
Indeed, they did.
That was bad.
And his broadcast career, for what it is worth. But they botched it poorly. They did not understand what the Odyssey or the Iliad is, because, of course, it is not a great war for Troy and the men of Troy. They are hoping 2026 looks a lot different than what Matt Damon did on film under the direction
See what
of
happens when your
Nolan.
parents cutting an $80,000 check every year
For
can just
sure.
get you into college without reading Homer?
I mean, that's really what it comes down to get in to USC. But again, that's where the Trojans stack up. A very difficult schedule, but with a lot of returning production and talent. To me, this has to be the year that USC gets to the college football playoff. I believe it can be. New defensive coordinator Gary Patterson, a lot of returning talent on the defensive side of the football as well. Patterson has not coached full-time in college football since his final year as the head man for TCU back in 2021. We'll see how that marriage works with Lincoln Riley. Our man in the chat, Wayne Mulholland, said he just bought tickets for the September 19th game, the Big Ten opener for USC against Rutgers. So he will be at the Coliseum for USC's Big Ten debut.
Wait, that's in Jersey, that game.
Whoa, he's going to Jersey, Wayne Mulholland? All right.
Is Wayne one of our listeners? I know that this station does have a couple of
We
callers
do. Yeah,
from that
from
area.
East LA. All right.
Wayne gets around a little bit.
Wayne gets around a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, out to Piscataway.
Hey, you know it's probably cheaper to get a flight get a flight and go to a Rutgers home game than to go to USC Oregon or USC Ohio State here.
Yeah, I would think so. So the preseason AP Top 25 has been released. Again, USC 14th in the country alongside BYU. There are 7 Big Ten teams in the top 20. There are 8 Big Ten teams in the top 25, and USC will play 6 of the other 7 teams that are in the top 8, or 5 of the other 6 teams that are in the top 18, as USC also checks in there. We'll talk Trojans football throughout this week, making sure that you are ready for a college football season here on D. Fish and Decker. And although UCLA was not ranked, still very optimistic views to the Bruins entering 2026. This past weekend in Los Angeles, Joe Cirallo, not a great one for the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chavez Ravine. They lose 3 of 4 against the Milwaukee Brewers. If I asked you to power rank the big storylines from this weekend and the Sunday finale, we'll go like this. Tarek Skubal, not looking dominant so far as a Dodger, dropping 2 of his 3 starts that he has made in a Dodger uniform. An inept Dodger offense, losing a golden opportunity against the Brewers to make up ground in the standings. Or Kyle Tucker and the defense and just being all the bad things possible for the Dodgers this weekend. What do you think is 1, 2, 3 in that order?
I'm going to take them in reverse order there. So I'm going to start with Kyle Tucker. That's top of the list. That's the biggest disaster right now, the $60 million mess that is Kyle Tucker. And here's the thing. The defense and the offense go hand in hand. You know, baseball is such a mental game, more so than I would say any of the 4 major North American sports, football, hockey, hoops, and baseball. Baseball, I believe, is the most mental. And Kyle Tucker's deficiencies at the dish have bled over now to be defensive deficiencies out there in right field. A former Gold Glove winner can't catch a fly ball moving back on the warning track in Dodger Stadium. He can't do anything right in Dodger Stadium. That might be the biggest story. Not just how disappointing he's been, but specifically his demise at Dodger Stadium. Second, the offensive woes for the entire team, because it hasn't just been Kyle Tucker. For the past 3 weeks or so, this entire offense has been disastrous, and it's bled over to their defense. Tucker's the prime example. Tommy Edman with a couple of errors. In fact, the only 2 errors yesterday, because Tucker got a hometown scoring decision on his botched fly ball. The team's defense has really suffered, and this is common. It's the mental side of things. When you're struggling at the dish, you find yourself out in the field thinking about your last at-bat or visualizing what you're going to do in your next at-bat. And then the ball finds you when you're busy thinking about your offensive woes, and the defensive woes thus ensue. Skubal's third, because 3 starts in, I think we'd all be surprised to learn that after 3 starts as a Dodger, he still is winless in Dodger blue. Skubal has looked good. He's looked above average. He hasn't been dominant. Now, if Skubal was out there posting an ERA of 9 through 3 starts, I would be a little concerned. The ERA is 3.18, so it's not bad, but it's not back-to-back Cy Young caliber.
Right.
What concerned me most was, I would say, his second start. The fact that he didn't go out there against the Royals and shove, that he was 5 innings, 3 runs. Even yesterday, 6 innings, 1 earned, 2 runs allowed. It was a laborious start for Skubal. It wasn't his dominant fashion. 50 pitches in the first 2 innings. He was working out there. Brewers left 5 guys on base. They could have busted that thing open in the first 2 innings. So, to his credit, he worked out of traffic. But, to his discredit, he got into a lot of traffic. That, I still would say, because of who he is and what he's done and the pedigree he brings to the table, is the third storyline of the 3.
7 hits allowed yesterday, 2 free passes, and a third consecutive start as a Dodger. Skubal's record as a Dodger is 0-2 with a 3.18 ERA. The Dodgers, of course, have dropped 2 of the 3 games in which Tarik Skubal has begun. It wasn't on him yesterday. It was an inept Dodger offense that I would put number 1 in this list. Only 10 runs plated the entirety of the weekend, all 4 games against the Brewers. It was going to be tough come Saturday against Jacob Misiorowski. There needed to be an offensive explosion to take advantage of the opportunity this weekend against Milwaukee to make up ground in the National League postseason standings and maybe even overtake the Brew Crew for that top spot. Certainly not losing enough ground, Joe, that you're now out of a bye position in those top 2 seeds in the National League playoff picture as we speak. I would then go to Kyle Tucker and being in his own house of horrors inside Dodger Stadium. A 189 batting average at the Ravine this year as compared to a 275 batting average away from home. 2 home runs, 17 ribbies in Los Angeles, 9 home runs, 37 RBIs away from LA. And then, like you, I finish with Tarik Skubal. But it's really interesting because the Dodgers made the blockbuster deal with only the guarantee of the next 2 months for Tarik Skubal. And, of course, what is going to come in October as well. And it's a guarantee for the next few months with Tarik Skubal on this year's version of the Dodgers, with still so much unknown about Tarik Skubal, his free agency sweepstakes, what free agency negotiations are going to look like before a potential lockout ahead of the 2027 Major League Baseball season. MLB insider John Heyman reporting that Tarik Skubal wants to sign a new deal before the current CBA expires, with December 1st acting as a potential deadline, to which I would say, no duh. He wants to get paid as much as possible before any idea of caps or salary floors are thrust into MLB.
Yeah, I mean, that's a no-brainer. I feel like, in recent years, baseball free agency has been rather anticlimactic, right? We've seen deals take a while to culminate, and it's kind of a waiting game. Teams are balking. They want to see, all right, well, who's the first domino to fall? And then I'm going to wait. And this is going to be interesting. You said December 1st?
December 1st acting as that de facto potential deadline of which he is inserting.
So November might be busy. This actually could be a really fun, short but fun offseason in terms of deals that at least the top name guys, right?
Yeah.
No one's going to run to splurge for a guy in November who, you're looking to sign a 1 or 2 year deal, maybe worth $20 million.
Yeah.
But for the high end guys, November could be a lot of fun.
It really could be, because you don't know what 2027 is going to look like. You don't know what your negotiating leverage is going to be beyond this winter if there is a potential lockout, what that new CBA looks like, and how many millions of dollars you can make. The highest AAV, annual average value, a pitcher has ever received in Major League Baseball was both Justin Verlander and Max Scherzer on very short-term deals with the New York Mets, $43.3 million per year. There is a thought in baseball, of course, that Skubal is worth at least $50 million per year. You laugh because it's easier to as a Mets fan, I presume.
What a fun 3 months Justin Verlander as a Met was. Gosh, my little brother should get a refund for the jersey he bought.
Yeah, he should.
What a fun 3 months.
Or at least a free
was.
Exchange.
Yeah.
Nolan McLean or somebody like that.
Verlander and Scherzer coming off. I mean, they were coming off a 100-win season in 2022. It seemed like it was going to be great. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
But also the high AAV, you mentioned short-term deal.
Right.
You know, Skubal, I don't think he's going to exceed that AAV. I really don't. But he's going to get a longer-term and more illustrious deal. What's the biggest deal ever in terms of the total? Was it Garrett Cole still, or has that been exceeded? Did Dylan Cease top Garrett Cole?
I think it's still Garrett Cole.
Dylan Cease was up there, coming off a bad year.
7-year, $210 million, I believe, was Cease's deal that he signed in Toronto. We'll do the financial research and tell you on the other side of the break. We are also going to hear from Doc in the frustration for Dave Roberts that is starting to boil over as his Dodger team has failed to take advantage of what we have seen here in the second half to solidify their position. Yoshinobu Yamamoto, also a member of the Los Angeles Dodgers. We'll talk about Dave Roberts and his frustration and hear from you and your level of concern around Kyle Tucker and the LA Dodgers following a weekend series defeat at the hand of the Milwaukee Brewers. We'll do that next here on D-Fish and Decker on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Remember when that sound Pau Gasol arrives. Oh, yeah. Now we're on to something. I mean, Kobe may have knew. I didn't know. I remember saying to Kobe, I felt like we had enough. Even before Pau arrived, there's enough there. Was it a championship team? Probably not, but can't think that. You have to feel like every time you step on the court, you can win. And then when Pau came, it became easier to think that because of how great he was. So now Kobe's leadership in terms of Pau, Phil's relationship with Pau and getting the best from him, all of those things kind of evolved. And Phil couldn't treat Pau the same way he treated Kobe. Now we have a new all-star Hall of Fame level player. I can't coach him the same. I need to get to know him more. We know kind of how Pau is wired. The way I need to hold him accountable is going to look different than it does for somebody else. That's leadership. That's not being preferential or differential in your...
ESPN is posting this incorrectly. They are putting a fractured leg. Oh, it's a microfracture. Micro is a key word there. Mm-hmm. Can you play on a microfracture?
Yeah, I've played on a complete ruptured, fractured, stress fracture.
I played with a completely torn UCL and shoulder and a broken toe in 2 places.
Cody, you had multiples in games?
Multiple. Yeah, no, and I they never took me out of a game because I am a badass.
Do we owe Christian and all the former Team USA members nationally, they owe Christian an apology?
Does Landon Donovan, Tim Howard, and all of those people who have called out his lack of performance? Oh, yeah, did she owe him an apology too? No. No one owes him an apology. And here's the thing, I don't dislike Christian Pulisic. It's just I have been spending the last 5 years being told that this guy is the one that's going to take American soccer to the next level. Based on what I've seen now in 2 World Cups from the guy and him no-showing the Gold Cup with his first opportunity to play with Poch, and now all the reports around, and as much as I want to say they're sources and unverified, Landon Donovan's the one out talking about Christian Pulisic's camp and how he's been handling the press and how it's been a problem for Team USA.
Luka, so one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary? You know, we hear about you and Trent matching up and Jalen as well.
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip. It felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball and then also have, think I got it and being able to run into the end zone and there comes 22 flying out of right field and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know like we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say like I can track the ball pretty well, and I'm like, now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. J. Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up, so it takes me back to our days up at UW. Ty, I think, has stepped up in a lot of ways. I think the opportunity for him to go out there and get reps, and I think him and Steady being able to go out there and have days where Matthew's not out there gives them a true opportunity for them to compete and kind of learn and go through some of those mistakes kind of on their own. Obviously, Matthew's a great help out there and communicates, I think, with the best of them, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn, and like that's how football games go. Obviously, you're going to have coach in the headset, and we're going to be able to communicate some of the things that we're seeing, but to go out there and to have a bad pass and then to be able to get under center and say, hey, I got to make this next play. So I think it's been really fun to see him go out there and do that. I think his arm and the confidence that he's throwing the ball with has definitely grown a ton since where we were at in OTAs. I think feeling more comfortable in the pocket, understanding, and obviously seeing more guys run routes where it's you kind of first get out there. He's never really seen me or Tay or X-Man or Mumph, but I think just the connection between the team, everybody hanging out in the meal room. I know in our wide receiver room, obviously Tay being the oldest guy, but I'm like me and Xavier Smith are the two next oldest guys in our room who've been here since our rookie class. So it's been fun to just have that communication, watching some of our high school tape and seeing Tay's maybe on a VHS tape and everybody else on huddle. So it's nice to see the separation and the growth that we've had in our room. But it's been really fun. I think so. Yeah, it's funny. I think Trent said they used to go 4 days in a row, and I'm like, that sounds miserable. I'm like, that just sounds like an injury waiting to happen. So I'm like, I'm really appreciative of Coach and just and especially Reggie, our training staff. I know that there are some places I've heard that the training room isn't as open as it is over here. So I'm really grateful for the people who work with me in that room and their ability to take care of us physically. And then also I think the mental strain that it can be to come out here and consistently go and to have some of the joints, pains, and aches of getting into camp and not having to worry about that because they're taking such good.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are.
The Dodgers lose 3 of 4 this weekend against the Milwaukee Brewers. They continue a 13-game and 13-day run tonight on the road in Denver, Colorado at Coors Field against the Rockies. But as we react one final time before we flip the script and move things forward for the Dodgers, you could tell, Joe, the significance of this weekend series. 4 games against Milwaukee that would determine who occupied first place in the National League at the end of the weekend and would determine who would have the tiebreaker between these two teams that matched up in the NLCS a year ago. Courtesy of the victory in the Sunday finale for the Brew Crew, they have won 4. The Dodgers have won 3 in their 7 regular season meetings this year. Milwaukee, 3 games in front of LA for the number 1 spot in the National League, 2.5 in front of the Atlanta Braves. If the season ended today, it does not, but the Dodgers would be playing in a wild card series for a second straight postseason.
And that would be the worst case scenario for the Dodgers. Now, you might say, well, that's an overreaction. They were the 3 seed a year ago, and they went through the National League portion of the postseason like a freaking hot knife through butter. That is true. That is very true. They also took on the Cincinnati Reds in the wild card round of last year's playoffs. The National League is much better this year than it was a year ago. And if the Dodgers can be got, which right now it certainly looks like they can, the best chance to get them is in a short series. Because eventually I do believe they're going to right the ship. Yeah. And in a 7-game set, just like last year, Toronto had the edge after 5, and then the Dodgers took 6 and 7. Usually, the more games you play, the better roster does prevail.
Yep.
But in a short series where something fluky or freaky can happen and can determine the outcome, the Dodgers can be had. If you look at Arizona and the guys they'd be running out, the arms they'd be running out in a short series, Brandon Pfaadt, Erod, Mike Soroka. Oh, hey, they just won 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers with those guys. They've actually won 7 out of 6. They're done playing this year.
Correct.
The D-backs won the season series against the Dodgers this year. Philadelphia with Christopher Sanchez, Zach Wheeler, and Luzardo in that 3-man rotation. And I'm not high on the Phillies this year. I think that lineup is really top heavy. I think the bullpen's an abomination. I don't think Philadelphia can win a pennant, but I do think they can win a 3-game series any given week. So when you look at Arizona, and by the way, I mentioned the 3 pitchers for Arizona, a guy we talked about briefly during the commercial break who you forget exists, Corbin Burns. Will he come back? If he comes back, that's another A-plus arm for Arizona. So the D-backs or Phillies, if they draw the Dodgers in a 3-6, they can get them. I think that bye is imperative for the Dodgers if they're going to three-peat.
The Padres lost 5 of their first 7 post-All-Star break. They have now gone 17-5 since. San Diego on a heater with the best offense in baseball post the All-Star break. The Dodgers had the best offense in the first half, basically until the end of July. It was a 113 WRC plus for LA, the best in MLB, ahead of that series against the Red Sox that started this slight tailspin for Los Angeles. Since that 113 WRC plus has dropped to 87. That is 21st in MLB, bottom 10. Following the game yesterday, a frustrated Dave Roberts had this to say, quote, "This has been 4, 5, 6 weeks of below average production from our offense. It's the truth," end quote. And we know that Doc is very transparent and honest in both his pre and post-game media availability. And you could sense the frustration in his tone following the Dodgers losing the weekend against Milwaukee following yesterday's finale.
Yeah, I do. I really wanted to win this game because it could matter, but we didn't. So now we got to move forward. But I hope it doesn't, come back to bite us.
And we'll see, because they're 3 games behind Milwaukee, a half game behind Atlanta for what would be the 2 spot, and of course the bye in the National League postseason. We asked earlier in the show, Joe, at the Fan LA on YouTube, for the panic meter for Dodgers fans in this small slump. We gave you 3 options. Green, no worries, we'll be fine in October. That's when it counts. Yellow, not bad, not great, somewhere in between. Red, goodbye three-peat sayonara. It's not going to happen. To get the results of said poll at the Fan LA on YouTube, we go now to Mitch, known as Crash, for what the poll results look like and get a pulse of how Dodger Nation feels following the weekend against the Brew Crew. Crash, what do you got?
It looks like a lot of people are in agreement with Cody Decker when he made a comment on our poll. It's not going to be green or red. A lot of people are feeling lukewarm yellow about the Dodgers right now. Not too much reason to be concerned, but they're also not loving what we're seeing. That being said, even though the panic meter is going to be yellow for the Dodgers, we have a new poll up where we're going to be asking the people, does Kyle Tucker deserve the boos that he got last night? Yes, he's wasting the money on the Dodgers. He's a waste of a contract. Or no, he is still a Dodger and he is still wearing Dodger blue. How do you two feel about the new poll? And does Kyle Tucker deserve the boos?
Yes, he deserves the boos. He is a $60 million man that in his own home ballpark is something of a cursed man at this moment. He is batting 189. He made a horrific play in right field yesterday. And here's what it sounded like at Dodger Stadium, of which I agree with Dodger fans.
Pitch. In the air to right field, Kyle Tucker going back on it. Still going. Couldn't catch it.
Getting louder.
Getting more frustrated.
Good on Sportsnet LA for using the crowd audio to really pick up all that Dodger Stadium was saying and shouting and chanting and booing in Kyle Tucker's performance yesterday.
Yeah, that was a hell of a layout right there. Is it deserved? Absolutely. And all those fans who paid their hard-earned money to go watch that deserve some boos just to sit through watching Kyle Tucker. He makes me want to booze. I mean, gosh.
That's good.
How else do you get through that? You need a drink to watch Kyle Tucker this season. He has been pathetic.
Kyle Tucker might need a drink.
Overstate how bad he's. Maybe he'd hit better at home if he had a drink. Loosen him up, right? Wade Boggs would
liquid confidence.
Wade Boggs would crush a few brewskis, right, and then go out there and get 3,000 hits.
No doubt.
Kyle Tucker's been an abomination. And oh, by the way, one thing that stood out to me. He has never struck out 100 times in a single season. In a day and age where strikeouts are at a premium because, analytics say swing with a launch angle and it's all or nothing and forget being a 300 hitter, those days are gone in Major League Baseball. Kyle Tucker has been, even though he's got power, he's been kind of old school in the sense where he's, been an average guy, put the ball in play, gap to gap, doesn't strike out, never had more than 95. He's already got 89 this season. He's going to have more strikeouts than he's ever had in a full season by the end of August. I mean, the guy is not seeing the ball.
And he's getting paid $60 million. If he was making $1 or maybe even $2 million per year, I would say don't boo this guy. He's probably a platoon right fielder, and he has been off because he is not in the field each and every day. That is not the case for Kyle Tucker. With a large price tag comes large expectations, and you must live up to them. That has not been the case for Tucker so far in a Dodger uniform. And maybe, just maybe, as we are in the yellow, not great, not bad, following the weekend against Milwaukee and the Dodgers dropping 4 of their most recent 5 series, Kyle Tucker will have the opportunity come October to change this narrative and move those boos to cheers. And Joe, this Dodger team has a ripe opportunity starting tonight for the next 3 days in Denver, Colorado, in a field that is built to hit, in a field that is built at altitude to generate offense, taking on the Rockies at Coors Field. For a team that scored just 10 runs in 4 games against the Brew Crew this past weekend, Coors Field could not come at a better time for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Oh my God, it absolutely could not. You're going up against Sugano and Feltner and Freeland, and even though Freeland, I believe he had a complete game win not too long ago, maybe 2 starts ago for the lefty, he still has had a disastrous season. Now, I will say this. The Dodgers are running out Snell, Lauer, and Sasaki.
Yep.
Lauer's been incredible for them. It's still Coors Field. Sasaki has at times been incredible. He still is inconsistent, especially on the road. Game 1 is important. Blake Snell is out there. He's not a guy who's going to cry about Coors Field. He's been with the Padres, been with the Dodgers. He's pitched at Coors Field before. You got to get out to a lead, win Game 1, and win it in convincing fashion.
Yeah.
You hear a win is a win is a win, and I've said it. That Royals series was not convincing. And, well, what happened? They lost 3 out of 4 in the next series following the sweep of Kansas City. They only outscored the Royals by 4 runs in those 3 wins.
Right.
I want to see them outscore Colorado by at least 4 runs tonight. Go out there and just assert yourselves as the dominant team. You're playing a team that's frankly a peon. Go out there, blow them out of the water, take at least 2 this series. A sweep is always hard to ask for. 2 out of every 3 gives you 108 wins. Take at least 2 this series, but do so in convincing fashion. Then you come right back home for Pittsburgh and stay in the win column. But right now they got to get in the win column.
Before we go, we set the stage for the Dodgers opener tonight and the second start for Blake Snell since returning from the IL in early May. We do that next here on D. Fish and Decker.
Dude's going through it right now.
I'm sure he is because he's put so many years of higher performance together. But it also sounded to me like like frustration. He knows he needs to be better, wants to be better for his team and teammates, but that he's seen everything and he's been through everything. Like, you don't get to where these guys are without having navigated some of these moments and stretches. What I can tell you, though, is, the third time through is, you are on fumes. I don't care how hard you work out in the offseason, how much time you put in, what kind of recovery you're trying to do. 3 seasons in a row playing all the way to the end is exhausting. Your body is not what it used to be 2 years ago.
Not to mention the years before that, because, listen, this guy's played to the playoffs every year, both in Boston and here. He's won 4 World Series now, 3 in LA, 1 in Boston. I mean, this guy definitely has played like full seasons post the regular season.
Yeah, and some of it, it's not an age thing, or it's not because of he's getting older or this, or like some of it is just, in particular when you've had such success in the past, like you have a standard for yourself, and sometimes when that standard isn't being met, like you can feel I'm not meeting my standard. That's the additional frustrating thing as well that can start to negatively impact your performance, because now you're pressing, you're trying harder, and you're trying to replicate what you used to do or what you normally do when the situation requires you to just be the present version of what you need to be. And so maybe your power isn't there. Maybe your speed isn't there. Maybe whatever, for whatever the reasons. But what adjustments can you make in real time to try to still be successful for the team? And that's kind of what everybody's going through in some form or fashion. Robleski, who's not the same age as Mookie, but he's not playing well right now. So, again, it's not automatically like we like to quickly just go to age or to some like easy thing that we can wrap our brains around.
Yeah.
But if a 24-year-old is struggling and a 34-year-old is struggling, that's not an age thing.
No.
Right? That's just part of sports and part of life. And you just have to figure out how to navigate these things. And to me, Mookie has world-class experience in navigating adversity and will ultimately do things that are going to help this.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
We are holy God. Like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now. But there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's going to be...
But the two white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are going to be good when it's Yacht Rock being played after a win.
What's wrong with
Yeah, I
that,
can tell
bro?
you the answer to that. No.
Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take me away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please get for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, like get some people
all
in.
celebrate there though.
Trust me, I love it. But get some soul in that locker room, please. Get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this. No question.
What do you take away from that? It was really, more for him to kind of just continue to do the things that I've kind of shared with you guys, and so he looked great, and he's still continuing to go through his process. No new news on that front.
You have said, the arrow is pointing upward.
Yep.
Is this just another step in that, or do you
It
think
is.
that just solidifies things?
No, I think we've had we've had a plan in place for a while, like I've kind of told you guys, and the workout was one of those things. And really, it was kind of semantical to be able to use the equipment and things like that to fall under the legalities of CBA. And so he's very deliberate and intentional about what this looks like. I'm careful to say, like, things are going in the right direction. He's feeling good, but we're not to where we are able to say whether or not he is or isn't ready to do it. But he's doing great, and he looked outstanding, as I think all of us.
Which Cy Young ace do you trust more on the Dodgers, ladies and gentlemen? Do you trust Tarek Skubal or Blake Snell? And I'll give you my answer right now. Of course I trust Blake.
Ooh, what a beautiful intro here as we close in our final segment on this Monday morning on D-Fish and Decker. The Dodgers have dropped 4 of their last 5 series, including losing 3 of 4 at home this weekend against the Brewers. The Dodgers now go on the road to start this week in Colorado, taking on the Rockies at Coors Field. If the Dodgers lose this set in the midweek, maybe that cause for concern and our panic meter goes from yellow to red.
Yeah.
It should not be the case, as Blake Snell goes out there tonight for LA. On the other side for the Rocks, it is Tomoyuki Sagano for the Colorado club. When you look at this game, Joe, of course, it is start number 2 for Blake Snell since returning from the nanoneedle surgery and his 3rd start of this year, his 2nd since May 9th. He was brilliant in his return last week at Dodger Stadium. Against the Royals, 6 innings, only a single earned run, 3 hits, struck out 10. Started with a strikeout of the side against KC. It is Coors Field, but what are your expectations for Snell in start number 2 since returning from the injured list?
I think he's going to shove. I mean, it's a Rockies team that strikes out a lot. Remember, the bats have been encouraging for Colorado. They're putting up some good offensive numbers. Put up a 10 spot yesterday at Oracle Park. Not a hitter-friendly place up in San Francisco. But with that youth comes the tendency to chase. And if you're going to chase, Blake Snell is the wrong guy to face.
Yeah.
I think he's going to go out there and shove. He's pitched at Colorado plenty because, don't forget, before he was a Dodger, he was a San Diego Padre.
And a Giant.
Yeah, right. Oh, I actually forgot about that. Yeah, so Blake Snell's made his way around the NL West. And I think he is going to be fine in this start. For me, what was the most encouraging thing, that Royals series, I've spoken, a lot on these airwaves, and I got some flack last week for it. I think now it's justified that the sweep over Kansas City did not really make me feel many positive emotions towards these Dodgers. I thought that the fashion in which they won was underwhelming. The biggest, and I would say only bright spot that series was Snell, 6 up downs coming off the IL.
Yeah.
85 pitches, had not just control, but had command. And those were all question marks with Blake Snell going into that.
For sure.
He looked phenomenal. So I'm excited about him taking the bump tonight.
Perfect through his first 10 batters in that return against the Royals. On the road today against the Rockies, you are hoping for a similar performance. It is not easy being a hurler in Denver, Colorado. Tomoyuki Sagano has been pretty good at doing that. This year, 7-3 with a 3.93 ERA. That is not stellar and elite in 29 other Major League ballparks. It's not even elite at Coors. It's pretty good.
It's pretty elite at Coors.
He's
sub
only
4.
Sub 4 at Coors
Lorenzen's
is really
got
good.
It over 9.
Yeah.
That's pretty damn great.
So just to say for the Dodgers, not just an easy task to scroll into Colorado at altitude and expect the bats to wake up. 7 earned for Sagano in the last 3 starts he has made at home at Coors Field. For a Dodger team that only plated 10 runs this weekend in 4 games against Milwaukee. For a Dodger team that in the last 3 weeks has ranked bottom 10 in terms of offensive production in the sport after being the best offense in Major League Baseball in the opening 4 months of the year. This is an opportunity, a gift perhaps, to turn the tide and the momentum on the offensive side at Coors Field. And maybe for a guy that got booed yesterday at home inside Dodger Stadium, who has been much better away from Los Angeles, it's an opportunity for Kyle Tucker to continue to try to build some momentum toward the postseason.
Boy, does he need it.
Yep.
By the way, Shohei Ohtani against Sugano, 5 for 8, 3 home runs. What do you think the odds are for him to go deep tonight? If you had to guess.
At Coors?
At Coors.
Plus 192.
That was brilliant.
Thank you.
Plus 180.
Wow.
That's
See?
a guy with a higher IQ than Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo combined.
Which is not
right
saying
there.
much.
Well, combined.
Their
Still
IQ and
not saying
over-under combined of 41.5.
I'm taking the under.
Yeah.
Plus 180. I was thinking, maybe at plus 250, I'll take a stab on Ohtani to go deep. I can't. I don't know about you. Home run bet, under 2-1.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
No, never. That's not good enough juice, even in Colorado. Also, some news trickling out from the NBA that we will continue to unpack later this week, and I'm sure they will on Brock and Alex up next, because Brock Vereen has had his finger on the pulse of the aspiration investigation into Kawhi Leonard. The NBA has found no evidence showing LA Clippers owner Steve Ballmer funneled money through team sponsors to pay Kawhi Leonard in order to circumvent the salary cap. Now, a lot of weird things have happened, but the only thing that they could be disciplined for and punished for was salary cap circumvention. This would point to the fact that the NBA at least has no evidence, and thus no penalties for the Clippers, no penalties for Kawhi Leonard, and maybe the trade with the Raptors will become official in short order.
Yeah, I have no evidence that Mark Walter was discussing the Lakers sale when he visited the White House 2 weeks ago, but it happened. I don't know. This whole thing, sure, no evidence. Okay, on to the next one. I don't know. Pablo Torre seemed to have some credible evidence, I would say. Look, the league wants him back in Toronto. They want to push it through.
Yeah.
I'm not losing sleep over it. I think I think it probably did happen,
right,
but I'm not losing sleep over it.
Evidence is the necessary word in this examination. A burden of proof on the NBA League office in their investigation into all of this, at least as of this moment, reported by ESPN. There is no evidence the NBA can prove the Clippers circumvented the salary cap in funneling funds to Kawhi Leonard through any team sponsors or anything of the sort. We'll continue to dive deep into that story. We'll react to the Dodgers opener in Colorado against the Rockies, trying to get back into the win column. But now, before we go, it is time here on D. Fish and Decker for the final out.
D. Fish and Deck know their stuff when it comes to trivia. Well, kinda. Let's see who'll make the final out.
That's right, gentlemen. Now, you talked earlier of the AP college football poll coming out, and USC was 15th on the list?
Officially tied 14th.
Okay, all right.
Same amount of votes and points alongside BYU.
Well, according to the books, though, according to the wise guys, who are the 10 teams most favorite to win this year's college football championship? Now, who wants to go first?
I'm going to give you first go.
Bonus points.
what a gentleman.
Bonus points if you get number one.
Okay, number one, I'm going to go Oregon.
Okay, well, it's not number one, but they are on the list.
Okay.
Yes, Oregon, they are fourth most favorite to win. This is according to I don't care about the book, but anyway, I used the book. Trust me.
Okay, I trust you. Number one, I believe, is the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Ah, that's bonus points. There you go. Number one are the Ohio State Buckeyes as the favorites.
Let's go with Notre Dame. Marcus Freeman.
Oh, now you in this swing of things. Number two are the Notre Dame. Are they going to be that good?
Their offense has the potential to be very, very good this year, which has not normally been the case in South Bend.
Good enough that Lincoln Riley's dodging them.
Whoa.
Ooh. Y'all hear that out there?
Oh.
Okay. All right.
The battle for the jeweled shillelagh.
Shillelagh.
After Notre Dame, I believe, Raj, is the University of Texas.
Damn, you in trouble. You're in trouble, Joe. Yes, they are number 3 on the list. You guys have got the top 4 teams out of the way. We're looking for the most favorite teams to win the college football playoffs this year.
All right. Well, how about Texas's top competition for the SEC, the Georgia Dogs?
Oh, ding. Now we're doing it. Number 5 on the list. Georgia's there. Mm-hmm.
All right, number 6. The reigning national champions being disrespected and undervalued by the odds makers, I would say, Raj, the Indiana football Hoosiers.
Okay, now wait one cotton pick minute. I went in there during the break, and I said, is there any point in me, cut the music. This dude up here cheating. I said, is there any point in me doing anything involving gambling that you don't just have freaking memorized?
You said anything, and I did not expect it to be college football first and foremost.
So I thought we were going
This
NFL.
is my bread and butter.
Yeah.
This is my wheelhouse. I will say this. We were hosting some shows yesterday, both you and I, and this was a main topic of conversation
you
for
just
me.
up there cheating.
So it's front of mind.
All right.
It could have been
I just asked
anything.
you in plain. Joe, did you not understand the question when I came in there?
No, I understood the question, but I also thought, Raj, that we were going NFL. I thought we were going a different
Major League
route.
Baseball,
You
the
actually
NBA.
surprised
All right,
me.
fine.
Yeah.
Then you know we're scrapping this one.
No,
we're not done.
I
He's
actually
probably
don't
gonna
know.
beat
It's
me.
7 and
Yeah,
beyond.
he's probably going to beat me.
All right,
We
fine.
got 4 more, right?
All right, yes, go.
All right, I'm going to say the runner-ups from a year ago, Miami. I think they're a better team than last year's squad.
Number 7, yes, is Miami.
Okay. This is where it gets a little dicey.
One of you better throw this, or we're never playing again.
I might be throwing it right now. I'm going with LSU.
Number 8, yes.
Never mind.
Yeah, they're
Still
going in
got it.
order.
Still got it.
LSU's number 8?
Yep.
So 2 more.
2 more. Dos más.
How about Kiffin's old squad? I love Trinidad Chambliss. Can we get the Ole Miss Rebels?
Ole Miss for the win, or to stay in it? No, so that means we have a winner.
Oh,
wow.
It is Ben and his theme music.
Let's take him back.
Ben takes it. Number 9 would have been Texas Tech. And then there's one.
Can I guess 10?
Sure.
Oklahoma.
No, but
A&M.
it's a team that just won't go away, and they just keep, because they're betting against, you guys know this, they're putting people to make the bet.
Oh, Bama.
Bama is still
That's
number
ridiculous.
10.
That's ridiculous.
It's the same reason U.S. was favored to beat Belgium in the World Cup. You know what I mean? Because they're just they're preying on people's.
I believed in that.
Same.
Oh, see.
Yeah, for about the first 30
Raj
minutes.
was like, absolutely not.
Oh,
No chance.
man. Ole Miss is better than Bama. That
I
pisses
agree.
me off.
Alabama
that
hasn't named a
annoys me.
starting quarterback.
Yeah.
Agreed. For what it's worth.
They don't have,
And
are they going to have a run game this year? They didn't last year.
Not necessarily what they're going to be known for under Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah.
It's going to be either Keelan Russell or Austin Mack as their starting quarterback.
Ingram and Trent Richardson and Eddie Lacy and Gibbs and they're guys I'm leaving off.
And again, I just want to say that when Raj came in here and asked if we had any knowledge about the gambling odds, as both you and I have done some work in sports betting media, the answer, of course, was
dabble.
yes. But did I know that it was going to be college football, my bread and butter? Not necessarily. So I don't want you to feel like we were in cahoots about the final out.
Oh, man, now I'm getting the pity party. No, that was... No,
And listen, you held your own.
Look, you're the college football guy.
And I would have been out.
I would have
gone Oklahoma.
Over, yeah.
I mean, you went Ole Miss. I probably would have gone either Texas Tech or Oklahoma.
Well, I
but
mean, the
maybe OU.
rankings just came out. Ole Miss and A&M are both top 10 in the rankings.
They
but
are.
apparently not on the odds board. Bama, 13th in the rankings.
And should not be top 10 on the odds board either.
But Raj, that was a great point. That it's you're going with the brand at
That's
that
the
point.
brand of
people
Alabama.
are going to want to throw money at Bama.
That's the brand of the Alabama Crimson Tide. The Dodgers are the betting favorites to win both the National League pennant and the World Series, as they have been all year long. But they need to continue to look the part after a tough weekend and, frankly, what has been a difficult second half in the last 5 series. The Dodgers start a midweek set in Colorado at Coors Field, 5:40 p.m. here in L.A. That's scheduled first pitch. It is Tomoyuki Sagano for Colorado. It is Blake Snell on the other side for Los Angeles. Second start for Snell since returning since the beginning of May. Joe Sorello, this was a lot of fun on this Monday.
This was a blast. Like you said at the beginning of the show, we've hosted together before, but never in studio. I think we should do it again mañana.
Never in person together. I believe we are going to do it together tomorrow, starting at 6 a.m. But up next, it's Brock and Alex here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We'll talk to you tomorrow, LA.
It's a man that's pitched in multiple World Series now, not only for the Dodgers, but for the Tampa Bay Rays. He's won 2 Cy Youngs the same way Tarek Skubal has. Tarek Skubal hasn't had the opportunity to pitch deep into an October. This is going to be potentially his first real opportunity. Doesn't mean I don't trust Tarek Skubal. Absolutely do. He's had about a B-plus start and a B-minus start for the Los Angeles Dodgers. But first game out of the microneedling surgery for Blake Snell, it was an A-plus. A-plus start, A-plus stuff. I can't stress enough how encouraging isn't even the word. Encouraging is that he threw 85 pitches. Incredible is that he dominated.
Talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to like organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years," but. So anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, congratulations to you.
You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are the things I always work on, especially my genre, hip-hop and rap now. We don't want people to leave after they turn 25.
Man, those are great points. Chuck D, Derek Fisher here, man. Big-time fan and just so much respect for not just your journey as an artist, but just as a human being, bro. Like you represent so much more than just music. So we appreciate you tapping in with us this morning. Talk to me about in sports. There's so much conversation about eras, and we were just having a conversation about Shohei Ohtani and Babe Ruth, and in basketball there's always these comparisons with eras. Where are you in terms of music now? How you feel about it compared to obviously in like your years when you were just super in the trenches with your music?
All the others are the caretakers, the curators, everybody in the administration, management, proper care and concern, outside of the artistry, they've all ran ship, They let, unsavory elements inside the music business. And I'm saying that it started kind of like from that way, but then it organized and fixed itself because they knew in order to have return, it's not about who just comes in, but it's who returns to it. And that's always been the sports motto. It's not how you get in the building, it's how they keep coming back to the building. And no matter what you do, and you got to prove to a fan base that what you do is worked on hard, and they can't do it. And that's one thing in sports. We could talk about Derek Fisher as a player and a coach, but one thing we know as a fan, we can't do that. In our minds, we could do it, but we can't do what's on that court, diamond, gridiron, or anything. You just fix in your mind that you think you can. So it's easy for you to just call somebody a bum when you have no idea of what level that level is. In music, people kind of feel that, I could do that. You can't play an instrument. You might not have a good voice, and you're only going to write the same thing over and over again. But they let them all in. So that's where it's gotten to a point. So you can't compare the eras, because those eras before had everybody at every position taking care of the total.
I'm able to say that it is amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court.
Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself, and being able to practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every.
What's up, Los Angeles? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. We're live and ready to roll. Today, filling in for the great Alex Curry, I'm Adrian Garcia Marquez. Brock, thank you for having me today, Papa.
Happy to be here with you, man. This is going to be a great one.
Yeah, we're ready to rock. Now, don't forget, you can watch Brock and Alex live and subscribe at youtube.com at The Fan LA. All right, if you're a fan of the Dodgers, how are you feeling this morning? ¿Cómo se sienten? Corazón partido, maybe. No, relax. Tranquilos. I think everything is going to be all right. But let's kind of go over it. The Dodgers had a chance on Sunday to finish a huge 4-game series set against the Milwaukee Brewers with a win, secure the season series tiebreaker. Instead, the Brewers won 6-2. They took 3 of 4 at Cerro Azul and finished the season series 4-3, Brock, against the Dodgers, so the tiebreaker goes to Algonquin for the good land.
It's you evaluate off of two things, right? You look at the numbers and you feel the vibe, right? You can win a series and say that the vibe is off and be concerned about that. You can lose a series but say, you know what? There were some things that were going the right direction and the vibe is high, so I'm not worried about losing the series. Or you can have what the Dodgers have spent this whole weekend having, which is losing both sides. Losing both the series and the vibe is off. It's tough to sit in the ivory tower of back-to-back World Series champs and, for the most part this season, playing phenomenal baseball and having incredible players that are getting paid a lot of money and living in Los Angeles and all of these things as to why you shouldn't overreact. But I think with just over, I think there's 37 games remaining for the majority of the MLB. I don't think you can overreact at this point. And there's something wrong with the Dodgers, because if you are 25 teams in baseball, you would kill to be in the position that the Dodgers are in.
Absolutely.
But the expectation is different. The expectation not only from the money spent, but from the standard that Dave Roberts and the Dodgers have set over over recent years, and an expectation that they are so far from that expectation. They are so far from being the best version of themselves. It's impossible to overreact going forward, and I'm worried about the Dodgers.
I wouldn't worry about the Dodgers. Number one, you look at that squad. For me, it's still the best roster in baseball. Why everybody had their hands up after the Tarek Skubal thing. If you go back to the last couple of seasons, if you go into mid-August, the last couple of seasons, they had their struggles, but yet you look at the Dodgers right now, they are looking better on paper, record-wise, than they did the last couple of seasons, and we know what followed after that. So I think they're going to be just fine. Right now, it's for me, from what I've seen, they're chasing pitches. They're doing stuff that Dodger hitters normally don't do. That gets shored up. In the world of baseball, the dog days of August will come bite you. But come late August into September, that's when you need to get hot. And I feel like the Dodgers do have the lineup. The Oscar, you see him kind of flailing a little bit, chasing some changeups. Logan Henderson had him going. Shohei, looks a little off. Everybody in that lineup from 1 to 9, Dave, I think, addressed it as well, look a little bit off. But they are not applying the hitting science that we normally see with the Dodgers. They're getting taken with pitches out of the zone. And I don't know if the ABS system has something to do with it, because now, I feel like it's ruined. I love the ABS system, by the way. I'll throw that out there. But I think it's also ruined part of that magic of a catcher framing, killing a couple of strikes.
Yeah.
So the strike zones, are strike zones finally. You're not. So it's surprising to me that guys are chasing pitches, going after changeups, off-speed stuff. They're going to be fine. Tranquilos. The Dodgers are going to get back. They're going to get hot. And, in fact, it might start, the remedy, the caldito will be Colorado. That's what they were expecting. They thought that maybe the series against the Royals was going to do that. After getting swept, what was it, the Red Sox, in those situations, it was just a matter of time before the Dodgers get that series that becomes the elixir. We thought it would be the Royals. Then this happens against the Brewers. Maybe today they get things going again. But yes, I wouldn't panic.
Why I'm reserved on looking too much into what I expect will be a dominant series against the Rockies that starts tonight is the same reason why I can't look too much into the Royals, because I think what the Royals and Rockies have different from the Cubs, the Red Sox, and the Brewers, of course, is a postseason expectation. So when you are the Dodgers, every team plays you. You don't play them. And I think they're at a point where we don't know what version of them is going to show up from night to night. Now, if I'll go as low as 75%. I'll say if 75% of the Dodgers show up, meaning if 100% is a perfect game and everyone hits a home run, right? If 75% of their effort shows up, they can beat most teams. But it's hard not to look at the teams that they are expected to see in the postseason and see you guys just fall flat on your face in these moments. And baseball is a completely mental sport. Yes, there's injuries. There's a million factors going on. But I would expect at this point in the season, with the amount of veterans that they have, with the amount of World Series winners that they have, that someone would be able to shake out of it instead of collectively going in the tank. You do bring up a great point. Last year, they were the 3rd seed. They didn't get the bye. Right now, they currently sit at the 3rd seed. And as you said, we all know what happened. But I look at their faces and I see stress. I look at Dave Roberts eating 5 pounds of seeds in the dugout every single day, and I see stress. Is the calm that you feel based off of the last 2 years, or from game to game, are you saying this looks bad now, I just trust it's going to get better soon?
The game of baseball and the type of roster that they have, the caliber of hitters that the Dodgers have, you're going to cool off. It happens to all baseballistas. You have that run where you're chasing stuff. Everything looks like a little aspirin coming at you, and then out of nowhere, it becomes the beach ball again. So I trust the Dodger hitters. They're going to make their adjustments, and I think today that'll happen starting in Colorado. But, in noticias, in Espanol, we have noticias de último momento, and then they make this big deal.
Yeah.
Hermano, we have noticias de último momento from Clipperlandia.
Yeah, we do.
And it's Steve Ballmer. That whole situation, apparently, it's all been resolved.
So I love that you call it a situation, because so many things keep getting added to it. We don't even know what the heck is going on. So this will be the briefest rundown of what has now taken over 11 months. The headline, as you say, is Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers are cleared of any wrongdoing regarding. Thank you, Shay. Kawhi is definitely laughing. I think he's on like a world tour right now. I think he's in China. Funny enough, but anyway, Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers are cleared of any wrongdoing regarding the cap circumvention. Here is the briefest breakdown you will receive. Pablo Torre, famed podcaster, did a deep investigation into Aspiration, a now defunct company who is under investigation for fraud, for instead of Kawhi being paid directly by Steve Ballmer and the Clippers, being paid through sponsors and partners of the Clippers to circumvent the cap. Kawhi notably did not take the max amount of money, and on the back end was alleged to have been receiving money elsewhere to make that up, and so that the Clippers could sign other players. Kawhi then was being investigated for another deal with Daktronics, who made the famous Halo board that the Clippers have in their arena and across other NBA arenas as well. Cleared of wrongdoing there as well, and they're cleared of wrongdoing regarding their partnership with Boingo. I didn't even know that was one, but all that being said, after 11 months of speculation, he's cleared. Now, they are not entirely out of the weeds legally, but regarding Kawhi being being able to play basketball, being able to be shipped off to Toronto because the Toronto Raptors notably said if there is a suspension involved, we don't want him, so the trade was on hold. Everything, according to Ramona Shelburne and Shams Charania, who are co-reporting this, everything is pointing toward Kawhi being shipped to Toronto, Brandon Ingram and company being shipped back, and the NBA free agency finally being able to come to a finish, and the entire league was on standby. You are a San Diego native, proudly, which is a beautiful thing, but you grew up a Lakers fan. How do you feel regarding this entire Clippers situation? Did you care about it at all? Did you not care about it? What were your thoughts?
You always care about the Clippers either way, right? And especially over these last few years and what they've done with that organization, right? Post-Sterling. So I like what's been built with Clippers. This was a surprise to me. And the more you looked, the more you saw, the more came out, and the more worried you became because you're like, wait, ¿cómo está pasando? So how did this all come to be? And here's the thing that during the whole news release, right, that the NBA is focused on whether the team's introduction of Leonard to team sponsors constitutes a violation of the league's rules prohibiting salary cap circumvention. But two of the sources said the league is examining whether the Clippers are guilty of failure to supervise employees. So it's unclear what specific rule the team would have violated and what the penalties would be, two of the sources said. So to me, it's from the top to the bottom, but somebody's going to have to take that balita. But moving on. And in the end, investigation done. They found no wrongdoing. On paper, everybody's good to go. Coast is clear. But for me, for somebody that cares about basketball, especially in Southern California, it's good to just turn the page. But I do care that the Clippers are irrelevant, that they have probably one of the best, if not the best, arena in basketball. I know a lot of my Laker fan and Laker familia, I think that should be a Lakers building, the caliber, right? But it's good that the Clippers kind of just put that behind them, move forward, and Kawhi can move forward as well.
Yeah, the Clippers' investigation into what you just said regarding their practices via employees and communication is under review, but whatever punishment comes from that will not affect, from what we're reading, will not affect Kawhi, the Raptors, or the rosters being built. Maybe there's a fine for Steve Ballmer, but in regards to the rest of the NBA season being able to move forward, and why I bring that up is because as a Laker fan, Jonathan Kuminga was essentially on hold because if the trade with Kawhi was reversed, that may affect where he lands because the Clippers have a lot more money. Maybe he wanted to go to Toronto. So you ask why this matters as a Laker fan. It's because now we can proceed and resume the courting of Jonathan Kuminga, who is seen, in my opinion, as the final piece that the Lakers, one, can afford, two, need to add to that starting lineup. The whole situation was insane because it does bring the ire of the league toward Adam Silver. What I mean is, since taking over, Adam Silver's criticism from not just fans or players but other owners is lack of punishment, lack of accountability. And while the investigation did take 11 months because things kept being uncovered as Pablo Torre went on, the biggest gripe is, how is it a podcaster was able to figure all this out, but you were not able to figure all this out? And now that there is no punishment, that criticism will continue. That's Adam Silver's problem. The fact is, if you live in Los Angeles, whichever basketball team you root for, your favorite players are not going to be suspended. And if we can sum all that up, that is the important part here. So best of luck to Kawhi over in Toronto. I'm assuming any day now. Well, again, he's over in China, and Kawhi Leonard does not strike me as an easy man to reach. But when Kawhi does find out that he
doesn't want to be reached,
he doesn't want to be reached.
He's got that status. In fact, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
And I think this is a question for a lot of fans. What do you grade the Kawhi Leonard era in Clipperland? I mean, I feel like there was a lot to be desired here in the end. I think that I thought they would do more with him there. But it is what it is. What do you think?
I'll give it 2 grades. Okay. The Clippers on their own, I will give it a B-. But in comparison to the Lakers, I'll give it a B. Because when Kawhi and Paul George formed their team, it was a shock because LeBron coming to the Lakers was supposed to be the big headline, and then not long after it was, whoa, what's going on with the Clippers? And it's tough to remember now, but there were plenty of years, we'll say, in the first 4 years of LeBron being a Laker, where the Clippers were tit for tat, where the Clippers were aligned and ready to make a deeper push than the Lakers did. Now, those years obviously didn't end up being a championship for the Clippers, so they're easier to forget. But in comparison to the Lakers, they held their own and far often finished better than the Lakers did, but the Lakers got that championship. And because both LeBron's era and Kawhi's era are going to be in direct comparison because they were kind of in lockstep with one another, LeBron made it to the mountaintop. So, yeah, I'll say B- regarding what could have been, because there were always injuries, because there were always revolving pieces around Kawhi. And on the day that Kawhi and Paul George first came over, you would have thought there would be at least more Western Conference Finals appearances, if not championships. And I think they fell short of that.
I feel the same way. I mean, I think you hit all of those points right on the money. For me, though, there's also that part where you wanted, after everything that happened post Chris Paul and moving forward from that point, I did think there was going to be a dominant run for the Clippers. And it just, again, something kind of always derailed it. Now with this kind of changing up and going into this season, what do you see then? All right, so forget Kawhi. Novela's done. Now you can focus on basketball, finish your transactions, and get right to work. Because there will be a cloud that is going to, right now, follow in Lakerlandia, right? And the Clippers now maybe, all right, we're out of the woods. Now it's your ball, Lakers. You guys deal with the media.
That is a fantastic point. And the Lakers, again, now can freely get back to pursuing Jonathan Kuminga, who was on standby, rumored because he wanted to see what would happen if the Clippers did not get Kawhi, or if the Raptors were not able to go through with the trade. So that will be step one. And yeah, the Clippers, and I say this with respect, will take quite a bit of a back seat in Los Angeles. They're just not built to compete in a tough West that is younger than them, that is more talented than them. And they have exciting guys like Ben Mathurin and Darius Garland, but they are far away from competing. So you're absolutely right. All the attention now goes to the Lakers. And what I expect for the Lakers this year, whether or not they land Jonathan Kuminga, is a pretty ugly first 30 games. Their schedule is very favorable. The month of November, they face some top teams, but all in all, the majority of those first 3 months are favorable matchups, and a lot of those tough matchups will be at home, which is great. They're going to get a nice little ramp up. The schedule gods did them a favor there. But it is an entirely new team with an entirely new system, entirely new players, and I expect the first 30 games to be ugly, but by All-Star break, I expect them to be firmly in the conversation of top 4 seeds in the Western Conference. And while the Lakers, similar to the Dodgers, enter every single year regardless of coach or what you did last year or players, the expectations, the championship, I do expect them to finish this year second round playoff exit at the absolute earliest, and I would consider that a success. This isn't the year that the Lakers have to win a championship. This is the year that they have to prove that a championship is around the corner.
And then you look at what's happening with the Lakers, and on the basketball court, of course, look at that squad. And look what Luka said. Hey, everybody come have a little carne asada with me in my house. The whole thing. And it's great for the bonding, but what about the fan base and everything that's kind of happened over these last few days? Because we know what a Laker fan is, how loyal the fan is in Lakerlandia. And there are some doubts going into this season regarding the new ownership coming in. How long before they can focus just on basketball and forget about what's happening outside of Staples Center and Kobe Dojo?
Opening night. Well, the Lakers don't play opening night. They play the second night. Unfortunately, the shock and disappointment for a lot of Los Angeles over this ownership switch and who the new owners are. It's not going to sit right for a while. There's going to be a whole lot of questions, and I don't know how many answers we're going to get, especially because until the sale is official, and that's going to take months, I'm sure the new ownership in Iger and Kushner can't even answer those questions. So there's going to be a lot of speculation. That icky feeling that a lot of Lakers fans, including myself, have is just going to sit there, and once the season starts, that'll be our distraction. But I do feel that that cloud, as you put it, is going to get darker. It's going to get heavier, and then once Luka finally takes the court with his new squad, we'll be distracted. The cloud won't go away, but it will distract us until
it'll be a little marine layer.
There we go, marine layer. I like that. That's exactly what it'll be.
But then you look at, right, if I forgive me for getting excited now, if we look on the court, La Duela, Pisos Brillosos de la NBA, and you have Luka, and I know my friends, and I'll shout out my boy Francisco Pinto, who covers the Lakers constantly. You know, I told him, joking around, I'm like, are we going to have to start calling them in Espanol Los Angeles Leches? I mean, it's just, hermano, but I love what they're building. Yeah. I love the basketball that awaits us. So with everything that's happening, extraoficial, outside of what is just basketball, we'll leave that and we'll let that get settled. But the basketball itself, Lakers, I think, are going to put in a pretty good shift into this season. I really believe that this squad, especially Luka, I think Luka, with everything that's happening with him, he's going to be more motivated than ever. And I think that's dangerous for the rest of the league, the NBA, avisados. Luka's coming with it. And now it's time to take a little quick pause for the cause. When we come back, we're going to keep breaking down the Dodgers. I know we want to talk more about the Dodgers. Obviously, Ty Simpson, we're looking at you, Papa. Great performance to start off the preseason. And of course, hey, I'm here on Puro Charger Power. We're definitely going to hit some Charger points.
Yes,
también,
sir.
so both up. And yes, we're on the Fan in LA. We'll be back.
ESPN is posting this incorrectly. They are putting a fractured leg. Oh, it's a microfracture. Micro is a key word there. Can you play on a microfracture?
Yeah, I've played on a complete ruptured, fractured, stress fracture.
I played with a completely torn UCL and shoulder and a broken toe in 2 places.
Cody, you had multiples in games?
Multiple. Yeah, no, and I they never took me out of a game because I am a badass.
Do we owe Christian and all the former Team USA members nationally, do they owe Christian an apology?
Does Landon Donovan, Tim Howard, and all of those people who have called out his lack of performance? Oh, yeah, did she owe him an apology too? No. No one owes him an apology. And here's the thing, I don't dislike Christian Pulisic. It's just I have been spending the last 5 years being told that this guy is the one that's going to take American soccer to the next level. Based on what I've seen now in 2 World Cups from the guy and him no-showing the Gold Cup with his first opportunity to play with Poch, and now all the reports around, and as much as I want to say they're sources and unverified, Landon Donovan's the one out talking about Christian Pulisic's camp and how he's been handling the press and how it's been a problem for Team US.
Luka, so one of the slogans from the coaches is iron sharpen iron. How has these matchups been with you guys versus the secondary? we hear about you and Trent matching up and Jalen as well?
I think it's been really fun. I know just the other day before we had our off day, I'm like, we had a deep ball, and Matthew stepped on one and let one rip. It felt like it was on a tightrope. Being able to track that ball and then also have, I'm like, think I got it, and being able to run into the end zone, and there comes 22 flying out of right field and being able to punch it out. And man, you're upset because you want to be able to make those plays, but you also know like this is we're at highly competitive football right now, and it feels good to be able to work on different things. Where I'm like, man, I like to say like I can track the ball pretty well, and like now you got to track the ball and be able to come down with it, knowing that there's somebody still going to be in your area. So it's been really fun, and they both have different skill sets. J. Watt obviously being a little bit lengthier, but it's been fun because I'm like, I know Coach Lake is out there in the defensive back room and hyping these guys up, so it takes me back to our days up at UW. Ty, I think, has stepped up in a lot of ways. I think the opportunity for him to go out there and get reps, and I think him and Steady being able to go out there and have days where Matthew's not out there gives them the true opportunity for them to compete and kind of learn and go through some of those mistakes kind of on their own. Obviously, Matthew's a great help out there and communicates, I think, with the best of them, but it's also an opportunity for them to learn, and like that's how football games go. Obviously, you're going to have coach in the headset, and we're going to be able to communicate some of the things that we're seeing, but to go out there and to have a bad pass and then to be able to get under center and say, hey, I got to make this next play. So I think it's been really fun to see him go out there and do that. I think his arm and the confidence that he's throwing the ball with has definitely grown a ton since where we were at in OTAs. I think feeling more comfortable in the pocket, understanding, and obviously seeing more guys run routes where it's you kind of first get out there. He's never really seen me or Tay or X-Man or Mumph, but I think just the connection between the team, everybody hanging out in the meal room. I know in our wide receiver room, obviously Tay being the oldest guy, but I'm like me and Xavier Smith are the two next oldest guys in our room who've been here since our rookie class. So it's been fun to just have that communication, watching some of our high school tape and seeing Tay's maybe on a VHS tape and everybody else on huddle. So it's nice to see the separation and the growth that we've had in our room. But it's been really fun. I think so. Yeah, it's funny. I think Trent said they used to go 4 days in a row, and I'm like, that sounds miserable. I'm like, that just sounds like an injury waiting to happen. So I'm like, I'm really appreciative of Coach and just and especially Reggie, our training staff. I know that there are some places where I've heard that the training room isn't as open as it is over here. So I'm really grateful for the people who work with me in that room and their ability to take care of us physically, and then also I think the mental strain that it can be to come out here and consistently go and to have some of the joints, pains, and aches of getting into camp and not having to worry about that because they're taking such good.
Just a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents they don't know any better. And
Back Los Angeles, welcome to Brock and Alex. I'm Adrian Garcia Marquez in for Alex Curry, the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Puro Los Angeles. Now we're live, ready to roll. You can listen to us anytime on the Odyssey app. And if you missed any part of the conversation, search Brock and Alex wherever you get your podcast, and you can catch the full show, individual hours, and all of the best moments. And we've already had a couple of moments. We've already kind of talked about the new Clippers news, but we want to get back on the Dodgers subject because that's red hot right now. The Dodgers, again, if you're just joining us, had a chance on Sunday to finish a huge 4-game series set against Milwaukee. They needed the win, secure the season series tiebreaker. No. Brewers beat the Dodgers 6-2. Milwaukee takes 3 of 4 at Cerro Azul. Brewers win the season series 4-3. Now the Dodgers had won 2 of 3 in Milwaukee back in May. LA's only wins in the series. And, you look at the team now. You look at what's going on. We discussed it a little bit earlier. What needs to be fixed, my belief is, let it be like the Beatles. Everything is going to be just fine because of the caliber of player on that Dodger roster and that manager. They know what they're doing. I think they've proven it. Let them cook. Let them figure it out.
Is there any level of concern for you? I will admit I can get caught up in the moment sometimes, but I do feel vindicated in the Dodgers needing to at least, well, Dave Roberts, to his credit, has acknowledge that things are not where they should be, or rather where they need to be. What is your level of concern for Edwin Diaz and Kyle Tucker?
All right. We're going to unpack Edwin Diaz. First, if you're going to come in and you're going to have that grand entrance, and I think it's happening across baseball, and I don't want to target Edwin. Edwin's been great. He's got a great body of work. He's had his struggles, and we've seen it. It's been cataloged. But across baseball now, I don't know how you feel, but there's even relievers now that are getting a song. And before it used to be like down in San Diego's, you had Hell's Bells. Trevor Hoffman was coming in. Enter Sandman in the Bronx with Mariano Rivera. I think that's reserved for the elite of elite closers. And Edwin Diaz, on paper, is that. Something is not right, and that's what needs to be figured out. But I think when push comes to shove and they need him to lock down and get that victory when the games truly, and all games matter. I'm not saying these games don't matter because a lot of things can happen. But I think Edwin Diaz fixes his issues. But I am kind of concerned if it's not something, that's rattling around upstairs that hasn't quite clicked for him, where there's a confidence that was lost somewhere along the way.
You bring up a good point with the trumpet entrance, and it's the cool thing about these unique entrances that are catching on is when the game is going well and when said reliever or closer goes out there and has a solid inning. It's the coolest thing in the world. But it almost feels ironic or mocking in a way when a reliever or closer is struggling. And Edwin Diaz is certainly experiencing that right now. He's had 8 appearances since returning after a 3-month absence due to the loose bodies in his elbow, and had 3 blown saves in a single week, back-to-back against Arizona, and then the first game against Milwaukee. He almost blew the save in Game 2 against Milwaukee, got out of a bases-loaded jam, but loaded the bases nonetheless. And it's such a weird thing because you can't just, or maybe you can't just like take the trumpets and the light show away, because now you are admitting to your closer, which again, baseball and pitchers, the most mental sport ever, we don't think you got the juice anymore, so we're going to take away your light show until you start you can't treat him like a toddler and put him on punishment.
You can't reprimand him for having some struggles. I mean, this is a guy who's right up there. What is it? 259 saves and counting in his career. Kenley Jansen's got 491. Kimbrel 440. Aroldis Chapman next 394. Iglesias. Then, when you're looking at those guys that lock it down, he's been one of the best in history. You don't take away the music and all that, but I think it's maybe the same thing. Something about Cerro Azul, something about Dodger Stadium that might be the same problem with Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
Maybe the lights there at Dodger Stadium, the pressure of playing in that building, and I don't know. Something is a little bit off. I was looking at some of the numbers with Edwin Diaz. When you look at game notes, and then you see all hitters, 359 or 356 in this case. Left-handed hitters 316. Right-handers are crushing at 429. So it's something to look at. But again, that's you live and die by the sword.
Yeah.
And he's been a very sharp sword. I would trust him to fix whatever he needs to fix. And when push comes to shove, I'll repeat, I think Edwin Diaz is going to step for the Dodgers. But there are more problems. There are more things kind of brewing inside of a player's head that maybe we don't know about. And once they kind of take care of that and Kyle Tucker falls into this conversation, then you get to see that player, that caliber. I don't know. In shifting to Kyle Tucker, I mean, I've seen one of the best purest swings. In fact, he came out as Ted Williams in a movie, documentary or something in the past because of that sweet stroke. Where is it at Dodger Stadium? Maybe he feels more comfortable playing on the road, but I think that's another player that will end up shining in October. It's just a matter of just, again, riding with the horses. You gave him caballo money.
Yeah.
He needs to really step it up, but I would trust that the body of work also from him, just like Edwin Diaz, it'll show up when you need them the most.
For those who are already checked out of the Kyle Tucker experience, I will remind you he went 0 for 11 in this recent series, 0 for 19 if you include the previous Kansas City Royals series, and maybe the rock bottom moment for Kyle Tucker, possibly for the entire season, quite honestly, is He was benched game 3 of the Brewers series because, as Dave Roberts quotes, frustrations of playing at home. And I think when you add in, of course, the $60 million, when you add in the incredible level of play that he was at in recent seasons, mostly with Houston, but also with the Cubs, the fact that in less than a year you are now being benched at home just because you lack confidence in your own stadium, it's just a sad state for him. And unfortunately, every time I think he has reached the bottom, he finds a newer low, and it is completely a mental thing, which could either bring comfort for some guys knowing I have the power to fix this. I know I can be a good baseball player once again. It's up to me to decide. But after a while, once a mental issue has been a mental issue for months upon months, the level of doubt sets in. And the lowest moment of the Kyle Tucker experience now was yesterday in the 9th inning. The game is basically put away. Working back to catch a fly ball against the wall, kind of mistimes his jump. He's kind of too busy feeling for the wall. Misses the ball, it bounces, it rolls, and does this very, I don't want to be hyperbolic here, like just a lazy jog over to the ball, picks it up, loses interest, throws it, and the aggression of pent-up resentment in all of Los Angeles rains down on him, and the boos come in. And boos don't just come once. Once the dam breaks on the boos are now accessible for everyone. And if home field wasn't enough of a hurdle for Kyle Tucker, from here on out, every strikeout, everything that does not go Kyle Tucker's way, he has to sit there in the back of his head saying, are they going to boo me? And unfortunately, the home field experience is only going to get worse for him.
Yeah, but the Dodger fan is fair.
Yeah.
The Dodger fan, if you step it up and you start raking again, they're going to be right behind you. It's just them letting you know, hey, we expect more, especially for that kind of money, and especially because we added you as that one piece to help kind of just balance out this lineup. Hitting, we saw it in the movie The Natural. Hitting is contagious. I mean, and also the slumps and the swinging and missing and chasing off-speed pitches that are not strikes. And there again, we started at the top talking about this. The Dodgers aren't executing as hitters as they normally would. They are chasing pitches. I don't see the same type of at-bats that you normally see from this caliber of Caballo in that Dodger lineup. So for me, it is the mental part. But thankfully in baseball, you can break out of a slump. All you need is one good afternoon, and then all of a sudden, you're back on it. So I think Colorado might be an elixir for them, for a lot of these hitters. Maybe it starts tonight. But for Kyle Tucker himself, it's time to reflect. Okay, so you talk about hitting rock bottom, and maybe he goes maybe now he's in the outer circle, the 9th circle of hell in Dante's Inferno. Yeah, but he can make it back. Yeah. He's got the talent, he's got the strokes, that's why he got the money. And you just got to deposit a little faith. But again, the hitting's contagious. The rest of the guys start, unloading. Maybe it starts with him as well. I'm not worried about where the Dodgers are right now in mid-August because of the lineup, because of who they are, and because of who's on that staff. And speaking of that, Tarek Skubal, I wanted to bring him up. 6 innings pitched, 7 hits, 2 runs, an earned one. In he K 7. He struck out the side in the 6th to finish the outing, gave the Dodgers another chance to win. He took the loss, but if I'm Tarek Skubal, I want you to get into Tarek Skubal's mind, or at least try. Mm-hmm. Are you feeling like, all right, no worries, this team's going to pick me up, or ¿a qué me metí? Why am I here? I don't think that's the case. I think everything's going to be all right.
I think if you are Tarek Skubal, you are frustrated in the sense of every time I've been out here, I have handed off the baseball to the bullpen and to the offense to get the deal done. And 2 out of the 3, you guys have let me down. But I have a better chance of winning a World Series as a Dodger than I did as a member of the Detroit Tigers. So for Skubal, yes, it's such an interesting perspective of I join a team, and by their standards, they're going through it, and they are playing nowhere near where they need to be. But Skubal, I'm sure, is excited that he's at a place that has such high standards. Not that the Tigers would celebrate when they lost, but I'm curious to hear his perspective postseason when hopefully the Dodgers are three-peating as the World Series champs of, I got motivated because I was at a place that was
that had the 4th best record in baseball and acted like the world was ending. So I do think there actually is something motivating about that, strictly from Scooble's standpoint, because he's the new guy. And maybe if we see Chris Bubich, who came over but is currently injured, but we're expecting to see him from the playoffs, I actually think there can be a motivating factor from the new faces. Ben Rortvedt and Hunter Fiducia, of course, they're familiar with the Dodgers organization, but they're playing fantastically well. And I would be motivated if I was the new guy and the situation I'm in now is far better than where I was at the previous spot, and everyone here is pissed off. That would motivate the hell out of me.
Yeah, you have a chance at a ring, and that's what the Dodgers provide. And again, I don't think there is any reason to hit the panic button despite what we've seen, but they got to start turning things around for the sake of momentum, because, in fact, the playoffs start a week earlier. So end of September, you already got to get hot and get going. The Padres are hot on their tail. Obviously, the Diamondbacks there, they've separated from having a 14-game lead down to 7. My question for you is this one. Are you worried at all that the Milwaukee Brewers have the tiebreaker? Because if we look at Milwaukee, I look at a squad that's going to be a cuchillito de palo. They're going to be a sharpened toothbrush. Maybe they're not going to bombard you. They are going to do everything that they have to do, and they do it with Jackson Chourio and company. Those guys get on base. They steal bags. Murphy's got them playing excellent baseball. That's a force to reckon with. They have great pitching. I honestly thought they had enough in their farm system to make the deal for Tarek Skubal.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't. And you know what? The Dodgers are the ones that get this talented pitcher. But in the end, even if the Brewers own the tiebreaker, I still believe the Dodgers are a much better baseball team than the Milwaukee Brewers, and especially in October.
They're a better team than them. I will say them losing the tiebreaker to the Brewers does not concern me, but in about 10 days, August 25th, 26th, and 27th, the Dodgers go to Atlanta for a series against them, and the Braves won the previous series a couple months ago 2-1. If the Dodgers have a similar outing against the Braves and now that they had against the Brewers, and now they don't have the tiebreaker against the Brewers or the Braves, then concern sets in, because those two teams are going to be your toughest. Well, honestly, I don't see a world where Milwaukee, the way that they're playing, is not the 1 seed. So right now you're focused on the Braves, but to not have a tiebreaker against either of them, that's concerning.
And do we see a world, now if we're going to pivot when we come back, do we see a world where Ty Simpson is the backup QB for the Rams and not Stetson Bennett? That's the question we're going to answer, or at least begin to start to answer that on the way back here on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Raj, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even darker into it. Private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, get him a trainer with that price and, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can't he get recruited because of how he hits? I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape, and whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to them, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, now in basketball, there's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not, but they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film, they can go pull up the video, and that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the video is, 2 seconds a coach can have a video of you playing in a game without actually having to be there. So there's pros to that and cons to that, because guess what? That means he can see thousands and thousands of more players than he used to when he had to physically go from city to city to see a kid in person. Now, some kids will still get the opportunity to be seen in person, and that may make a difference, but it always comes back to like you just focusing on you and getting better and improving, as an athlete, and eventually, your game in a lot of ways will kind of do the talking and do the messaging more so than you trying to get onto a particular stage to say, look at me, when in reality you're not ready to be seen yet. Just focus on getting better, and then that.
Dude's going through it right now.
I'm sure he is, because he's put so many years of higher performance together. But it also sounded to me like like frustration. He knows he needs to be better, wants to be better for his team and teammates, but that, he's seen everything and he's been through everything. Like, you don't get to where these guys are without having navigated some of these moments and stretches. What I can tell you, though, is, the third time through is, you are on fumes. I don't care how hard you work out in the off season, how much time you put in, what kind of recovery you're trying to do. 3 seasons in a row playing all the way to the end is exhausting. Your body is not what it used to be 2 years ago.
Not to mention the years before that, because, listen, this guy's played to the playoffs every year, both in Boston and here. He's won 4 World Series now, 3 in LA, 1 in Boston. I mean, this guy definitely has played like full seasons post the regular season.
Yeah, and some of it, it's not an age thing, or it's not because of, he's getting older or this, or like some of it is just, in particular when you've had such success in the past, like you have a standard for yourself. And sometimes when that standard isn't being met, like you can feel I'm not meeting my standard. That's the additional frustrating thing as well that can start to negatively impact your performance, because now you're pressing, you're trying harder, and you're trying to replicate what you used to do or what you normally do when the situation requires you to just be the present version of what you need to be. And so maybe your power isn't there, maybe your speed isn't there, maybe whatever, for whatever the reasons. But what adjustments can you make in real time to try to still be successful for the team? And that's kind of what everybody's going through in some form or fashion. Robleski, who's not the same age as Mookie, but he's not playing well right now. So, again, it's not automatically like we like to quickly just go to age or to some like easy thing that we can wrap our brains around.
Yeah.
But if a 24-year-old is struggling and a 34-year-old is struggling, that's not an age thing.
No.
Right? That's just part of sports and part of life. And you just have to figure out how to navigate these things. And to me, Mookie has world-class experience in navigating adversity and will ultimately do things that are going to help this team.
Derek, are you excited or a little bit upset that the Lakers are quickly becoming the whitest team in the league? Because
quietly,
I not even quietly.
I think it's pretty outright.
Am I coming in from the bullpen with all the lights? Hey, go Mariano Rivera, what's going on? Oh, I love this. Let's go. Enter Sandman. And we re-enter right here on 97.1 The Fan. I'm Adrian Garcia Marquez, joining Brock today in for Alex Curry, the voice of LA Sports right here, 97.1 The Fan. Now, the voices of the NBA have spoken, but I got to do it. Noticias de último momento. Adelante. Go ahead.
An official tweet from NBA Communications. NBA spokesman Mike Bass says, quote, ESPN's article regarding the LA Clippers investigation, for which the NBA declined to cooperate, contains numerous and significant inaccuracies. The results in this matter will be made clear once the investigation is concluded. If you were not with us at the top of the hour, Ramona Shelburne and Shams Charania of ESPN reported that the NBA found no wrongdoing by Steve Ballmer regarding the Kawhi Leonard cap circumvention allegations, and that he was in the clear. And let's see, some quick math. About 17 minutes later, the NBA PR said, No. We are not only are we not done, we did not even want to cooperate in your article. So everything I said about Kuminga can now sign with the Lakers and Kawhi's going to Toronto, yeah. Throw all that away. Kawhi is somewhere in China, and when he gets service, he's going to have 500 text messages blow up his phone at the same time. So that is where we stand. The NBA and ESPN are, well, the NBA is refuting ESPN's reporting. Adrian, we're back where we started.
Yeah, we're back where we started, but we are going to keep our eyes on that story as it's developing, because obviously every 17 minutes, there's going to be some kind of update letting us know, apparently. But we wanted to update you in case you missed it over the weekend. The rookie QBs in the NFL, they balled out, Brock.
Yeah.
When you look at some of the numbers, I looked at the combination between Fernando Mendoza, Ty Simpson, Carson Beck, Drew Aller, and Cade Klubnik. 61 of 80, 684 yards, 6 touchdowns, and the most important stat, 0 picks. And in that, Ty Simpson had himself a 21 of 25, 190 yards, 2 touchdowns, no turnovers, completed 84% of his passes, leading the Rams to a couple of scores. I'm convinced, give him the number 2 job already. Stetson Bennett, muchas gracias, but I think this is a Ty Simpson world, and why we saw that 13th pick become him for the Rams. He is the heir apparent. It showed. It looked like it.
I don't know if debuts can get much better than that for a quarterback. So Ty Simpson, of course, was drafted in the first round to the chagrin of many of Rams fans. They thought, why are you drafting someone who's not going to be able to compete immediately? And entering training camp, he was in this weird no man's land of, typically we talk about first round picks, but he's a backup, so we don't really care. But is he going to be the backup? What I saw from Ty Simpson is the very best of what he showed at Alabama, and he only showed it at Alabama maybe in 2 or 3 games. And Ty Simpson made a firm case for unseating Stetson Bennett, who has been the backup for Matthew Stafford for 3 years now. One of those years he took off from football. He has yet to see any regular season action, so he entered training camp as the number 2. Of course, Ty Simpson's the new guy, but once the preseason games start, we told you, that is when Ty Simpson can start making his mark. So he entered the game from the second quarter onward. The biggest thing about him, he was decisive. At the top of his drop, whether it was a 3-step drop or a 5-step drop. On that 3rd step, he knew exactly where he was going. On that 5th step, he knew exactly where he was going. There was no idle time. He wasn't patting the ball. He wasn't panicking. Nope. Sean McVay did a great job as well. All of his early throws, I want to say the first 4 or 5 were rollouts, which is a great way to get a quarterback ingrained. There will be someone open because your slot wideouts are going to be faster than the linebackers. Get some easy throws out there, and then from the second half onward, he really let that thing go downfield. Best pass of the day was a pass to a fellow rookie C.J. Daniels, close to the red zone, about 20-something yards downfield, just over a linebacker's head. Ty Simpson, phenomenal. Tons of work left to do, but as far as debuts go, I don't think it could have been better.
And he found that love connection with Max Clare as well. You saw that.
Yes.
But just kind of going back to what you were saying, because that's what I like to look at in broadcasting NFL games, and we look at the quarterback position, the command. The command of the offense and the ability, especially as a young passer, to take what the defense gives you. And that's exactly what he's doing. And I kind of see what Brock Purdy does well with the 49ers offense, what Drew Brees used to do really well with the Saints. And I know I don't want to put him in the same as a Hall of Fame, but you understand it's just that rhythmic, getting him out of the pocket, letting him do what he does best. And that high release point works well, the way he reads the field in movement. I'm not surprised. And given the situation he had at Alabama and coming into the NFL, and again, with all of that stuff that came with being the 13th pick and the raising of eyebrows, I think McVay found his guy to build with towards the future.
Yeah, and I don't want to be hypocritical. If you've been listening or watching this show, you know I have my skepticisms of Ty Simpson coming in. I felt a first-round pick on a guy who at best was going to be a backup quarterback for this season, and one who was very unproven, only started 15 games as a quarterback at the college level, and from Alabama standards underperformed, and the last time we saw him in the Rose Bowl, he got benched. I was very skeptical, and obviously until we see it in a regular season game, you don't know until you know, but he shouldn't be seeing many regular season games because Matthew Stafford's going to have a healthy year. But that being said...
And it was the Chiefs.
And it was the Chiefs backups. But that being said, he didn't look like the moment was too big. You've covered football forever. You know from the very first series, if a quarterback, maybe it's his first time starting, maybe the starting quarterback went down and the backup came in, you know immediately the moment is too big, things are moving too fast for him, and he looks out of his element. That was not the case with Ty Simpson. You can make the wrong decisions in your first preseason start as long as you are making them confidently. Not only did he make the right decisions, there was no downtime. He knew exactly what the defense was going to give him, as you pointed out, and he was confident in his delivery. Hats off to Ty Simpson. Tons of work to do. Preseason is not over, but man, did you leave an impression.
Hey, he did. And when you look at quarterbacks, rookies, preseason, okay, take what you can from that, but you do see certain things that'll tell you this guy is going to be huge. But then we also get those mirages. I remember back in the day, Ryan Leaf coming into the Chargers, looked great preseason. It looked like, oh man, this guy, he's going to Peyton Manning. What are you talking? And then the wheels came off at Arrowhead Stadium, which normally happens to quarterbacks that aren't ready.
True.
And the deer in headlights effect kicks in, and some guys recover, some guys don't. So we'll see. But I like the makeup. I like what I'm hearing, what I'm seeing, and especially with that genio, Sean McVay at the helm, he's going to be just fine. So I think the Rams found their guy. So the question is, Rams fan, do you want to move on already from Stetson Bennett and say it's a Ty Simpson backup world from this point on? You're listening to 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
We are, holy God, like, I don't know if we're playing basketball. I don't know if we're storming the Capitol. Like, I don't know what the Lakers are doing right now, but there's a lot of white. There's a lot of white. There's going to be...
But the two white guys can really shoot it.
I mean, I know, but I just don't know if the locker room vibes are going to be good when it's Yacht Rock being played after a win.
What's wrong with
Yeah, I
Yacht
can tell
Rock?
you the answer to that. No, not really.
Yeah, it's like you just beat the defending champion Knicks in Madison Square Garden. Let's go back to the locker room. Sailing, take
It's
me
always
away.
Christopher Cross. It's always Christopher Cross for victories, baby.
That's
my team. That's my Lakers.
Does that fire us up? I don't know. I like Rob Pelinka, please like, for lack of a better terms, give some people that will celebrate at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles afterward. Okay, like get some
We
people
all
in.
celebrate there, though.
Trust me, I love it. But get some soul in that locker room, please. Get some melanin.
I believe in him. I believe that Rob can do this. No question.
What do you
Look
take
great.
away from that?
It was really, more of for him to kind of just continue to do the things that I've kind of shared with you guys, and so he looked great, and he's still continuing to go through his process. No new news on that front.
You have said, the arrow is pointing upward.
Yep.
Is this just another step in that, or do you
It
think
is.
it just solidifies things?
No, I think we've had we've had a plan in place for a while, like I've kind of told you guys, and the workout was one of those things. And really, it was kind of semantical to be able to use the equipment and things like that to fall under the legalities of CBA. And so he's very deliberate and intentional about what this looks like. I'm careful to say, like, things are going in the right direction. He's feeling good, but we're not to where we are able to say whether or not he is or isn't ready to do it. But he's doing great, and he looked outstanding, as I think all of us.
Which Cy Young ace do you trust more on the Dodgers, ladies and gentlemen? Do you trust Tarek Skubal or Blake Snell? And I'll give you my answer right now. Of course I trust Blake Snell more. It's a man that's pitched in multiple World Series now, not only for the Dodgers, but for the Tampa Bay Rays. He's won 2 Cy Youngs the same way Tarek Skubal has. Tarek Skubal hasn't had the opportunity to pitch deep into an October. This is going to be potentially his first real opportunity. Doesn't mean I don't trust Tarek Skubal. Absolutely do. He's had about a B+ start and a B- start for the Los Angeles Dodgers. But first game out of the microneedling surgery for Blake Snell, it was an A+. A+ start, A+ stuff. I can't stress enough how encouraging isn't even the word. Encouraging is that he threw 85 pitches. Incredible is that he dominated.
Talk about this in a minute.
We will.
We got to get to some real superstars.
Yes, we do. And when a superstar does call into a show, you answer the superstar as quickly as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, he's a music legend and icon, and quite frankly, I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to like organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years." But so anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, well, congratulations to you.
You guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at.
Alongside El Gran Brock, I'm Adrian Garcia Marquez in for Alex this afternoon here on 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And the voices are getting louder and louder across the NBA. The story just keeps developing. Brock, I mean, this is going to be the news that keeps on giving for the next few hours, I guess, no?
I guess so. At this point, everyone who works for the Clippers or the NBA or ESPN with a Twitter account is using their right to tweet, and they are all countering one another. Pablo Torre is now getting involved. Of course, his investigation is kind of what kicked this whole thing off. As a brief recap, earlier this morning, ESPN reported that their reporters, Ramona Shelburne and Shams Charania, reported that the Clippers investigation was over, that they are still under investigation for some legal things, but as far as Kawhi and circumventing the cap and all those allegations, everything was in the clear. And then, as you see here, if you are watching the live stream, an NBA spokesman, Mike Bass, says ESPN's article regarding the LA Clippers investigation, for which the NBA declined to cooperate, contains numerous and significant inaccuracies. The results in this matter will be made clear once the investigation is concluded. Agent, you've been in sports media for a very long time. Kind of strange for a league to immediately refute reporting from a reputable news organization, right?
Absolutely. But then there's maybe the two sides to the story, right? Like where Pablo, maybe he's digging, he's got his sources, he's finding things out. But the NBA, as they normally do, and under Adam Silver, they're very meticulous. They're going to, dot their I's and cross their T's before they make any announcements. So maybe in this day and age, we see it over and over, especially since the social media has kicked in. to be first to tell the story, to be the first ones to throw it out there. So I don't know what's going on, but as you said, he's got a great reputation, and the NBA has also their own reputation to protect. So we'll see how this novela plays out. But so far, I think this is something that we're going to keep an eye on, because I don't think we're done telling the whole story there as things develop. And I think Matt in Torrance wants to get in on this conversation. Matt, adelante.
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yep.
We got you.
Okay, so at the beginning of the show, you were saying how, okay, let's see maybe if the Clippers can move just right past this. And let me tell you guys, with the league finding no evidence of cap circumvention, when it's really, really, I think, obvious to all of us, where the only burden of proof is just having a handwritten note from Ballmer to Kawhi saying, I'm going to circumvent this, this is a real serious integrity issue for Adam Silver and the NBA. And let's not forget, the NBA has had a list of things in these past few years concerning league integrity. Look at the betting scandal from last year. And when you look at that betting scandal from last year, look at what happened with Terry Rozier, where he was investigated by the league, they cleared him, and then the FBI found he was gambling the whole time, right? Yeah. So the NBA saying that they investigated doesn't hold a whole lot of water right now, when it's proven within the last 12 months that their own investigations don't really find out what really goes on. And just one last thing, guys. We have a Kushner now that owns the Lakers, right? So if you think that the league is just fine with Ballmer doing, and it's only Ballmer, yeah, you're going to see a lot more of this going down, guys.
Thank you, Matt. And those are some great points.
Fantastic points, Matt.
Great points.
Thank you for calling. No, Matt brings up a good point, and spoke earlier about how everyone is kind of side-eyeing Adam Silver because, as Matt pointed out, there have been ample opportunities to punish people, whether it be employees or owners or players, and Adam Silver tends to be the good guy, and people are kind of waiting for him to shed this good guy persona. It's tough when you're a commissioner because technically speaking, you don't work for the teams, you work for the commissioners, and punishing and coming down hard on a commissioner is coming down hard on your boss, who has to sign off on your check and has to vote to retain you. It's a weird spot to be in, but at the end of the day, what Matt is saying, and is a great point, is as a fan, you want to buy in for 2.5 hours whenever your team plays, that what I'm watching is real. It is full of integrity, it is fair, and if I'm going to gamble on it or just enjoy it as a fan, I want to know that there's some kind of rules in place that apply to everyone. And right now, the NBA is having a hard time proving that.
Now, if you look at what he brought up, right, the Rozier situation, maybe that is one of the reasons why they are maybe being a little bit more thorough with the investigation. They learn from their errors and mistakes in the past. That's what one hopes, right? Mm-hmm. What I don't want is what he said, that piece of paper thing. It reminded me of the movie. Remember the movie The Benchwarmers, when Amaury Ponce puts, I am 12. You knew he was overage playing. So I don't know. I want to trust. I really do. But I think most of us do, right? You want to trust the powers that be, the investigations that will be had, and I want to trust the NBA on this one, that they are thorough. If there is something that they are saying is not quite complete and the report is not quite as accurate as it seems, there are still moving parts, I got to hear them out.
So I'll compare this to the NFL and the Rams and how they handle things, because we're waiting on punishment for left tackle Alaric Jackson and Puka Nacua, whose punishments, if they do have a suspension, are supposed to be released really any day now. In the NFL, you could do something and not go to jail and not get sued and be proven innocent on any charges against you. But the NFL can still say, this is conduct detrimental to your team and the league. You embarrassed us. So we don't care if you were put in handcuffs. You embarrassed us and you're suspended for 2 games. And Roger Goodell and the NFL are pretty liberal with how quickly they hand those out, saying you are suspended. We don't care what happened. You embarrassed us. The NBA, on the other hand, has similar language, but unless you are in handcuffs, they really don't dole out any punishment. And I compare the two because, of course, Kawhi was a member of the Clippers for a while, and Puka and Alaric Jackson, members the Rams. Everyone is in LA, and I wonder if that also kind of hanging over this Clippers situation is a factor with regarding Adam Silver saying, why don't you punish anyone? Here, if there is no smoking gun, the NBA typically does not punish people, and the NFL, if there is so much as a tweet about you behaving poorly, they're going to try to suspend you. And different leagues are run different ways, but I do agree with Matt that people want to believe that the NBA is a fair league, and right now there's a lot of evidence that that's not the case for everyone.
And now in television, in media, we have this thing called a segue, right? When you mention something, you say something, you mention smoking gun. You want to talk guns? Bazookas? Let's talk Justin Herbert. Puro Church of Power. Let's get going. Let's transition now. We move to football. Let's talk about the Chargers. I know the curiosity right across the board is what is Justin Herbert going to do with this offense now under Mike McDaniel? Now, Shane Steichen, Joe Lombardi, Kellen Moore, Greg Roman, and now Mike McDaniel.
Jeez.
I mean, you come from the world of football americano, hermano, how difficult it's got to be for a quarterback to have to adapt to a playbook, especially as complex as all of these offenses, from Steichen to Lombardi to Moore. Roman, I don't know how that remains to be seen, but it's a credit to Justin Herbert. I haven't heard, and I've watched every snap of Príncipe Azul's career, and I never have heard a complaint about any of this. He just goes about his business. He goes right to work. He studies. He learns it. He perfects it. He's a scientific mind, and it shows every single time. Now you have a guy that I think finally brings that offensive firepower mentality in creating an offense, having an offense already, that he can also kind of alter, because that's what Mike McDaniel does. He'll move things around, do things that are untraditional but beautiful in the complexity of the offense. Yes, it's a Shanahan-style offense, but if we go back to, even he said it, this is the Chargers. This is Sid Gillman, Don Coryell innovating the game of football through the attack, the mismatch hell that they created all the time. And I think with McDaniel now at the helm with this playbook, and I want you to talk about this because I think Justin Herbert, and from what I've seen, and I'm not trying to be a homer about it, it's just the truth. I see Justin Herbert with an MVP caliber season on the horizon with this playbook, because I can't help it. I see it out there in training camp. I've seen it. Those throws that he's making, the plays that are being called, the receivers, it's just been beautiful ballet of movement on offense. Bienvenido, Mike Coryell.
Okay, this is fun. So let's roll with that. The case for Justin Herbert to win the MVP comes not necessarily from him putting up the biggest numbers ever. He's had some insane years regarding numbers. It's going to come down to efficiency. It's going to come down to the fact that Mike McDaniel is an offensive guru, and a lot of times when we throw out the phrase guru, you assume that it's the pass game. It's actually the run game. Despite him being a kind of short, skinny, super fashionable guy, his style of offense is smash mouth football. And he didn't really get into it when in Miami, because that's not the body types that he had. They played more so with speed, whereas now you're getting McDaniel combined with the Harbaugh way of doing things. And the team that Harbaugh built was, I want the biggest, meanest, heaviest guys with good feet. So when you combine those two, you are going to get Omarion Hampton, who's going to have a phenomenal year.
Huge.
You're going to have Keaton Mitchell, the speedster who came over from Baltimore. You have Kamani Vidal, the third down back, who's basically just a small little bulldozer out there who can catch out of the backfield. And what I see with Justin Herbert is I don't think he will get anywhere near his most pass yards he's had in a season. I don't know how close he'll get to most touchdown passes in a year, but he is in line to have one of the most efficient years he has ever had, because they will rely on him the least amount that they have had to in the past. Last year, the offensive line broke down. That is not his fault. They were scrambling to do whatever that they could. This year, they've reupholstered that entire offensive line, still trying to figure out what that left guard position is going to look like. But this team is built to run the rock, and Justin Herbert with the play action off of that, and Justin Herbert having a crop of wide receivers who are really good in that 7 to 15 yard route, really crisp. There is an opportunity there. So to win the MVP, Herbert will have a run first offense, but when he is called upon, can use that cannon of an arm and strike completions. I have to ask you, because you've been covering the Chargers for a while now, the better part of a decade. How do you feel regarding the sense of pressure for non-Chargers fans looking at Herbert saying it's time to take that next step, and it's been time maybe for a couple years?
It's fair on the outside.
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't watched Charger games as regularly as a Charger fan would and as we have as broadcasters. I had this conversation, interestingly enough, with the great and the GOAT. And this is, according to Kobe Bean Bryant, may he rest in peace, the GOAT of all time. He called it back in 2012, 2013, Tom Brady. And we were at a nice little Fox powwow that we do every year before the season starts, go over the rules and all of that. And had the conversation with Tom Brady about this. He was wondering, why is it then that Justin Herbert isn't making those throws, or what is off in his game? And I said, Tom, straight up, the guys are dropping the football. If you watch the game, you'll see Herbert's throws are there.
Yeah.
The idea is there. His mind is there. It's the wide receivers that many times, not named Keenan Allen, they just would not come up with the catch. And it's not his fault. It's just what happened. Now with this core, now with this group of receivers, now you bring in a tight end like David Njoku. And what you talked about, establishing the carne con papas football, run first, smash mouth, and then you have the Thunder Mountains in front of you, which are, Joe Alt, and we'll see. Obviously, I feel Rashawn Slater is going to be ready for week one. Tyler Biadasz at center now. That position's been fixed. You mentioned the left guard. I like what Jake Slaughter has shown us so far. Maybe that's going to be the guy. There's a great competition building, developing. We're going to see more of it on Thursday. But I like what's happening with the Chargers with this mind of Mike McDaniel at the helm and Justin Herbert now with a healthy room of weapons. And Brandon Thompson, you bring him in here. You saw Kendra Lambert-Smith the other night showing you and raising his hand, hey, I'm 6'1" and run a 4.3. That guy might run a 4.2, but I'm pretty fast myself. This group pushes each other, every player on offense and defense as well, and that's where Jim Harbaugh comes in. He has people like broadcasters wanting to run through a wall after you hear the guy talk. It's real. So Justin Herbert now is probably aligned with the best offensive mind he could possibly have. And I beg to differ, as the great, was it Doc Holliday would say in Tombstone?
Yes.
I think he is going to put up some major numbers in the attack and drop in some rayos into the end zone. I really believe that Justin Herbert is going to have an explosion, but a well-balanced and nutritious breakfast and attack. And that's what we're going to see, and it all starts with Mike McDaniel and everything that he does. But we always say it, right? Offense wins games. Defense wins championships.
Yes, it does.
And the Chargers D with O'Leary now at the helm, I like what I've seen. He's picked up from the mentor soldier mentality. Now it's his team. You see some elements coming in. Hakeem Mesidor. If you guys have not seen that monstro just yet, hold on to your hats, because that guy's going to come with it. You saw it, but you look at what Thule, with Khalil Mack, and that linebacker core with Deion Henley, who's coming in nicely as a leader in that locker room now as well, and that secondary, the Mucho Action Jackson on one side, Tariq Still, and then you're seeing the Avery Smiths, the guys, Genesis Smith, that safety, guys that are surging and emerging, R.J. Mickens. That team is deep. That team is going to be iron sharpening iron on both sides of the ball. Special teams run by Ficken are going to be phenomenal. I'm ready for a Chargers winning the West, but first it's going to be Herbert, McDaniel. That duo is going to do quite a bit. I'm excited. I mean, I've seen throws, guys, and I know you probably picked it up online there on some post or whatever, where you've seen some of the throws where McDaniel's like testing out a play, like, just in theory, I'd like to see how this works out. Run it. And then you need a cannon to make this play, and then it's
Sure
right
enough.
there, the tightest of windows, hits the receiver on the run between three defenders. Incredible throws. I'm excited, brother. I'm going to run through the wall right now.
You got me ready to go, man. Quick note on the defense before another note on Herbert. The defense over the years always starts the season fine. On paper, fully healthy, the Chargers defense can hang with anyone. And I do give them grace because since Patrick Mahomes took over in the starting role, you face him twice a year. Numbers are always going to be a little out of your favor, or rather misleading, because Patrick Mahomes is Patrick Mahomes. Where the Chargers don't help themselves, not necessarily it's their fault, is there's always injuries in the secondary, and the ability to stop the run as the season goes on it starts to get a little shaky. I'm a fan of Deion Henley and Denzel Perryman. They are undersized.
And Uncle Bud,
Yeah.
who's working well with the younger guys as well.
Yes,
You
he
can't
is.
forget
Yes,
that
he
dude.
is. Thank you for throwing him in there. He definitely deserves that. And as the season goes on, the teeth of that defense, if you will, from B gap to B gap, typical wear and tear, but the inability to stop the run as the season goes on does seem to bite them in the butt. Then you add in the injuries on the back end. But a name I want to throw out, since you throw out Akeem Mesidor, Genesis Smith will be a starting strong safety. I'm going to say week 7. Right now, he's rotating in behind Tony Jefferson. Tony Jefferson, unfortunately, is part of that group of guys who can play his butt off. Just injuries always seem to bite him in the butt. Genesis Smith may be my favorite player in this entire draft. He can do everything.
Hermano, he's been out there, he's been one of the stars at camp. Just kind of, you see the development. Just like last year was R.J. Mickens stepping up. You see it this year with Genesis Smith. But all conversations on that defense start and end with El Gran Derwin James, the war chief. And Derwin's happy out there. Derwin's out there just being lifting every player,
playing every position.
Every position. He's going to go off once more in O'Leary's defense. I strongly believe, again, with the emergence of Mesidor that we suspect, with Tuli and Khalil, they're going to do some serious damage. So agárrate, Pat Mahomes. They're coming for you, papa. And tú también, Fernando Mendoza. Don't get too comfy, papa. Don't get too comfy.
I love that, man. The Justin Herbert he's played 6 seasons and has 5 different offensive coordinators. And when you're a quarterback who has a more reserved personality, which he does, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because on one hand, it's Justin Herbert, you're the face of this team. You need to kick down that door and say, this is what I'm comfortable running. This is how the offense is run. But then on the other side of it, you get the Jalen Hurts of it all, who also has a ton of offensive coordinators and has the stigma of being snooty and not wanting to adapt. So people will always find a way to knock you down, but the fact is, to have a new offensive coordinator, to have a new system, to not be able to get comfortable from year to year is a difficult thing regardless of your position. I want the Chargers to be successful because I think Herbert is an easy guy to root for. I like Mike McDaniel. Jim Harbaugh is hilarious, and the more opportunities we get them on a national stage, the better. I am at a point where I'll have to see it to believe it, but I want to see it, and I do think it comes down to Justin Herbert and Mike McDaniel, who, from what we've seen, have a level of chemistry that, and I don't want to speak for you, have a level of chemistry that he has not had with any offensive coordinator prior, which lends hope. We need to see a healthy defense, and we need to see a defensive front that from week 14 onward can remain as stout as they were beforehand. And while last year the stars were aligning for the Chargers to be the new face of the AFC West, Bo Nix in Denver came out of nowhere, and that's going to leave a bitter taste in a lot of people's mouths. But use that as fuel. Fire.
You mentioned the Broncos. I'll just go, ugh. But here's your baseline. Last year, under Roman, 3,727 yards, 26 touchdowns, and he ran for almost 500. Okay? With Greg Roman's offense.
Yeah.
Imagínense. Imagine a world. Yes, that's going to be it. Mike McDaniel is going to take Justin Herbert next level. Be ready. Get your palomitas ready and all the botanas, because it's going to be a great season in Chargerlandia as well. We're going to take a break at 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We'll be back.
And listening to, once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music, and now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are things I always work on, especially my genre, hip hop and rap now. We don't want people to leave after they turn 25.
Man, those are great points. Chuck D, Derek Fisher here, man. Big time fan, and just so much respect for not just your journey as an artist, but just as a human being, bro. Like you represent so much more than just music. So we appreciate you tapping in with us this morning. Talk to me about in sports. There's so much conversation about eras. And we were just having a conversation about, Shohei Ohtani and Babe Ruth. And in basketball, there's always these comparison with eras. Where are you in terms of music now? How you feel about it compared to, obviously, in like your years when you were just super in the trenches with your music?
All the others are the caretakers, the curators, everybody in the administration, management, proper care and concern, outside of the artistry. They've all, ran ship, They let, unsavory elements inside the music business. I'm saying that it started kind of like from that way, but then it organized and fixed itself because they knew in order to have return, it's like it's not about who just comes in, but it's who returns to it. And that's always been the sports motto. It's not how you get in the building. It's how they keep coming back to the building. And no matter what you do, and you got to prove to a fan base that what you do is hard, is worked on hard, and they can't do it. And that's one thing in sports. We could talk about Derek Fisher as a player and a coach, but one thing we know as a fan, we can't do that. In our minds, we could do it, but we can't do what's on that court, diamond, gridiron, or anything. You just fix in your mind that you think you can. So it's easy for you to just call somebody a bum when you have no idea of what level that level is. In music, people kind of feel that, I could do that. You can't play an instrument. You might not have a good voice, and you're only going to write the same thing over and over again. But they let them all in. So that's where it's gotten to a point. So you can't compare the eras because those eras before had everybody at every position taking care of the total game.
I'm able to say that it is amazing to be coaching a basketball team with Juju Watkins back on the court.
Really blessed to just be here, feeling back like myself, and being able to practice with the team. I mean, it's just been a long time coming. I mean, I've just been working out, grinding every day so that I could be in this position. So to see all that hard work kind of pay off right now, it's really fulfilling. Just being around everybody, shooting the ball, like, I don't even know, like the smallest stuff just gets me excited. But I definitely being able to scrimmage again, it's all I could ask for, honestly.
I'm here with cornerback Jalen Watson of the Los Angeles Rams. Jalen, you are a newcomer to LA, but certainly not to the league. Two-time Super Bowl winner, spent 4 seasons with the Chiefs. How do you approach entering a new locker room and a revamped DB room?
Every year is just different. Starting over from the building blocks, starting to build ground up, brick by brick. Chop wood, carry water, practice hard, compete hard. Everything is going to fall in place, take care of itself.
There was a certain play from Monday's practice that inspired you to put out a tweet basically saying nobody can place the ball like Matt Stafford. Can you talk us through that play?
I thought from what I've seen and what I was feeling, I had pretty good coverage on Devontae. I turn my head and Devontae doesn't even stick his hands out. The ball just falls in his belly. And I was like, he's special. But it's not only that play, it's just constantly he's just making throws that put people in awe. It's not a slight to all my Chiefs fans. I love Patrick. He's the GOAT. So don't take it too personally.
You got to face a 2-time MVP in Patrick Mahomes in practice for 4 seasons. Saw a lot of elite talent, quarterback talent in the AFC. What is it about Matt Stafford that makes him so special?
His knowledge for the game. I think he always knows where to go with the ball, and just his arm strength and ball placement. Just separate him a little bit and make him one of the top quarterbacks in the league.
You're a Georgia native, but you do have some SoCal ties. Played JUCO at Ventura College. What's your best memory from your time there?
Actually, my first college game, I had 3 interceptions and 2 pick sixes. So
yeah, that's pretty memorable.
Yeah.
It's interesting hearing that your first pick overall is looking really good and it's being framed as a problem. This is the most Raider thing I've ever heard in my life. Your quarterback is playing too good. That's a problem, Raider fans. Do you know why it's a problem? Because we just hired the one and only Kirk Cousins. And we got Kirk Cousins basically to mitigate the season so we can give Fernando Mendoza some time.
El Chucky Lozano. Have you done that? And now he's at Galaxy with the G-Men from San Diego FC. But, I mean, it started in Russia. Our Mexicanos turned that song, Seven Nation Army, into the Chucky Lozano song. So every time I hear it, I'm going to break out.
You should.
El Chucky Lozano. And we are back. 97.1, The Fan, LA, the voice of LA sports, in for Alex Curry. I'm Adrian Garcia Marquez, along with Brock Bereen. So, Brock, we've been talking about the Clippers breaking news. We just hit the Puro Charger power and how they're just going to dominate and win the West for the first time in 16 years. And we all agree. All right. And but we got to get back into Dodger talk. And I think because, I mean, they're in Colorado. And the site of probably one of the greatest feats I've ever seen in the history of sports, Hideo Nomo going into that building and throwing a no-no. Good memories for Dodgers there. James Loney having that, what was it, a 12 RBI afternoon was against the Rockies.
It was 12 RBIs,
so maybe Kyle Tucker finds his inner James Loney for that one afternoon and lights it up. He's been struggling. He got the Caballo money. But to me, it's been rough. But it's rough for baseball players in general. Dog Days of August, that's why they exist, and that's why they are known. Your bats will kind of just go off on you a little bit. But then come the last couple of weeks of August, you start lighting it up, you start feeling it, you regain your stroke, you go back to your basics, you start driving the ball back to center field, go the other way, and then boom, the explosion happens. I feel that's what's going to happen for Kyle Tucker. So I wouldn't panic just yet, even though things don't look as good. The only thing that I will bring up that raises doubts, that fly ball.
Yeah.
Demasiado tranquilo, as we would say. You used a different word. I'll say he was way too tranquilo. But given that and what he's probably hearing, I wouldn't doubt. I don't doubt the integrity of a Kyle Tucker. It's just that it's Dodger Stadium, and sometimes players just shine in other places, and some buildings just don't feel right. But you got to get it to feel right, because that's one of the best places in all of sports to play baseball.
So Kyle Tucker, whatever sympathy remained for him from Dodgers fans, not that you have to have sympathy to believe that he will turn it around. I think you can be his biggest critic and still hope that he turns it around because you love Dodger baseball. The lack of effort on that fly ball in the ninth inning, and again, he was tracking the ball, he was kind of reaching for the wall. I think he thought the wall was closer than it was because he didn't jump high. He didn't jump toward the ball, he jumped directly up, and in doing so, he missed the fly ball, and then very, very sluggishly and lazily, as if there wasn't a runner on, blazing around the bases, jogs over to where the ball rolled to, and threw it in. Whatever sympathy remained for Kyle Tucker, I think he burned through it in that moment, because anyone, I don't care how much money you think he deserves versus what he's making, anyone can look at someone and say that person does not feel like they've been welcomed home and feels like an outsider to their team and to their new city. And it's a city that they were expecting to live in for the next couple of years, and they don't feel like this is a comfort place for them. Anyone can sympathize with that. He burned through that, because as long as you are showing high effort and showing that things matter to you and that you care, people will be able to sympathize. And that moment coinciding with the boos raining down in Dodger Stadium, it's going to be really hard to overcome that. However, Tommy Edman and Kike Hernandez will be the first ones to tell you, you can struggle all season long. If you show up in October, Dodgers fans will only remember what happened in October. But I think the unfortunate thing, Adrian, is right now, how he wears it on his face, Kyle Tucker just does not look like a guy. Well, we know he's capable of having that resurgence. He doesn't look like a guy who has a resurgence around the corner. I don't know what else can be done to reset him, but he doesn't look like he likes baseball right now, and that is just a tough spot to be in.
It is a tough spot, but you look at his numbers. He bats 192 at Dodger Stadium compared to 275 on the road. His slugging percentage totally different, 469 when they're away, at 276 when they are here. But it's still Kyle Tucker. There's a reason they paid him that caballo money. So we'll see how that develops. In fact, got to remind you, if you are listening to us right now, but you want to look at us, I don't know if you want to look. You look at Brock. I don't know if you want to look at Adrian. But you can watch us, Brock and Alex Live, and subscribe at youtube.com @TheFanLA. And we have Daniel Arriola in Santa Ana wanting to jump in on the Galaxy. ¿Quieres hablar del Galaxy? Well, one of the G-men, and of course he wants to touch upon the Dodgers. Daniel.
Yes, Adrian, we used to work with each other at one time.
Daniel, what's up, man?
Nice to hear you on the air. This is awesome. Yeah.
Saludos, Daniel.
Damn,
Saludos.
I can't believe this. Yeah, saludos. Espero que estés bien. So Chucky Lozano, it's about time that the LA Galaxy gets a Mexican in there. You know, it's very obvious. You know, you think back to the days of Luis Hernandez, Jorge Campos, Carlos Hermosillo, all those dudes. I'm glad to see him. I don't care if he's past his prime, but I'm glad that the Galaxy is representing the Southern California, unlike the other team that plays right outside USC. And then the Dodgers, and Scooble, come on, Scooby. You're making too much money. Yeah, I know you try to kiss up to the fans, trying to kiss up to Kike, but enough is enough. Put up the numbers right now. And Kyle Tucker, man, I don't know what you're thinking. You're making way too much money. Your heart is still in Houston, maybe Wrigley Field, but you got to put up the numbers now. And I cannot wait for Will Smith to come back. And then Rams preseason, I know it doesn't count in the standings, but I'm glad to see that they're back on the field. I saw some good signs, from Ty Simpson and the other quarterback. And lastly, I'm glad to be covering high school football for the first time in a long time, working with Fred Robledo. Hopefully he's listening. He's going to announce on Twitter which game I'm covering. It's going to be a high-profile high school football game. Talk to you later, guys. Have a good day.
Hey, thank you, Daniel. Yes,
Daniel,
and
thank you.
And I remember Daniel's always tough, man. He's a big Dodger guy. He just speaks the truth, and how he likes to see it. No holds barred. What we were talking about, the Boo Birds that fly at Dodger Stadium, but those are the same ones, just like him, that if you start doing things right, they'll be right back there with you in your corner and back you up. Now, touching upon that first point with Irving Lozano joining the Galaxy, I agree. If there was a player that was just kind of somewhere in the MLS ecosystem that could have given the Galaxy that mojo, that little extra to draw more of that fan base, it was Irving Lozano. It was low-hanging fruit. It was a great situation because it wasn't a good situation for him in the finest city and what happened with San Diego FC. So it's kind of like let's turn the page. It's San Diego FC have moved on, and now the Galaxy have Irving Lozano, and the fans are going to follow. And I don't think he's done. I think in MLS, we saw it last year when he was playing, he could be of impact and get you into double-digit goals. So, yes, I think it's a good move, smart move for Galaxy to make that play when it looked like all doors were closed on adding a player that had that gravitas. Well, they got it. They brought Sergi, who was also from Barcelona. So, Galaxy are in business, and he talked about the guys that built everything block by block and street by street just outside of USC. And LAFC, well, San Diego FC handled them just nicely there the other night. And it was a fun game, but it's still one of the best venues, best buildings. Soccer's alive and well in Southern California, and I love it, and I love what's building the rivalries that are natural, that are taking over LAFC, Galaxy, and San Diego FC. So that's brewing really well. And what he talked about, I mean, you could hit upon those points now with what he said about just putting the pressure on Tarek, putting the pressure on Kyle Tucker. Dodger fan expects greatness if they signed you.
There is this strange relationship that fans have with athletes now that the money that players make is so publicly known. I remind people it didn't used to always be that way. If there was a record-setting contract, you would know. But to know the inner workings and details of every single player's contract, whether they're your ace, your big signing, or someone that you're just bringing up from Oklahoma City for a week or two, how easily it is to find how much a player is making, I think, is actually to the detriment of society. Not to make it sound like too big of a thing, but it doesn't benefit us to know how much Kyle Tucker is making. All that being said, that is probably the biggest gripe that people have. If Kyle Tucker was out there struggling and we did not know how much he was making, or if he was making $25 million a year, people would be upset. But when you throw that number 60 out there, it exaggerates everything. $60 million. Kyle Tucker has to figure it out. In regards to the Tarek Skubal, every time that Tarek Skubal has handed off that baseball to the bullpen, the Dodgers have been in a position to win. Has he had his 3 best outings of the season? No. But he's done his job in the literal sense. I'm still hopeful that the best of Tarek Skubal will be revealed come playoff time when he gets to the later rounds of playoffs that he is not used to, and he will be grateful that he is in LA, and he will realize the opportunity that lies ahead and the $400 million contract that lies ahead for him as well, no matter where it comes from, if he has a fantastic World Series. So the best is yet to come for Tarek Skubal.
And the moral of the story is there is a reason why Skubal's considered one of the best, if not the best pitcher in all of baseball. And Kyle Tucker, one of the best peloteros in all of baseball. Cream rises to the top, and the lights of October brings that out and brings out the best caballos. And, in fact, you said it moments ago, Kike Hernandez and players that are role players also step up and become big-time performers. Miggy Rojas, Dodger fan, I don't have to tell you that historic run on your way to another campeonato. We are here on 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Pause for the cause. We'll be back.
Time to kind of season, possibly learn under a seasoned quarterback such as Kirk Cousins, and it's a great thing on paper. However, the reports coming out of Raider camp is Kirk Cousins doesn't look nearly as good as the young Fernando Mendoza.
Modric, the amount of games he's played, and they're all still competing at the highest level. It's incredible.
As far as I could tell, that was really cool. That reminds me of Brad Pitt from Snatch. You ever seen that where like they just can't understand a thing he's saying?
Yeah, it's a good. I haven't seen it in a while, but yeah, I see it.
Left foot. Magic
Wayne Rooney.
Ronaldo sucks. No.
Sue.
Don't do it. It's not a Ronaldo moment. What are you doing? This is like the Dodgers having a championship parade and a bunch of people showing up in Giants. You go away. Go to the loser bar. Hey, Ronaldo, I'm back. All right, it's Messi's birthday. We're celebrating Messi. I think it's funny when it is funny because I never pushed your buttons before, but it's an interesting have you do it to me.
Yeah, I feel
that
like
was sarcasm.
I see the sarcasm. It's a second language to me for sure. But look, there is no doubt about it. Messi is the GOAT. Ronaldo, not the GOAT, but still comedy store a little bit.
I've spent time with Mike Tyson. Does that count?
I'm a boxer. I'm a fighter.
I don't do that.
I'm Mike Tyson.
He was kind, and he was. I think he's sharp. But it was like being with a tiger. Like I was afraid. It was like being with a tiger. They tell you is docile.
Spinal. Oh my God. My back. Spinal. I love Mike Tyson.
Mr. Tyson, I have nothing to do with this on DMAC and Reiter. I want you to know when you lay him out, I support you 1,000%. I celebrate whatever violence you must bring.
Bill, you're
to
friends
my
with
partner.
DMAC. I'm gonna hurt his back. Spinal.
Okay. Yeah, oh my God, Alex Curry thought I was mocking her snort earlier.
Really?
Yeah, I was like, no, I wasn't. I was mocking my snort.
I like your snort. It's cute.
Thanks, man. Can we move on to something else? This is digressed.
That
comment smacked me the way that Mike Tyson will smack you if you're ever in a room with him.
DMAC.
Okay. Should we do say what do you they can see you on the stream when you do the let's stop. It's not a secret.
Oh no.
It's not a surprise. You're on camera. There's a thing right there, dude. At the Fan LA.
That's crazy, man. This Laker talk is
big secrets.
Oh man. Hey.
Have you already been punched by Mike Tyson? What is wrong with your brain right now?
I'm just so obsessed with the radio element of this. You know what I'm saying?
Cut. Fly, bro.
If you guys remember back in 2013, Zach Greinke hit Carlos Quentin. He charged the mound. Zach broke his collarbone. I had a little kerfuffle with Matt Kemp on the field, going back and forth, yelling at each other. And to what Cody's referencing, Yasmani Grandal came off of his steroid suspension. At 32, I was optioned to the minor leagues. In Tucson, this is where Cody and I were teammates. And I imagine that part of the reason that drew us so close was the fact that the manager of that team was Pat Murphy, who may be the best besides Dave Roberts, social guy in baseball. What an incredible person. And you see the Milwaukee Brewers continue to outperform expectations over time with him around. And I think that's a big part of that. A big reason of that is Pat. But then I got run over at home plate, designated for assignment, and claimed off of waivers by the Dodgers. And when I went to Albuquerque, where the AAA team was, I got there a little bit early. And the door opened. I was the only person in the locker room, and the door opened, and in through the door walked Matt Kemp. Now, he was on a rehab assignment with LA. The last time I had seen Matt Kemp, we were face to face screaming obscenities at each other. I was telling him, I was saying, like, look, I told Matt Kemp, I'm like, look, you better win this fight, because if you lose to me, that's going to look so bad for you, because you are significantly larger than I am, way more athletic. And I think at the time he probably had more homers than I had at bats on the season. And so he walks into the room, and everything kind of went cold on me a little bit. I started to notice the physiological symptoms of heading into fight or flight. And Matt Kemp walked over to me, and I stood up because I wasn't going to be sitting down to get punched. I stood up, and he stuck his hand out and he shook, and he said, "Hey man, I know we were at odds before, but I got respect with how you stood up for your teammates." And I let out probably the biggest exhale of my life in that moment. So, yeah, that was it's my Dodgers.
Part of why I'm doing this.
No,
because the show starts with me. Part of why I'm doing this is to try to help us get out of this idea that we have to label athletes anything, right? Like, why is he a mercenary, right? Why can't he just be a guy that worked at a job for 8 years, his contract at the job was up, and he's choosing to go work somewhere else? So then why do we have to start labeling it like it's a negative thing, and he hated the city and he didn't love the city? What about, I just want to go work somewhere else, and that's fine?
I didn't tell you or your partner that.
Oh, playing the hits. Now Sublime. Bring it. Now check us out on all major social platforms right now at The Fan LA. Give us a follow. Alongside Brock, I'm Brock and Alex. I'm Adrian Garcia Marquez, in for the great Alex Curry at 97.1 The Fan. And this is a moment I was waiting for, personally. The moment where Shay takes it away.
The sports world is talking, but what's actually worth talking about in LA? Producer Shay brings the stories. Now Brock and Alex give the city your verdict. Do you care, LA?
Adrian, how we doing?
Muy bien.
Happy
Ready?
Monday.
Dale.
You ain't seen these shoulders moving. You ain't seen these shoulders moving. It's producer Shay.
Do it.
Prince. The Persian Prince of the prime time. Are we ready for this, guys?
Always ready.
Always
ready. El príncipe salsero I see back there, man.
I wish I knew what you just said to me. I wish I knew. The Persian Prince. Do you have a nickname? So this is something we do every day. I do a different nickname for myself when I intro.
you do?
Some of them are absolutely horrendous. Some of them are great and hit. That one, it was okay. That was an all right one.
Yeah,
I'll do better.
We'll come up with one. We'll come up with one.
But we got Do You Care LA Guy, the segment where I tell Brock and Adrian, that's not Alex, guys, if you're watching on the YouTube. It's definitely not Alex. We're going to be talking about different stories from around the sports world, and they're going to tell me if they care from an LA perspective, guys. The first one of the day. We're going to college football. I know that's Brock's favorite. Heisman fans get an official vote. What does that mean, guys? The Heisman Trophy is launching Heisman Hopefuls, a new platform where fans can vote every day throughout the college football season. So the fan vote will be weighed throughout the year, and the top 3 finishers will officially be included on the Heisman ballot. The site will also feature player stats, EA Sports college football ratings, and a lot more things just to help fans compare the players, college quarterbacks, because there's so many people to choose from. Do you care, LA?
This will change absolutely nothing. So I'm going to say I don't care, but I do find it interesting that the Heisman Trophy is not allowing this, because them being included on the ballot, just for people know, that doesn't mean that they're going to be in New York. It just means that their name is going to be printed among one of the many names that you can circle or bubble it in. I don't know how they do it. I'm going to say I don't care, but expect this to be completely overrun by just whoever has the biggest fan base or the most ironic vote. And you know what? Fan participation can always be a good thing. What about you?
I don't care. I'll say, me da igual, as we say in Spanish. I don't care. I do care. It's a little bit of both. I care for the fan. Anytime it creates fan engagement, it creates more buzz around the game and the sport, and in this case, college football, I'm for it.
All right, Shay. We do not care.
On to the next one, guys. You kind of killed it for your first Do You
Yeah,
Care,
that was
guys.
smooth.
All
That was
right, and I
smooth.
think this one's going to be kind of in your field right now. FIFA president losing support. So the Scottish Football Association says it's not supporting the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, anymore. So Scotland now joins England, Wales, and the Republic of Ireland in pulling its support. The biggest issue is a plan that could sell stakes in a World Cup company to private investors. Critics say there has been a lack of transparency around the plan and that national soccer federations haven't had enough input. Infantino has been FIFA president since 2016, but he's now facing growing pressure from European soccer leaders. Do you care?
I absolutely 1,050% care. Give us back the beautiful game. I don't like how corporate it became. I understand there's money to be made, and because it is FIFA, in this case the World Cup, and it's the Joya of Joya, the jewels of all jewels, but I don't like the way that Gianni Infantino went about it. There were a lot of controversies brought during the World Cup. I mean, there was a lot of negatives. It was a positive World Cup for the fan. It was a beautiful situation for Mexico in particular. But what Gianni Infantino and the whole cloud that was created with Argentina and with Gianni Infantino and the red card rescinded for Team USA or the U.S. men's national team, all of that kind of just made it murky for me. And I want the game back because it is the beautiful sport, and the beautiful game belongs to the fans, not to corporate entities.
I do care. This is a big deal. And I have to ask you a question that may not have a simple answer, but I would love your perspective on it. Everyone and their mother knows that FIFA has their history, a rather lengthy one, of corrupt moves, corrupt decisions. Can anything be done, or as soccer fans, do you just have to accept that FIFA does things the way that they want to?
Nope. That's what UEFA, and now Scotland being added to the mix of the most powerful, probably, organization, UEFA, which handles every important team. In fact, you look at the importance of what they do and how they do it, and them saying nope, and adding more and more countries to that. I was kind of disappointed that Mexico didn't outright say, nope, we're not with that as well. There are some other business decisions involved, Argentina as well. But overall, I think that for me, I just don't like what we've seen out of Gianni Infantino. And I agree. I do believe that UEFA sees the importance, and I think the rest of the bodies there also understand that it's time for Gianni to give somebody else the opportunity because things got way too cloudy there, Shay.
On to the next one, guys. I think you're getting the hang of this, man. I think you're getting the hang of this. Could the Anaheim Angels name come back? And please, I really want them to come back. California lawmakers just passed a bill that could eventually push the Angels back toward being called the Anaheim Angels. The bill passed both the Assembly and Senate without a single vote against it. Governor Gavin Newsom now has 2 months to decide whether to sign it. The bill does not force the team to change its name, but if Anaheim gets a special exemption, that would make it easier to develop the land around Angel Stadium. The team would have to use Anaheim Angels to receive that benefit, therefore no longer being the Anaheim Angels of Los Angeles. Do you care?
So to simplify it, the Angels want to add some things, do some kind of construction around the stadium, make it, you got your movie theaters, restaurants, and a bunch of other stuff. They want to make the stadium similar to LA Live, right? It's a place you go hang out whether there's a game or not, and they could get tremendous tax breaks by changing their name back to Anaheim. The people know firmly where I stand on the Angels and the Anaheim Angels, the Los Angeles Angels, the Anaheim Angels of Los Angeles, the California Angels.
Los Angelitos de Los Ángeles de la calle Catela. Yes.
Where do you stand regarding the Angels' journey, we'll call it?
Where I stand now is that I think it's the most natural thing. You know what? I wouldn't be against them calling them the California Angels again.
Go back to California Angels.
They were great, man. They had one of the best unis in baseball back then with that blue jersey with the CA and the halo.
Man.
It was a thing of beauty. But back to being called the Anaheim Angels, I know as broadcasters we always mention Los Angeles Angels. I always go Los Angelitos. de Los Ángeles, de Anaheim, de la calle Catela, to make the point. Because I respect the business as well. I mean, we all do, right? We work in this. We got to respect that there are reasons why teams want to change their name, and if it has some, in other words, if it adds to the funds to develop the team and players and have more money to, roll with the New Yorks and the Chicagos, fine. And obviously, up the 5 freeway with Los Dodgers. But I like that they're thinking about it. I'm not against it. In other words, I do care. Anaheim Angels sounds good to me too.
I care with one stipulation. In the contract, they need to add something. If you do change your name, you are not allowed to change your name for 50 years. Enough.
Okay.
Enough with the name changes. Pick a name, stick with it, be Anaheim or don't. But whatever this new name is, if you do change it, just keep it. The Angels make it difficult enough due to the lack of winning, but when you are constantly rolling out new shades of red and different hats and different jerseys, because every time you change your name you have to redo all the merch, it becomes exhausting. So we do care, and hopefully the Angels, who were finally sellers at the trade deadline, are finally on board with a proper rebuild instead of trying to rebuild but retain your talent at the same time. And maybe, just maybe, a couple years from now, we're talking about the Anaheim Angels, and they are more favorable in the AL West instead of... God, do they have the worst record in baseball? I know they have the worst record in the AL West.
But they have a great farm system. I think that this is a team that's going to be up and coming, but they have to settle the business, settle these types of little details, the name. But I think things are pointing in the right direction. But give the community back their baseball team if that's what it means. Give it to them. Imagine switching the Packers to the Milwaukee Packers. It doesn't sound right.
That's
Anaheim Angels. I like the ring to it, but if you want to bring it back, bring back the California Angels while you're at it. If you're going to go Anaheim Angels, let's go Anaheim Angels. Así que ahí quedamos, Shea.
Let's go to the real Los Angeles team now. So kind of similar to this. Uniqlo Field at Dodger Stadium. What's your guys' take on that?
For me as a baseball purist, as a play-by-play man, I'm very traditional. I respect, again, I'll say the name at the beginning when I have to say it for commercial purposes, pero Cerro Azul, Dodger Stadium, and I'm not budging.
Yeah. I'm on the stance of, I understand that sports are a business, and any possible thing that you could slap an advertisement on, teams are going to do it if they're willing to, if the sponsor's willing to pay enough. But I do think we're reaching a point where it's getting egregious. In college football now, you can sponsor certain yard lines. You can sponsor certain coaches, meaning you're not the head coach, you're the Johnson family head coach. And eventually it gets to a point where it's enough. We like to pretend that this isn't a business as fans. Stop reminding us at around every single corner how much of a business this actually is. I've never referenced it as Uniqlo Field. I don't know if I ever will.
Hey, hermano, it's Dodger Stadium. Forever will be Dodger Stadium. Punto. 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We'll be back.
You guys should agree with me.
No,
I didn't.
yeah,
Let me just.
not agree with you.
I didn't tell you that you should say LeBron doesn't love LA. I didn't even say that you should think what I think about LeBron. I mean, Doug and I disagree on topics. I gave my perspective on a huge news story. I think you called it noise the other day. News story that involves LA, and that's my view, and I'm entitled to it. And the people in LA are entitled for all of us. And if you're doing that, great, to give your honest, unvarnished perspective.
After I've just finished my 14th season, I've been very lucky and fortunate to win 4 championships. However, that means 10 times I didn't.
Exactly.
And so I've experienced not winning a championship much more than I have. And in saying that, though, I think I'm lucky from the standpoint of I was blessed to win a championship in year 3.
Yeah.
And so the stress that guys carry throughout the playoffs, or the emotions that they may have in not being in it, I don't necessarily have that as much because I'm not, I'm not chasing the idea of being a champion. And I get it, and I actually feel for guys, but I'm just blessed and lucky. So I can watch it and appreciate it, and appreciate the guys who's like, yo, they're doing it for the first time. Like, that's amazing.
Okay, so you say that too, and I think the craziest thing about this championship run was all the doubt that the Knicks had. Like up until Game 5, people were still doubting them. But you've been there, and you know what it takes to win a championship and be a part of a championship team. There's kind of like this feel amongst the guys where you're like, oh, we got this. We know we're going to do this. At what point did you see that and notice that and kind of get that feeling like, okay, the Knicks have the it factor?
So they had the Atlanta series where they struggled for a couple games, and then they figured it out.
Yeah.
And then they started rolling, like completely rolling from that point on. And after a while, I would say their second round series versus Philly.
Yeah.
You knew Philly couldn't do anything, right? Yeah. Then you saw them play the Cavs, and it was like, man, they've struck like this lightning in a bottle. Like, you know when it happens, and you can just see it like, oh, no, something's brewing with them that's different. And, yeah, they found it. But, you know, I find this thing interesting because, to your point, you said you've been in it where people doubted you.
Oh, yeah.
And the reality is we all get mad when people doubt us.
Yeah.
And then we win it and we're like, yeah, you shouldn't have doubted me. But the reality is you never won before. They should doubt us. As an athlete, the competitive fire burning inside of you, you use the doubt as fuel. But the reality is if you're the crazy one if you think you shouldn't be doubted. You haven't done it. And I was the crazy one before as well. Like, no, don't doubt me. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
But
I love it.
It's nothing like proving them wrong.
Be sure to check out the Draymond Green Show, proud member of the Odyssey family. So you have been a part of some of the most talented rosters ever assembled in the NBA. And you look at the Knicks, you got Jalen Brunson, you have Cat, but that is a team that may not necessarily be star-driven. Does the Knicks winning lead you to believe that maybe there's a shift in what roster construction looks like going forward?
There's definitely a shift in roster construction. And even before them winning it, you can see the shift. You know, it's athletic guys, it's a lot of size, it's everyone being able to make a play, not just one or two guys being able to make a play. Being able to what will always be important is having a roster makeup to where you can put out multiple different types of lineups, because different series are going to call for different lineups. And if you're not capable of putting a certain lineup at a certain time, that's going to cost you the series, and that's going to stop your run. And so roster construction has definitely changed over the last couple of years. It's a copycat league. You know, people have seen OKC do it, and you know, you start marking your roster after them. You look at San Antonio; it's a lot of length, and so the roster construction has definitely changed. And it's been interesting to be in it and watch kind of the shift.
So I want to talk about the face of their team, Jalen Brunson. And you had a moment with him after that historic Game 4 comeback. You were in the building and you apologized to him.
And we're back. 97.1, The Fan, the voice of Los Angeles sports, Los Deportes de Los Angeles. Brock, hey, Brock, I have a little special surprise for you.
Uh-oh.
Shay, do you have it ready to rock? Cue it up, Papa. Eso. Las mañanitas. Happy birthday, brother. Happy birthday.
Thank you so much, sir.
You get Chenta singing to you today, man.
I am not worthy. I'm not worthy of the legend. You guys always have something up your sleeve. Thank you, sir.
Hermano,
I truly appreciate it.
And, you know, it's obviously 1 year wiser. And obviously with everything that's gone on. And in fact, I mean, we've been hitting on this all morning long from the Dodgers. Obviously the Rams and Ty Simpson, a great debut. And, of course, can we call it Kawhi 5-0 now? Kawhi 5-0, the investigation.
Yes.
Hermano. So that's still developing as we've learned throughout the morning here. Every 17 minutes, something changes.
Someone says, no, they're lying. No, they're lying. No, they're lying.
And so we've had that. We've had put a Charger power talk as well, but let's bring it back to the Dodgers and something more specific. Robleski, his arm. I mean, the guy's giving you a good season, a solid, but guys get overworked, and this is the time where guys stop hitting, pitchers start feeling a little bit of stiffness. But for Dave Roberts, the luxury to have guys on the way that are reinforcements that will absolutely help take you next level. Glass now looking at you.
Yes, Justin Robleski again did not have a fantastic outing. It was not as worse. It's not as bad as the ones prior, but to me, Robleski is pitching with house money, meaning he was not even supposed to be in the rotation at this point. He was a stopgap to use for the first month of the season, and he pitched so well that they couldn't replace him. Now, for his sake, and because I'm a huge fan of his and have been riding with him since he made his debut in the starting lineup earlier this year, I'm going to keep riding with him. But that being said, by no means can he ruin what he did in the first part of the season. For how many pitching woes that the Dodgers have had through that starting rotation throughout this year, imagine what they would have been if Robleski wasn't pitching at an all-star level for the first half of the year. Post-all-star, that has not been the case. Most recently, against Milwaukee, he went 6 innings, 4 runs, 4 hits, 2 home runs, and 6 strikeouts. Every single one of his hits came with 2 outs. And because of that, I say in isolation, he is doing fine in comparison to what was expected of him. Has he pitched himself out of the playoff rotation as long as Snow remains healthy, and if Shohei can give something, and if Glasnow can give something? Probably. But far and wide, Justin Robleski, no matter what he does for the rest of the season, outperformed what was being asked of him, and I do think that is an important piece that must be mentioned with the recent struggles.
And can maybe Yoshinobu and Rocky share a recipe of some sort? Those are the only 2 guys that have been there throughout the season.
Right.
But look at that. You just said the names, and you look at the 6-man rotation possibilities with the Dodgers, and I mean, you're adding the reinforcement, and it's Tyler Glasnow.
It's a good spot to be in.
It is a good spot to be in, and it's a good spot also for Dave to say, hey, Justin, thank you very much. You've given us your heart and soul. Let's take a little break. Let's throttle off a little bit, let you get right. In the meantime, we'll work it out with other elements. We'll get through. We'll make it through all of this. And when you have the Dodger pitching, that is the level and the caliber of what you see from the starters to the bullpen, and then you add in the bats waking back up again, they are going to be La Toxica again, and then nobody's going to want to dance with the Dodgers. Let me tell you, it's just a matter of time. But right now, these are the things that we see in mid-August. And Robleski has given the Dodgers a great season, especially like you mentioned in that first half. But now it's an opportunity for Kyle Hurt to come in and hurt some of the rivals there. No pun intended. 3-1, 4.46 ERA for the Dodgers this season, 46 Ks and 37 innings of work. So the Dodgers are currently right now 13 straight games without an off day.
Yeah.
Venga.
They are grinding through it, man. As much money as baseball players make, they earn every single bit of it. They earn every single bit. As far as the current rotation, Skubal doing his thing, still getting comfortable, still pitching at a high level. You just mentioned Robleski, who is being placed on the 15-day IL. He was placed there the day after his most recent start, so we are left to assume that start really aggravated or maybe initiated something that hopefully they are catching early on. Yamamoto doing Yamamoto things, pitching at a high level. The resurgence of Roki Sasaki, maybe the opposite of Robleski, post All-Star break, got a mega-sized glove and has just been dynamite from the mound ever since. Eric Lauer, slow-mo, as I call him, because he's not a velo guy. I don't know what his role will be once playoff time comes around, because he is a placement guy, not a velo. I don't know how reliable or where he fits into the bullpen, but similar to Robleski, you have to tip the cap of the position he has been put in. And yes, this recent start, 6.1 innings, 6 strikeouts, 2 runs, but only 1 earned run, was significantly better than the previous one where he didn't even make it through 4 innings. And then you have Blake Snell with, as you mentioned, Tyler Glasnow waiting in the wings, and Shohei Ohtani, who is still ramping up, but he's not ramping up to get back to his starting self. He will only be an opener or a long reliever. So The fact that they have made it this far with all these injuries is miraculous, and the fact that I can list off names that would be an ace in so many other organizations, and they're fighting for a
when
spot.
You just say, and you go through the rotation with Shohei. You obviously with Tarek now. You add in a Tyler Glasnow, Blake Snell. I mean, the caliber, the Cy Young caliber that's going to hit the bump every afternoon and evening for the Dodgers. I mean, that's why teams are all like, darn you Dodgers, you got everything.
How dare you spend money?
Yeah. Now, Tyler Glasnow, by the way, struck out 8 in 3 2/3 at AAA. So he's going to make about one more rehab start, and he's going to throw about maybe 5 innings, 75 pitches, whatever comes first. Could return. You mentioned the series against the Braves being of all importance. We might see him again. And Blake Treinen is also on the way back.
Yes. Currently in Ontario. Brock Stewart was on the 15-day IL with right shoulder tendonitis, but as of July 31st, this is looking like more of a long-term thing. We have Ben Kasparius, who is struggling in Oklahoma City. His walks.
I'm waiting for them to break out that song, man. They got to bring it back.
How have I never put that together before? That's an incredible pull there, Agent. His walk count and super high ERAs leaving us to wonder, will he be back up with the Dodgers at any point this year? And Bubic, who they traded for at the trade deadline and was on IL pre-trade, is expected to return and maybe get a couple starts. A couple appearances in. They're not going to put him in a starting role before the playoffs. So, as strong as the Dodgers pitching has been for the most part, as many hurdles as they've had to jump over regarding a constant rotation of injuries and up and down, this goes for the bullpen too, not just the starting rotation. Despite the struggles with Edwin Diaz, they still can get stronger, they still can get better, and the best among them is Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who day in and day out is always going to give you a chance to win. So yes, sometimes it can feel like doom and gloom, but as far as the Dodgers are concerned, their pitching status throughout the year would have crumbled a lot more teams with less resolve than Mark Pryor and the Dodgers pitching staff have.
And then you add in the possibility of all of these guys coming back and throwing to the starting catcher, Will Smith, who's on his way back as well. Took some BP on Friday, pain-free in his neck, which is key. He's going to probably begin his rehab pretty soon, maybe back by September the 1st, just in time. Just in time for the battle and what is the rest of the war and what the Dodgers want to do. Again, maybe it's because we are in L.A., because of all of the things that have happened when it comes to the money talk in baseball, and everybody's pointing towards the Dodgers and Ojo del Huracán, the eye of the hurricane. But everything will settle. The dust is settling. We're in mid-August. Do not panic, Dodger fan. Don't panic. Dodgers are going to be just fine. And it's something that Dave has done quite well. And again, we started the conversation of Dodgers earlier this morning with, if you look back at the last 2 seasons, right now the Dodgers are in better shape than they were the last 2 seasons going in. And we know what the rest have followed. So just be patient. Patience is the cornerstone of wisdom here, and the Dodgers, I think, are going to be fine, but it's just a matter of getting guys going once more, but especially the bats. And the key here tonight in Colorado, don't chase pitches.
Yeah.
Go back to your basics. Go back to your stroke. Center field, right center field, go up, whatever you got to do. Shorten your stroke. Do whatever. Teoscar Hernandez is another one of those players where we know when Teoscar is going, Teoscar can carry you. And he's also swinging at stuff outside the zone. It brings to mind, when guys are swinging outside, I want to share a Tommy Lasorda story. Want me to share one with you?
Please. I would love one.
Hey, Tommy Lasorda is, may he rest in peace, one of the funniest of all time. And I'm sitting with Clyde Wright, Jose Mota, saludos al gran Jose Mota, love him, and Tommy Lasorda, right? We're at Angel Stadium there in Anaheim. And we're sitting down, we're watching Vladimir Guerrero's up at the plate. And then Tommy Lasorda goes, oh, you know what? This guy frustrates me. And then Clyde Wright goes, why, Tommy? This is Vlad Guerrero. Like, this guy is, oh, I know, but he reminds me of John Shelby. And then and Clyde and we were all looking like, why would Vladimir Guerrero, Hall of Fame level Vladimir Guerrero, remind you of John Shelby? All due respect to John Shelby. He goes, because somebody could throw a paper plane from the stands and he'll swing at it. And that's what it felt like of late. They've been throwing paper planes from the stands, and these guys are swinging at it, so they're going to bring it back. I think they'll bring it back, and they're going to be just fine.
One, thank you for sharing that. Two, you do an incredible voice of Lasorda. R.I.P. As you mentioned.
He was great.
You know, that is one thing that, you know, I played baseball up until high school, so I played baseball, but nowhere near a high level. But one thing that has always amazed me about baseball, and it's similar to golf as well, which I've gotten into since stopped playing football, it's the opposite of football. When when you're struggling in football, you lift more weight. You do more sprints. You sweat more. You bleed more. You cry more. The answer for most things in football is just to push the pedal to the metal. Baseball, similar to golf, is the exact opposite. And when you are struggling, taking your foot off of the gas, not thinking about baseball, removing yourself from baseball more, giving yourself more breaks is sometimes the answer. And why I bring this up is when there is a collective effort across the Dodgers that everyone is swinging out of the zone, everyone looks like a cartoon character swinging so hard that their helmet pops off their head like a Looney Tune.
It's not like them.
It's not like them at all.
Yeah.
And it's just a level of stress of gritting your teeth through this of, I need to get a hit because this team is struggling and all of this is on me. But when you have 9 guys batting with that mindset, you're going to come up short. And I love that you painted that picture of how Teoscar, who notoriously great in the zone up until recently, is struggling with that. Cal Tucker, notoriously good eye, always gets an insane amount of walks throughout his career. Has one of the best eyes, is why he was brought over to the Dodgers along with great fielding. And just across the board, the eye is gone and is just trying to grit your teeth through something. But what makes baseball beautiful is that's just not how it works.
And you hit it on the head. It's not how it works. Sometimes you just got to throw everything out the window, go back to your basics. And I'll take what Tony Gwynn used to do back in the day and he never, Tony Gwynn, I don't think knew what slump was. It's one of the guys that probably never really went through a slump. A slump for him is not going 3 for 4. He went 1 for 4 and he had a bad night. But he obviously would put in the work on the tee. The most basic thing you could do is just go right back to the tee and get your stroke back. And I'm sure these guys, we don't need to be telling them. These are the professional hitters, and they know what they're doing, and they know how to get themselves out. But a lot of times it's in baseball, I think you hit it. You take a step back. Mm-hmm. You go back to your basic baseball, which is hit it off a tee, and again, go right back to work, get your hands right, feet right, balance right, and then the stroke will come. In the end, this lineup, you mentioned, for example, guys like Shohei, who feel like, all right, everybody, I have the responsibility. And you can tell in that one at bat, where the game's on, and just gripping the stick a little too tight, something. I don't know, but they will adjust it. They are only going through this because they are not being very characteristic. As Dodgers, as we've seen them traditionally, they don't chase. They make pitchers work. They make pitchers have and demonstrate command before they even offer the stroke. And right now we're not seeing any of that. But again, it's August. This is what happens. Why they call them the dog days of August. You guys are seeing it and living it, Dodger fan, 1 through 9 in that lineup. But the explosion happens like that también.
So as the Dodgers sit here, again facing off a series tonight against the Colorado Rockies, there are 37 games left in the regular season. The Dodgers are currently 3 games behind Milwaukee. They are half of a game behind the Atlanta Braves, leaving them 3rd in the NL. They are 2 games ahead of Chicago, who is 4th in the NL, and 7 games ahead of Philly, who are 5th. So in the mix, and you can't live in the past if the Boston series went better, if the Cubs series went better.
Hakuna Matata.
Exactly. You can sit here and fantasize, or you can look ahead and say that Brave series is around the corner. But outside of that, there are a lot of winnable series, and with 37 games left, they can finish strong. The NL West, the gap has essentially been cut in half, now only 7 games ahead of the Padres and 8 games ahead of the Diamondbacks.
And the Padres are they've woken up.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have.
See, Fernando Tatis just straight tagging.
Yes.
And you know what I like about that also down there is that Tatis is unloading on the pitch, but he's not dancing right now. He just puts his head down, getting around the bags,
Locked
right back
in.
to where he's locked in.
Yeah.
Manny Machado, even though, I mean, they saw at Oldie's Chapman, man, he threw an aspirin that was just absolutely on fire, and Manny just smiled at it like, but the Padres are humming, and they are going to put up a fight for the wild card.
Yeah.
They aren't going to catch the Dodgers.
No.
And I don't think there is a team, and all due respect to the Braves as well, and what Milwaukee was able to do over the weekend, the Dodgers are still the best team in the National League, and I can argue they might just be the best team in all of baseball. They got to get it right. That's it. Yeah. And it's part of baseball. Hitting is contagious. Again, we're back to that. Today, the contagion begins in Colorado. I can feel it.
I'm right there with you, man. I'm right there with you. Colorado is a perfect get-right series, if you will. Two teams with two different goals over these last 37 games, and I would say that while the Padres and that atmosphere is always a team that you would hate to face in the wild card, if anyone is comfortable with it, it is the Dodgers, and I'm not worried about that situation.
How to diffuse it, man.
They know how
the
to
mind
make
games.
That place
they got
quiet.
Padre fans that are, what is it, man? Like those videos. Like, please, dude, Padre fans, stop with the videos like that. By the way, Mitch in El Este de Los Angeles. Mitch, jump in.
Hey, how are we doing?
We're doing great. How are you?
Brock, Shay, I'm doing pretty well, I think. Don't I'm a little too close. I just think I'm doing well. Keep going. Just keep going. Every day is a new day. I'll give you my little Spurs bro with sports. First Dodgers. Bring up somebody from the minors. They're talking about that kid. His name escapes me as a D something. Couple of young hitters. Let's say Tucker is a bust. He's a bust. Come on. He's having an average season. I hope he picks it up this year, not next year. It's got to be this year. He's got to pick it up. I guess Chicago knew what they were doing. Boston, too. Chicago, they got this guy named Michael Bush. He came up through our organization, You probably heard of him, Michael Bush.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, indeed.
He's a good player.
Yes,
right?
he is.
Yep. And your points are right, and thank you, Mitch in East LA, for your take. I mean, that's Dodger fans at a mountain. You got to step it up, and that's what they're asking. But I still believe that Kyle Tucker is going to show up when they need him, and that's going to be in October.
Yes,
he's going to work through this.
I think he's capable of working through it. Why the worry sets in for me is I saw him give up on a play, and that is not who he's been at any point through his career. That ninth inning fly ball that he missed against the wall. Yes, the game was out of hand. They were going to lose that game. But him showing a significant decrease in effort on a play as the boos were raining down, I'm hopeful that he can have a strong performance tonight, because the quicker he can push that out of Dodgers fans' memory, maybe the better experience he'll have at home. But that was just a tough moment to watch.
And for right now, patience, Dodger fans, no reason to be calling up Josue de Paula, who's at Double-A in Tulsa. Let it be like the beat. Let him rise. All in due time. All in due time. But I think the time is right. The Dodgers will wake up there in Colorado this afternoon and evening, where good things have happened in the past. Let's see if they can collect and regain that mojo. Let's go to the break. 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Brock and I will be right back.
On air, what was the backstory on that? Was it anything personal, or was it just a take that you had in that moment?
No, I don't take any of this stuff personal. When I say something, I'm not coming from a personal space. I'm coming from a space of analyzing. And Jalen Brunson plays for the New York Knicks.
Yeah.
They're always going to be a highly spoke about team.
Uh-huh.
And so people will say, oh, man, this guy's a 1A. And for me personally, I think there's like 4 or 5 1As in the entire NBA.
Yeah. 1A
to me is like no matter what team you go to, you're going to be the best player on that team.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of guys in the NBA that's going to be the best player everywhere they go.
Yeah.
So I was like, I don't know that he's 1A right now. He's going to prove that he's a 1A.
Yeah.
Great. You just went and proved that. When I said what I said, which is like, I think they're going to need a more likely star like LeBron, like a Steph, in order to ultimately win a championship. It was started 3 years ago. 3. I was right then.
Yeah.
To Jalen Brunson's credit, he's worked his butt off.
Yeah.
and he's become that. And they've built a team around him to allow him to become that. And so I wanted to say to his face, yo, I said you weren't this. To me, you've now proved that you're that. One thing I hate in media is people say things, and then when they're wrong, they never address it. It's like they move on and as if they never said it.
It was cool. It was like really, I noticed the moment and I was like, oh, this is rare and this is rad.
I double as a basketball player and media, right? But like, I think it's important in the business to have some accountability. And all these people that make these takes, be accountable.
Yeah.
And they go and hide from him. And I wanted him to know, I wanted to tell him to his face.
Yeah.
I said this.
Yeah.
You just proved me wrong. And although you haven't won a championship yet, I think you're going to. And I want to say it to your face as opposed to saying it online. I apologize.
Dude.
You did it.
I love that. And he did do it. Real quick, we have under a minute left. What do you remember most from like your first championship? Like what's that feeling? What's that moment?
You don't know what you feel. It's like the only thing I remember from that moment is the moment, an instant when it happened. Steph saying, "What?" And I said, "What?" And then there's like this video, and you literally see us both yelling, "What?
I blacked out!"
Like what? That's what I remember.
Oh, that's so incredible. Draymond, thank you so much for taking the time to come up and hang out with us. You guys, that's it today on Brock and Alex. We will see you next week. Don't go anywhere. D-Mac and Reiter are coming up next here on 97.1.
There's a new home for LA sports. The new 97.1 The Fan.
Oh my goodness!
Live, local,
We back, baby.
and in your feed. Bring your opinions.
Shohei Ohtani!
Bring your love for the game. Join five-time Lakers champion Derek Fisher and the voices connecting LA sports fans every day. The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about...
Wait, what?
D-Fish.
Oh, he said it to you?
Not to me. Did I say that? I must have misspoke. I was listening
Are
to the
you
show.
pretending on this show that you speak to Derek Fisher?
He
when
said
you don't?
something on the D-Fish. I promise that.
Is talking to me not enough?
I promise that was just me.
I mean, I actually did talk to Derek Fisher 2 weeks ago. But like, what do you...
I misspoke there, I promise.
What do you mean? But you just said Derek Fisher said something to you on the show.
That's what I gave for the Sex and the City stuff.
You?
Man, I look.
This is Lies in the Studio. It's a different show.
Well, okay.
Similar plot line. It's about somebody can't stop themselves from doing something.
Well, okay, so I was so, you know what I think it was? Because I watched the show and they're in the studio. I feel like I'm in the studio. Maybe I feel like I was a fly on the wall or something like that.
You're telling me that you visualize yourself hanging out with Derek Fisher so much that you come on this show and say that you hang out with Derek Fisher when you don't? Are you okay?
No, I was locked in, okay?
Delusions in the Office. That's like the sequel.
Well, okay, so the point he was making, though,
to
was
you,
that,
when you guys had a conversation.
Okay, man, I'm struggling. Okay,
We're
so
all struggling.
What D-Fish was saying was that what Draymond Green was saying on his podcast was about LeBron James and about maybe the motivation for LeBron.
Because I want to come at you so bad.
Maybe the motivation for LeBron and wanting to go to Golden State.
I was talking on the show.
Okay, maybe the motivation
LeBron's like, I forgive you.
the motivation for LeBron and why he might want to go to Golden State is, to your point, that's why I brought it up, just to slam dunk your point when you're talking about this being a young man's league.
That's a lie. That's a 180 attempt.
Maybe,
ain't gonna work.
Maybe LeBron
Can't give me flowers after you
wants
slap
to
me.
go to the Warriors because they want to prove that older dudes can still win in this league.
I'm not even listening anymore. I'm just like lost in your Derek Fisher talk to me.
That's so hilarious to me. But yeah, so the point is...
What's hilarious to you? That you said that you're hanging out with Derek Fisher? It's hilarious to me too.
Oh, speaking of putting words in someone's mouth, I never said that. I didn't say hanging out.
He's going to get it.
Oh, no.
He's a good producer.
Oh,
he knows.
no.
It's okay.
I hate when that happens. I always lose.
You are. By the way, there's a bunch of people in the chat.
So no response?
There's a response coming.
Okay.
There's a bunch of people in the chat talking about how excited they are to see Cam Carr.
Oh, we love Led Zeppelin. Oh, but I love the chorus because it's going to lead us into what we want to talk about now. Your time's going to come, right?
Yes, it is.
Yes,
it
Robert
is.
Plant, can you sing it? Well, I want to let it roll. Let it roll a little bit. Venga, venga. Yeah, trouble's coming. Yeah. For some defenses. It won't be long. Yeah, Stetson might be gone. Yes. There it is. Time spelled with T-Y, Brock. Maybe.
You are full of them today.
Hermano.
You're locked and loaded.
Along with El Gran Brock, El Orgullo de Valencia Vikings.
There we
Por
go.
Cierto, muy bien,
Yes,
muy
sir.
bien.
Go Vikings.
Hermano, I'm Adrian Garcia Marquez filling in for the great Alex Curry. Is it time to start discussing the backup QB job? Take off the floaties and the little training wheels. Just let him rock. 13th pick. He looked real good. Command of the offense, command of the concept. Exactly what you want to see for everything we know about Sean McVay, right? Yeah. Check. His kind of quarterback.
Yeah. So Ty Simpson did what I always feel is impossible, and that is making you rethink things after one preseason start. Typically, the first preseason game is most of the guys out there are stepping on an NFL field for the first time or have not stepped on an NFL field since last year's preseason. Typically, the starters don't go out there. You know, some teams have different philosophies. You know, Kirk Cousins got a series. Joe Burrow got a series with the Bengals. But typically, the first preseason game, there's nothing to take from it unless you are Ty Simpson and you go out there and put on as good of a performance as a rookie who the last time we saw him got benched in the Rose Bowl and then was drafted first overall, to a lot of groaning and moaning Rams fans who were not happy with the pick. That is as good of a debut as he could have had. So Matthew Stafford is essentially signing and has been signing one-year deals to go year to year. Assumingly, once he wins the Super Bowl, he rides off into the sunset. But if he doesn't win the Super Bowl, says, I got a little more juice in the tank, I want to come back. And he leaves both windows open. So that leaves the backup quarterback position, which Stetson Bennett was in line to take over since Jimmy Garoppolo was moved on and now considering coming back, but that's a different story. And I feel that after just one preseason game, Ty Simpson has earned the right to be the backup quarterback for the rest of the preseason and deserves the bulk share of the reps when Matthew Stafford takes a day off of practice. He only practices every other day. It should be Ty Simpson in there with the ones. And while this next preseason game, if we do see any of the Rams starters, it will probably only be for a series or so. It won't be Matthew Stafford in there. I want to see Ty Simpson with the starters.
And I think he can handle it. I mean, he showed it. It looked, again, back to command of the offense. And you look at the young quarterbacks. You know, we brought it up a little bit earlier this morning, but Fernando Mendoza in particular, he's going to be mentioned alongside Ty Simpson in that comparison, especially here in Southern California with what's at stake with Raider fans and, of course, the Rams fans. And we'll keep discussing that because noticias de último minuto. Shay, go for it.
I got to turn that into a drop
so
or
good,
something.
so
Breaking news, guys. We've been talking little about the Lakers today, but the Buss family has decided to sell its remaining 17.8% ownership stake in the Los Angeles Lakers to new majority owners Josh Kushner and Bob Iger, sources tell ESPN. The Buss family trust, composed of siblings Jeannie, Jim, Johnny, Janie, Joey, and Jess, received majority votes to allow trustees to execute the sale. It required 4 of 6 votes to enact the tag-along provision of Mark Walter's sale to Kushner and Iger, which valued the Lakers at $12.5 billion. Shams just tweeted this out.
Wow.
This isn't good, Adrian.
Yeah. I mean, for the Laker fan, you know, that bleeds the purple and gold, and a lot of them might be thinking, you know, what would Dr. Buss be thinking? What is he thinking up in the heavens right now? I mean, business is business. Jeannie's has always operated, you know, since she took over. I think what she's always felt is in the best interest of the familia, and this obviously might be in the best interest of the Buss family. But where does that leave the rest of the familia, the Laker fan, and how do they feel about this whole situation? I mean, Brock, this is definitely that breaking news that maybe Laker fans weren't expecting to hear so soon.
So I shared this last week when the sale was official, but what made Lakers fandom unique, and what made the Lakers unique was typically nowadays with sports ownership, someone gets super rich doing something else, oil, insurance, banking, whatever, and then they buy a sports team because they love sports. And sports is not how they make money. Sports is probably a tax write-off for the most part for them, but they just want to say they own a team and they have the means to do it. What made the Lakers special was the Lakers were their business. The Buss family, they poured everything into the Lakers because they didn't have some real estate empire and then that was
the
their
restaurant,
business.
period.
That was it. And that made being a sports fan unique. Of course they made a ton of money. Of course they had mansions and private planes and all those things, but when you go to a Laker game and spend too much on parking, too much on a hot dog, too much on anything, too much on merch, there genuinely was a better feeling because you felt like you were part of a family. That is what made the Lakers special. And
Very
to
special.
now have zero affiliation with the Buss family, one, I am very curious when, hopefully it's many years from now, when all the Buss siblings pass on peacefully and go see Dad in heaven, what that conversation is going to be like. But second off, it's just the feeling of a fan of this is a new era, and one of the most beautiful things about Lakers fandom is officially gone. It's gone. I feel sick to my stomach, man. I'm trying not to overreact, but it just stinks, man. Like, so much change in such a short amount of time, and you strip away what made the Lakers special. Now, you were born and raised in San Diego, but we were talking before the show, you were Lakers through and through.
Yeah, Lakers through and through, and I was fortunate enough to be the Lakers' voice on television
Yes,
in Espanol for a few years there, and it was, as Stu Land said, hey, it was worth 30 for you, mijo, because it was the worst of times in Lakerland when we were broadcasting those games. It just didn't work out with Dwight Howard, Steve Nash, and obviously El Macho, Kobe Bean Bryant, may he rest in peace, and even his bobblehead, I think, was spinning right now back here. It is tough because of what you just said, the romantic in all of us, the romanticism, that beautiful connection that was created between Los Angeles and the Lakers. And it's slowly, and we've seen it, and I'm going to, I know a lot of people, it's not a popular opinion, or maybe we're not supposed to say it, kind of like you're not supposed to say Voldemort in the Harry Potter movies, but, when LeBron arrived, that was the beginning for me of where things started to transition a little bit more towards a business side. I appreciate LeBron as a player, but I didn't appreciate what it felt like if it was a brand change, that the Lakers brand became part of LeBron's brand.
And we just want to honor LeBron James.
It's a running joke. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, where'd that come from? So it is heartbreaking. But I want to say this, because I was in the Laker familia for a good time there. The Buss family were great to me personally. I love the Buss family. I wish them all the best. And whatever led them down this path, they have their reasons. This is the business, and they had to do something here. And just looking at kind of how everything's playing out, I saw something that came through as well, that it's kind of like where, the transaction, when it's completed officially, Genie's not going to have the required ownership percentage to remain governor. And that they have to have that 15% controlling interest. So they are completely out of the picture. And it's just unreal to me because of the dream that Dr. Buss had. I know when I arrived and and they kind of walked us through what we were about to embark on and how special it was and how special the people in the building are, like the Gary Vides and the John Blacks, who was the Darth Vader of PR, but I love John Black. John Black was tough for a reason. And, you name all of the people that are in that organization, beautiful, beautiful organization. And for all of that to kind of just change as quickly as you illustrated, it just feels like such a sudden shock. And for Laker fans, they're kind of just left like, ¿y ahora qué? Like, what now? What's next? Now what are they going to tell us? But this is kind of a definitely a moment to mark in time that the Buss family are no longer part of the LA Laker equation. It's kind of weird to me to say out loud, and I know I have my feelings about the Lakers, not only as somebody that grew up being a fan of the Magic and obviously Kareem and all those eras of the Showtime and having the privilege to broadcast Lakers TV when I did and those fans, I loved talking to Flea, literally. Like, I never expected that part of it. That's how awesome the Lakers community is, where a guy like myself, born and raised in Southern California, becomes a broadcaster. I'm in the booth, and all of a sudden I see Kiedis and Flea, they're sitting there, and I start talking basketball. But before we talk basketball, because Flea always talked hoops. That man knows his basketball, knows his Lakers. And when they're sitting there, and then they tell you, we listen to you, man. I'm like, wait, no. I'm talking about your lyrics. I'm talking about, what do you mean? And he's like, in the fourth quarter, we switched over to you guys in Spanish because it was a change of mojo. And I just felt like, wow, man, this is beautiful. This is why it was so awesome to be part of the Laker family, because it was just that. It was a familia. So it didn't matter if you were a celebrity, rock star in the movies, or an actor that's all acting like a rock star in the movie. It doesn't matter. Everybody that showed up for one reason: to enjoy Lakers basketball and be part of that purple and gold community. I don't know what happens next. I suspect that the Laker fan will hold it down for Lakers, but things can change really quick when it's a corporate environment. Look what's happened in other places where the business becomes first and the customer, let's put it that way, goes second or third.
You bring up the LeBron beginning, the entry of LeBron potentially being the beginning of the end. I don't think you're far off there, because what I would say is LeBron coming to the Lakers was transactional. Obviously, these athletes are not going to put their bodies on the line and sacrifice all this time to play for free. But LeBron was a Laker because he wanted to move to Los Angeles, and he would rather be a part of the Laker organization than the Clipper organization. It was a transactional thing. He wanted to make movies and podcasts and all these other things. I think he produced an album at one point, and the Lakers just so happen to be here. Why that ties into this is I already had my suspicions regarding this new ownership, because Kushner is a private equity guy and Bob Iger is on paper saying I am a Clippers fan.
And I don't mean to interrupt, but there's one detail you mentioned there. In the case of Kushner, we mentioned the FIFA story. Shea brought it up earlier.
Oh my God, yeah.
So they were trying to break up the band, if you will, in FIFA. It didn't work out, and then you turn around and you come to the Lakers. So the correlation there, a lot of the fan base that loves the Lakers loves football as well, and loved their FIFA and loved the way it was and didn't like what Gianni Infantino was doing. So how does that kind of play into the welcome mat, if there is going to be one for Kushner and Mr. Iger? We suspect that something is coming, but in fact, it is coming down the wire here. Shea, you got the statement from the Buzz family.
Yeah, so according to ESPN, the Buzz family stated, "We have decided as a family to sell the remaining Buzz family trust shares to the Bob Iger Group as part of the ongoing transaction. We love the Lakers, Laker fans, and will continue to support Los Angeles. But it is time to use this opportunity to move on and exit gracefully while we still can."
I have a lot to say, but I know we need to step aside for a minute. I'd imagine we will be talking about this here after this next break, but there is nothing graceful about this exit.
Absolutely. But I know, Laker fan, you want to dial in, you want to talk about it, do it. 855-97 LA fan, 855-975-2326. Get in on the call. Let us know your feelings, heartbreak, outlook. Maybe something good is on the horizon. Let us know right here on The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
I'm not just pushing this so you'll go click on it. The Scott Drew interview we did with the Baylor University head coach was really good. And I love Scott. Scott's a friend. I didn't know, he's a good player. He broke down every aspect of it. Okay, we like the fact check things here on the show, all right? Here's Doug 2 minutes ago.
Derek Fisher said something interesting to me on the show yesterday where he was talking about...
Wait, what? You just say it.
So I meant to say Derek Fisher said something that was interesting to me, but then I left out a couple words that made it seem like he was speaking directly
NBA
to
old
me.
Fart is enjoying the chemistry that we have.
They want to get better. They want to learn from me, but I also want to learn from them. What is their style? What are they seeing? How they rushing? And how can I help improve it? And how can we work with each other? If there's something that you want to improve, great. But if it's taking something from me, I'm here for it, and I'm happy to share that. But let's not take away from what got you here. Let's not diminish anything that accentuates your qualities, and just running that fine line. These guys are very talented, and we have a room full of guys who can make plays, and want to be able to put them in position to do so.
And let's say compared to most camps, about 10 days in, is it where you want it to be?
Yeah, especially on the defensive side. We came out firing. We could have closed a little bit better as far as making some plays down the stretch, but that's what we're in camp for. So the fact that we came out so hot, making stops in the run, making those big plays on pass, whether it was getting deflections or getting sacks. I'm really proud of our guys.
When you were coming up as a younger player that poured into you, that you took some lessons from?
So many. I tried to listen to everyone I could. I'm still not as good as I could be, and I'll never be too good to listen to anyone. So there was Joe Thomas, there was D. Ware, there was Bruce Smith. I listened to Randy, like all the guys who I don't name. I'm sorry I missed out, but I don't take it for granted the position I was put in to learn from a very talented group.
About Aaron working out at your facility here at camp. Do you guys talk a lot? I mean, everyone's kind of anticipating his potential return to join you. You guys have that discussion?
No, we haven't had a discussion. Hopefully they'll link up here soon. See where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process. Coming back from no such time off, but
John Elmore. I am obsessed with this dude. Oh my God. If you have not looked up John Elmore, 30-year-old G League vet who's still fighting for a spot. He's playing for the Lakers right now in the Summer League, and he looks like my IT guy's stepfather. Follically challenged, but really rocking the skull like it's no big deal. I love this cat.
Watching a veteran guy play in the summer or like in the preseason, it's so remarkably refreshing. You can see how much they understand about the game compared to, even in a lot of ways, the more talented or more dynamic players that are younger than them or just coming into the NBA. It's fun to watch guys that just understand how to play basketball, especially below the rim guys that are just out there straight old school in it.
You probably learn a lot from a cat like that.
Definitely do.
Yeah.
It's good that he's getting an opportunity to just go out and show, guys at every level, age or whatever can play basketball. If they're playing in the summer or they're on a G League team, they can play. Yeah, I'm sure there's some guys in the minor leagues that may not ever get a call to the big club.
It's tough.
But they can play baseball.
What would it take for a guy like John to ever get his real NBA opportunity? Obviously, most likely won't happen with the Lakers and this team, but who's to say a Utah Jazz or a team that's in the bottom tier of the league all of a sudden let's just bring this guy up for a month.
For a guy like John Elmore, it's tough, man. 30-year-old guard, point guard, you're just not even fast enough.
It's gonna be a damn good coach, though.
Well, hopefully, if he wants to coach. If he wants to coach, we'll see.
He wants, of course. I want him to live all his dreams. I can't stress that enough. I see a lot of myself in John.
Tell Fish I'll always remember him running down the tunnel towards our locker room to chase down Allen Iverson to say, "Good series," after the Lakers beat us in that 5th game in Philly. So he said, "Be well, thanks for understanding." He'll talk to us next week. But Fish, you've heard that story on this air, bringing the Lakers and Philly thing all together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just got emotional again thinking
about it. That's awesome.
I think sometimes as a competitor, there's blood in your eyes when you're fighting against another guy.
Yeah.
And then the minute the clock goes off and you recognize you don't have to try to kill this guy anymore. It instantly turns to respect for my competitor. And playing against Allen for 5 games and how hard that was. And, I was lucky I was on the team that had Shaq and Kobe. So,
but this is not just what it meant to you. This is a gentleman. What was this? 20 damn years ago? How many years? 25 years ago.
And that's
this
what he
is
remembers.
A person that was in that building as well and saw you run down there. And Allen Iverson told him as well what you did. So it's not just between you and Allen Iverson. It's between other people that were in the building or watched that too. So big ups to you, Fish.
That's all. This surgery might have saved Blake Snell's career. You have to understand, when you talk about losing feeling in your fingers, that is a bigger problem than you actually think. Remember the manufactured controversy of the sticky stuff that we were dealing with? with, that was a very manufactured thing. Now, were players using spider tack and things like that? Yes. Have they always used spider tack and things like that? Yes. Why do they use that? Because it limits the amount of pressure you need to put on the baseball, which actually helps your health. Tommy John surgeries are not because you're throwing your elbow out. Tommy John surgeries is because there's a connective chain from your
Oh, yeah. The hits keep coming.
Shay's got you covered.
But we've been throwing everything into the frying pan tonight, right? This afternoon here and into the evening. Alongside Brock, I'm Adrian, in for Alex Curry here on the Fan 97.1, the voice of Los Angeles. And being the voice of Los Angeles, one of the crown jewels of the city of Angels is the Lakers. And the latest breaking news, Jeannie Buss has announced that the Buss family will be relinquishing the remainder of their stake in the Lakers. And the question is, what happens to Rob Pelinka? What happens to J.J. Redick? Do things continue as planned, or does the new ownership have other ideas? And let me ask you this, Brock. As the new ownership comes in, which will take a little bit of time in the process, but when it happens, do they care, like in the past, Dr. Buss cared about championships. In any way the Buss family could secure the championships, that's what they chased after. The corporate environment, we've seen it. We've seen it in soccer internationally. We see that corporate types take over, and they're about the bottom line, not so much about raising titles and banners.
Yeah, it's about making the Lakers as profitable as possible. Does winning championships create profit? Of course it does. But if they can be profitable without winning championships, that is still going to satisfy the needs of the new owners, because we have one who was the CEO of Disney and is a bottom line guy, and we have one who is in private equity. And private equity and sports are now getting married at insane rates across tons of brands. And
so let me pause you right there, just because you mentioned Bob Iger. All right, so if we were to let's put it into sports perspective. Let's scout these guys, right? Scout the body of work, scout what they've done. In the case of Iger, and it was my son that told me, he worked for Disney for a while. He said it was Iger that actually brought Star Wars and Marvel. So the man knows what he's doing about what is it that's going to put people in the seats. In this case, in front of a television, in front of a movie screen. Does he bring that magic, or is there no magic? According to the Laker fan, to you, to the opinion of others, what do you think Iger brings to that equation? And on the other side, Kushner's name, alone creates a little bit of, something negative stirring in the feelings of people, and especially after what happened with FIFA in trying to unite with Gianni Infantino to change fundamentally forever the sport of soccer. And, I don't know. I want to get your take on that.
I don't know if there is a single thing either Bob Iger or Josh Kushner can do to regain the graces of Lakers fans. And why I say that is because the big fear of these two coming in, and correct me if I'm wrong, we don't know what the pecking order is going to be. I know Iger's invested in Kushner's business that bought the Lakers, and I don't know who's calling the shots. But why I say that is because, so we spoke about what made Laker fandom special, because it was a family business. Sports were their business. It wasn't a hobby or a tax write-off. This was their passion. To remove any trace of the Buss family from the Lakers is to either be so ignorant you don't realize what makes being a Lakers fan special, or two, you just don't care. And it's all about the money and just having total and complete ownership over this entity. It's not even a team to them. It's just an entity that can make money and make them powerful. Bob Iger is a Clippers fan. He has always been a Clippers fan. They got money together because they wanted to start a NBA franchise, and they went to Vegas with their money, and then it ended up costing more than they thought. Kushner initially was invested in the Grizzlies. Then he moved to Florida, so he switched his investment to the Heat. Then they got $20 billion together to take a chunk out of FIFA and have some equity there. Like, they just have a bunch of money and wanted to buy something with it because everyone gave their routing information and the money was ready to spend, so they wanted to buy something, and the Lakers just so happened to be there. That's why this feels so gross. It's just another thing for them to have in their portfolio. And to remove the Buss family is the final straw for me regarding any hope that they were going to treat the Lakers with care. They were going to treat it just like any other business, and what made being a Lakers fan special was it wasn't run like any other team.
Absolutely not. When does a broadcaster, now I'll share this personally, a broadcaster rarely gets to, and I get to do that, and I got to say this, a side note, I have this with the Chargers and the Spanos family. They are great to me. I love them, and I know that there are a lot of people in San Diego who are like, yeah, but they took it from, easy now. The Spanos family is great, and that connection. In fact, we had it right before preseason, the night before we faced the Texans. We have a nice family powwow. They take us out to dinner, and it creates a beautiful connection. They're genuine and they're real. And the Buss family was the same way. And when I got there, the first day of school, if you will, for myself and Francisco Pinto, when Tim Harris first introduced us to Jeannie Buss, took us to her office, right? And you're like, wow, man, this was Dr. Buss's office. Like, the Laker fan in you, I mean, that fanboy it comes out even though you're trying to keep your oh, yeah, but I'm a buttoned-up broadcaster. Yes, I'm ready to go, all that stuff. And then Jeannie, in our conversation there, and she asks us about a painting that was in the office. And it was, the guys that brought it back with Kobe, right? And it was just like this heavenly-looking painting. And if you know kind of thing. And she asked us the question, what does that painting mean? Do you think nowadays you get an opportunity, especially now in a corporate environment, to go to the boss, meet the boss? They introduce themselves, and it's like you bring pan dulce to the office. Like, that's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone. And it's sad because that was one of the many things that made the Lakers special. What made the Lakers special were the people that worked in the Lakers and at the Lakers for a long time. And I love you. You guys got to get him in here, man. I don't know if you guys brought Gary Vitti in here yet to tell his GB gems, but they're some of the best stories of all time. And these are the things that could only happen in Laker world, right? Yes. And one of them, I'll share one since we're on the topic while we're going here. One of the best ones is that there's an unnamed player, right? And GV says it was one of the funny situations during an injury. But the player comes over and he tells him being the team trainer, the head trainer for 30 plus years, like, where'd you get hurt? He goes, over there. And he'll tell you stories like that. And then there was another player. I don't want to say his name. I'll let him tell you the name. If you guys invite him on, you got to invite him on. He kills, man. He's great. And he said there's the legend of the shower pill, right? Oh man.
Oh yes, the shower pill.
The shower pill. So there was this great player, superstar, and the veterans wanted to play a little trick on him with GV, and then it's like, hey, let me get that shower pill after the game. We're like, I don't have time. I got a big date. Let me get that shower pill. And he's like giving him a placebo or whatever. Yeah. And then the player's looking around like, oh, and waits for everybody to leave. Like, wait, what's going on? And then, yo, GV, can I get like 10 of those? You got to get him in here, man. Just because you're on the subject of what was special, what was beautiful about being part of Lakerlandia, and that was definitely a major part. The people that made it work, and that all started with Dr. Buss. He always said it. He surrounded himself by people that knew what they were doing and let them cook. Mm-hmm. And that was the success formula for the Lakers for a long, long time.
I have no right to talk about family dynamics and who is insulting who, and I will not venture down that path, but I will say every Lakers fan is wondering, if every Lakers fan could ask the Buss family one question right now, it would be, what would your dad say? And I would just love to know that answer.
That's it. And we'll leave that answer to all of you. What would you say? What are you going to say? Call us up at 855-975-2326. Dial up the Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
CL directly to your fingertips. And there is a direct correlation on the pressure you put on the baseball down into your elbow, which is completely unprotected the way you throw a baseball. So you take away the sticky stuff, you have to add more pressure on the baseball to get the same amount of movement. There you go. Tommy John surgery spike up. Now, put yourself in a position that you're a professional major league pitcher and you can't even feel your fingertips on the baseball. Crazy. You don't actually know the pressure that you're putting on the ball completely. That's going to lead to a devastating elbow injury that could easily derail the career of Blake Snell. Snell. Luckily, he's got paid all this money, but I can't stress this enough. Blake Snell wants to be on the mound. So this surgery cured like 9 ailments all in one. The finger situation, and it cured a shoulder situation. By the way, when you hear shoulder with a pitcher, that usually means their career is over. I can't wait to see what he can do coming back. I'm expecting a good outing. Blake Snell's expecting to dominate, and that's why I love.
If that is the reason why he ultimately decided to sell his majority stake in the Lakers because he had to get some liquid, right? To get some money to get out of that, that's one thing, right? And sometimes, look, you got to sell the house to pay the mortgage. I get it. But if you're taking that face value and it's not about that, and it's just about the fact that he wanted to sell the Lakers for a profit, that to me doesn't make a lot of sense. Because as you just pointed out, this is a guy that already owns the Dodgers. This is a guy that's worth over $7 billion. This is a guy that bought into the Lakers in 2021 to own 27% of it, and not into $2.5 billion in profit.
He doesn't need the money.
He doesn't.
He's got money.
So then, really, are you of the side where it feels like this is something to cover himself from a legal standpoint?
Look, I don't think it's unreasonable to worry as politics are played out now, and the muscular, and I know this is politics, but the muscular nature of how the federal government and the executive branch operates, and I'm not taking a side, I'm just talking facts. I don't think it's unfair to wonder if selling the team, when clearly that wasn't his original plan, isn't about this. It is about this investigation. Now, whether it's about coming up with the money, whether it's about I don't have the bandwidth for this, I think that's a very generous reading, or whether it's about, hey, do us a solid and sell this team to my son-in-law's brother, and maybe things go better since the president does control the Justice Department. That's how the system works, especially today.
Turn it up and down. There we go.
Two-time captain, DB, and the hometown team. Quentin, thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
We love this.
Yeah.
So, Chris Shula, future head coach.
Yeah.
I know you may not want to hear that since he's your defensive coordinator right now, but what is it like playing in his system? And I want to hear from you, a man in that system, what makes it so unique? Why are our quarterbacks always freezing, hesitating, and struggling against your defense?
Yeah, well, Chris Shula has been there since the beginning of my journey in the NFL, right? He was the DB's coach when I first came into the league. So he's seen my journey for now, going to be 5 years, right?
Yeah.
But his system, I love it because he always tries to maximize what a player can do best, right? If a player can do this best, he's going to put you in the best positions to make plays at that position. And obviously, I've had in my journey where I moved around, I played so many different positions.
Yeah.
But that was a credit to, Coach Shula as, what can Q do the best? Can he cover the best in this situation? Can he blitz the best in this situation? So he's moved me around a lot. And the thing I like about it in terms of just the grand scheme of things and really the landscape of the league is you're trying now for a lot of NFL defenses is can you rush 4? Can you create pressure with 4 defensive guys? And luckily we just got I know this is probably going to be another segment, but, we got a great guy that will help us do that. But yeah, can you be able to show the same look in every single defense to make everything look the same? So you don't know if it's man, so you don't know if it's zone, so you don't know if there's pressure coming. That's where the landscape of the league is going towards, is where you can have these defenses and play so many different coverages, but everything looks the same, so you can't give off a tell. I'm going to give you credit. That was a great transition. That was a great.
There we go. There we go. Talk about it.
I
And for Alex, I'm Adrian Garcia Marquez alongside Brock in this Power Hour, La Hora del Poder, as you guys like to call it. But we got big news. I mean, so much going on. I know we've covered the Dodgers losing 3 of 4 to the Brewers. Ty Simpson is shining, and now I think he's got to become the backup. Kyle Tucker struggles. Obviously, we talked about that. But now the hot story, and again, back to the Clippers and the NBA and the back and forth that's been happening all day. But the story breaking in the city of Tenochtitlan North, which is Aztlán. I'm going all deep here with the Aztec.
I love it.
Let's go. But anyway, Los Angeles And the favorite team, it's the Dodgers and the Lakers, and then there's every other team, with all due respect to everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And one of those teams, beloved Lakers and the beloved Buss family, officially saying they are out of owning the purple and gold, to the shock of many of us. And the question is, does this continue across the board? Because we've seen it. Even the Celtics, when they were sold to a tech investor, the great franchises, right, being, partly controlled by the family, and then somebody comes in, takes a little bit more controlling interest, and then they phase them out. There might be a family left, in Orlando, but that's it, Brock. It's dying in that sense, the family-owned and run and operated business of basketball.
So this is just about sports ownership in general. And you know what? It's beyond sports ownership. Everything is viewed as tech now. And the valuations of things and the ballooning of prices and the projections are treating everything like it's a startup in Silicon Valley. And what happens with that is eventually you get to a point where private equity are the only thing that can afford anything, from homes to sports teams. If private equity isn't involved, you just can't afford it, because everything, you just multiply it by 10 and that's what it's worth now. And why it matters with sports is eventually we're going to reach a point where it's unsustainable. We may already be there, right? So the Los Angeles Lakers buy out the rest of the Buss family. So if the initial price tag was $12.5 billion, that's at least, if they had 17%, I'm not a math major, but that's a lot of more hundreds of millions of dollars that they just gave the Buss family, right? Bob Iger and Josh Kushner don't have $13 billion. It's not real. They have assets. They have leverage. They have a lot of favors with banks that they can call. Like they don't have $13 billion. Why I bring this up is not too long ago, before Mark Walter bought the Dodgers, they went bankrupt because Frank McCourt bought the Dodgers with money he did not have. And it was nowhere near we'll call it $10 billion that the Dodgers are worth right now. So if you can now just buy sports teams without actually having the money necessary, then you are one or two industries falling apart away from having to sell said team. Because as we mentioned, what made the Buss family special was the Lakers was their business. That is the only thing that they made money from. That not only thing they made money from, but that's the only thing that they cared about. That's what their name was attached to. Exactly. Whereas nowadays, I have an insurance business, but I really like basketball, so I'm going to buy the Phoenix Suns. I have a real estate empire, and I like baseball, so I'm going to buy the Mariners or whatever it may be. But if the insurance industry goes bust, you have to sell the team. If real estate goes bust, you have to sell the team. And that's why I feel this is important, and why you led this off with the fact that the family-owned sports team is starting to go away because, one, the prices of these teams are ballooning to a place to where they're basically just tech companies, and we see what comes with that and how the customer or the fan will never benefit from that. And two, it is so fickle, and you're always dancing on a live wire of this is your hobby, and if how you really make your money goes bust, you're gonna have to sell the team, and us as fans get screwed, even though we didn't want any of this in the first place. So that's where my frustration stems from. And you think about this as well, like the family-owned and operated business. It's not always a successful model. We've seen it. Yeah. You go down the 5 here, and some people can argue, like, what's going on? A lot of different places. Yep. Take the 5 north. What's going on up there? A lot of different places. The bottom line is it is being phased out, and it's not because the families are no longer interested. They can't keep up. Yeah. They can't keep up economically. Like you said, everything costs a little bit more, and fans demand championships in a lot of these cases, and Lakers obviously are one of those fan bases that, hey, but where's my title? Everything that's kind of happened since LeBron to this point has, from people I talk to, people that I know for a fact that bleed purple and gold before everything else, even before Dodger blue, okay? And that's saying something. Yeah. And
they always felt like, all right, at least the Bus family gets us, and they understand what we need and how we want things to be in this world of basketball and what we expect. But then when you started to see, again, the effect of LeBron coming in and sort of establishing his own set of rules with things for all we understood. Again, I'm just relaying information that was already out there. I don't know if that started that domino effect towards where we're at now, because the bottom line is it's about the business, and it's beyond the family-owned business, because it's hard to stay in it when the competition around you is starting to get money from Silicon Valley and other places. And like you said, different corporations, different companies, different interests. But the bottom line is it's an executive table that they got to bring the results to. And they see the bottom line. They probably aren't thinking about every championship. Now, we might be wrong, and I hope that we're wrong, because the Lakers aren't like any other team. It's a special franchise. So maybe they do come in and say, hey, it's the Lakers. This is the crown jewel of the NBA, arguably the greatest franchise for my money. Since TV went to color, it is the greatest franchise in the history of the NBA. I'm sorry, Celtics, but, it's just what it is. So I think maybe, what if they come in and they say, we are going to maintain the tradition of Dr. Bus and the Bus family. We are going to be well into the community. We're not changing anything other than the names on the door, and some corporate decisions might be made because more people are involved, but we're all about what the Lakers have always stood for. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping for that for the Lakers fans' sake, because I know how diehard, how much they love their Lakers.
I would say, in the optimistic view, that Iger and Kushner come in and say, despite us buying out the remaining percentage that the Bus family has, we value what they did, and we will continue to carry on their legacy, and we will not change the culture. If that is what they end up doing, it would be the first time in the history of private equity that a culture was not changed after a buy-in. I want to share your optimism because I love the Lakers, and as you know, a positive culture in every sport is step one to success.
Yep.
I just feel right now they have made every step to counter that optimism. I'm going to try to hold on to it, but nothing about this feels right. And you look across sports as a whole, right? And we're just talking about how much money is needed now to run a sports franchise, and how the mom and pop idea of it gets phased out. The Phoenix Suns owner, Matt Ishbia, he runs United Wholesale Mortgage. He made his money coming out of Michigan State. I believe he played college basketball. Yeah, he played college basketball there as well. Maybe played overseas or something, but was a basketball fan. Ran this mortgage company, made a bunch of money, bought the Phoenix Suns. Well, in the second quarter of 2026, second fiscal quarter, his company disclosed a nearly $500 million loss, and they just recently had to secure a $2 billion infusion, which is being labeled Rescue Finance Packaging by Oak Tree Capital Management. Why does he have to do that? Just because his stock price plunged. His stock price went down, so now he has to go ask for $2 billion to maintain what the Phoenix Suns are doing. The New York Yankees just accepted $2.6 billion of an investment from Apollo Sports Capital. Like, if the Lakers and the Yankees can't keep running afloat, what
hope?
What hope is there for any organization? Like, it's sports are great. They are an escape, but sports being the last place where we could go to get away from the real world and the stress that already brings us, it's no longer going to be that escape. If the Yankees can't and the Lakers can't do it, no one is able to do it. And at this point, I mean, private equity is making its way to college sports now. Like, it's
we're hitting that place. We're hitting that place where it's adapt or die.
Yeah.
It's adapt or die, because everybody's doing it now. To survive, you do need an influx of capital coming from multiple sources, and that's the name of the game. So now we move to phase two, where you kind of roll the dice and say, well, let's hope that the corporate group that came and bought my favorite team actually cares about that fan base, understands the legendary status that that team, that club represents and what it's given to the history of its sport wherever it represents. And you hope that the Lakers, just like the Yankees, because the Yankees, I mean, are still being run, for all I've seen, run the way that they've always. Yes, there's corporate money in there, but you go to a Yankee game, it still feels like the Yankees.
Yes.
The Yankees aren't telling. Yes, it doesn't feel like the old Yankee Stadium,
still
but it's,
calling the shots.
he's still in the
Yeah.
in the air, and you can feel it. You can feel
Yeah.
the Yankee way is still there.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that post LeBron now with LeBron gone, and this is Luka's team 100%, and everything that's gone on outside the court, outside Kobe Dojo, now going back into the basketball, maybe this group comes in and understands that there is more to the Lakers than any other team in sports in America, where you're going to definitely cater to that audience, cater to that fan base and their traditions, and you're not going to break it. You're not going to do what you were talking. Oh no, you know what? I just took a loss yesterday. Luka, you're getting traded tomorrow. So, no,
Right.
I highly doubt that that's going to happen.
Yeah.
But we've seen that it can happen, and that's what makes it scary.
Where private equity makes its way into sports is they come in, and we have a few examples of it now, I suppose. And their job is to extract profit, and the easiest way to extract profit is to find out how can we spend less on things. Now, the players themselves are the most important thing here. So I like you mentioned, I don't think any player is at risk, but it can be something as simple as there's 10 janitors and make it 7 and we can save some money there.
Yeah.
There's 4 people working in the cafeteria. We have 4 chefs. Okay, make it 2 chefs. But then it becomes not necessarily bigger things, but things that can direct performance more. You have 3 trainers, we only need 2. You have 10 assistants, we only need 6. And it chops away from everything. Not even to mention, as a fan, when you see private equity invest in something, so the prices are going up.
Yeah.
Parking is more expensive, ticketing is more expensive, every single thing is more expensive. My question to you, because you've been doing this for so long, you've been interwoven with so many of these teams. You just spoke about memories you have with the Lakers and the Buss family, of course, being interwoven in there, meeting with the Spanos family because you are the voice of the Chargers. What advice would you give Kushner and Iger whenever the deal is officially done and they can have a press conference? Like what advice would you give them as their welcoming party to Los Angeles of how they can start to win over the city?
Well, I don't know if they'll ever take the advice of Adrián García Márquez, their AGM, to his amigos, but if I had the opportunity, I would just ask him to do one thing. Please don't come into the building yet without having watched some sort of reel. Somebody put together a reel, starting with the moment Magic Johnson is announced as a new Los Angeles Laker, and then take it all the way through Showtime and every other year and era, all the way to El Macho, Kobe Bean Bryant, and everything that we've seen up until maybe 2020. Right?
I was wondering when you were going to cut it off.
And see what it means to the city of Los Angeles. See what it means to that fan that has always busted his butt or her butt at work, 2 shifts, 3 shifts, just to get that Laker ticket. Take the family. I mean, it's gotten ludicrous. The prices everywhere. Imagine an NBA game compared to a baseball game, but it's still super expensive. But fans still, they love their team so much that they find a way to make it happen. They're going to be there. They're going to support it. They love it. But they got to get the love back. And that's the moral of the story. Dr. Buss loved the fans back. And that's lesson number 1, lesson number 2, and lesson number 3. Show love to the fans. They'll show it to you. And what does that mean? That means invest in the fan base. Don't start bringing in corporate tricks about, like all of a sudden, hey, guys, guess what? That new nightclub we were building, we're turning it into a place where now it's a click farm, and we're going to run AI operations out of there. Right. Like, no.
Right.
Like, and I'm exaggerating, of course, but they have to understand the magnitude of the Los Angeles Lakers before they arrive.
I think you perfectly summed up the fear that I have, and God, would I love to be wrong about all of this. I would love to be sitting here a year from now saying I have never been wrong about more wrong about 2 individuals. in my entire life, but magnitude is the greatest word that can be attributed to this situation. There is so much at stake in the Lakers' legacy, and it does tie into LeBron. Not necessarily, obviously he's not a Laker anymore, and he left not knowing that the Lakers were going to be sold and all of that, but when he came over, it was transactional, and it's always transactional, but he wore the transaction of it on his sleeve. Rich Paul was his mouthpiece, and it became so clear that the Lakers, you're a leverage, you are a stepping stone to greater things. And if the Memphis Grizzlies were in Los Angeles, you'd be a member of the Memphis Grizzlies. If Phoenix came to Los Angeles, maybe you would decide you want to be a member of the Suns. Like it was a stepping stone to greater things. Not that he didn't do great things, but it was the first time, at least in my lifetime, being born in '92, that I saw the Lakers as just a stepping stone to get somewhere else. And why I bring that up is because this new ownership, it just feels like a stepping stone to more wealth or whatever else they want to do with their wealth. I will hopefully by late October, when the Lakers tip off in their first regular season game,
Halloween.
Find that. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's
Halloween.
right. That's right. And it's going to be funny because they have their opening game. The Dodgers are hopefully celebrating a World Series still, and USC and Ohio State are playing that night. That's going to be a great night. But yes, I hope by then I find the level of optimism that I'm going to need to get through hopefully more than 82 games of a Lakers season.
I'm hoping the same, and I think for all the Laker greats that are with us and not with us anymore, and of course Dr. Buss. And every other fan that has followed this team has been loyal to this team today, hitting and just being shocked with the news that the Buss family has relinquished the last of the control that they had over the Los Angeles Lakers. And now it's a new era that is upon us in Lakerland with new ownership in the Kushner-Iger, business, and what they do with that business. It's what remains to be examined. We'll see it. But I don't know. I want to believe that they understand that this isn't just another team. This isn't a team they're trying to get in Vegas.
Yeah.
This isn't a team they're building it's not the Sacramento Kings. I'm sorry, Sacramento Kings, but I'm going to say it. This is the Lakers, Papa. This is the Lakers. And the Lakers have a tradition, a legendary status, and you need to come in here and uphold that, period. And the fans are going to hold you to it. And if you don't, guess what? They don't show up.
Yeah.
Period. And when you build it, they will come, as they said in, we've heard it in Field of Dreams. You saw the fan base. Look, I'll give you LAFC as an example. For the longest time, the Galaxy, they did their best to just fire up the fan base, but for whatever reason, it didn't reach everybody, right? LAFC came in block by block. Literally, it was in their wording, block by block and street by street. They built LAFC into what it is. Look at that building now. And they, upon arrival, they've become an impact franchise in the history of MLS, and already on the Western Hemisphere, one of the better clubs, right? In North America, one of the most competitive clubs. And the reason why they get nurtured, and they feel that the 3252 and company, everybody is there giving you their amor, their everything they got. That was all started by the Dodgers and the Lakers. And the Lakers might be the most important piece to the LA sports fan. So if you build it, they will come. So if you come in with the right idea and the tradition that was established by Dr. Buss, you'll be fine. But the minute you start treating this like another commodity, then we're all in trouble. And it's going to be a sad day for sports.
Well said, sir. Well said.
We are on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And basketball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
So
Let him know,
it's
Quinn.
funny because I try to do that, like in the interview space and all that stuff. Like, how can you transition? So that was
All right,
because that was flawless. That was flawless.
Thank you.
But yeah, so you have so many guys now that can do a lot of different things. Guys like me, guys like Kyle Hamilton, guys like Nick Imamori, Devin Witherspoon, Brian Branch. Like, there's Derwin James.
Yeah.
I don't want to discredit anybody because there's obviously so many fantastic players out there. But it's now, obviously, our league is it's a passing league. Most of the explosive plays and touchdowns are through the air game. And how can you get these versatile defenders that can, yes, stop the run, but also play a pivotal part in the pass? Can you mix them up? Can you put them in different spots? And if you're able to do that, then you change the numbers on defense. And, offense is always trying to dictate the terms, but when you have the ability to do that on defense, that's huge. And I think that is where the league is going. You're getting these kind of bigger bodies, whether they're in the slot, deep, or outside, that can just do it all. Can they blitz? Can they play zone? Can they play man? Can they play the run? And can they play the pass? And if you're able to do that, you can change the math on defense. You can do so many different things. And, what we've been talking about is we're not trying to give off these telltale signs. You can run 6-1. You can put that slot defender on the line of scrimmage. You can go 6-1. You can run a 3-4. You can do so many different things on defense. It just really gets your DC, I can go, okay, what can I do here? What can I do on this play? What can I do in this situation? So I love it. And for me, it's been fun because, you're not just tied to one thing. I can be back. I can, be on the line of scrimmage. I can be in the box. I can blitz, play man, play zone. But it's difficult at the same time because you have to think there's so many things that you have to think about when you're out there. But at the end of the day, what we've been talking about, preparation.
There you go.
So just being able to be prepared, be able to do all those things and, go out there, cut it loose and have the confidence to do it.
Now, this team has...
I'm going to give you a movie line from nowhere, and I want you to tell me if you can tell me what movie it's from. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad?
Jeez.
Because you're good at this stuff. It's a somewhat deep cut. I'll do. Here we go. There are TV. There are. Why would your buddy? Why would your dad? It reminds me of me and you sometimes.
Is that Brokeback Mountain?
Close.
I can't quit you.
That's what reminds you of the
I
two of
can't
us.
quit you.
We're gonna have to have an off-air conversation.
Okay, what?
Horrible bosses.
There
2.
we go.
This is like Horrible Colleagues 1. It turns out.
Honestly, guys, the biggest news out of Rams training camp didn't even happen here on the LMU campus. It actually took place in Woodland Hills. Aaron Donald, the guy that everybody's anticipating to make a return to the NFL, actually had his first workout today at the Rams facility. Just a helmet and no pads per ESPN. We talked to Myles Garrett, who added a little something to the conversation.
Hopefully they'll link up here soon, see where his head's at, and just break bread with him as well. I don't know how he's feeling or where he is in this process, but it is a process, coming back from no such time off.
It was a scheduled rest day for Matthew Stafford and Devontae Adams, so that means we saw a lot of the backup QBs today. It was Stetson Bennett taking the first team reps, Ty Simpson coming in on the second team reps. And of course, the star of training camp has been wide receiver Puka Nacua. Today was no different. We saw another beautiful one-handed grab over the middle by Nacua, and we can't forget the people on the sidelines because guess who was here today? It was Dodgers legend, World Series champion Clayton Kershaw. He was watching practice. We had an amazing time here at the LMU campus, and we hope you enjoyed this.
Did Nick Van Exel ever have an issue with you coming in? It's like, oh, this guy's coming for my gig. Because at the end of the day, when you draft a guy, kind of coming for your gig a little bit, at least a little bit.
No, for sure. I'm sure he felt that way. The best story I have, which still pisses me off to this day, is the summer before we started training camp. UCLA men's gym over on the UCLA campus is that was the hub and still is in a lot of ways for summer basketball.
Oh, yeah. Great spot over there.
Pickup games, 5-on-5s, all the best guys in the league end up there at some point throughout the summer. And on this day, I go over there to play and compete. And Nick Van Exel's on one team, I'm on another team. But Magic Johnson is there on the sideline, just kind of there. I think he was on one of the teams. I think his team lost, which was almost impossible because Magic was always going to, if the game was tied 6-6 and we're going to 7, Magic was going to make sure his team got to 7. So I won't say more. But so Nick Van Exel and I are matched up against each other, and he was cooking. But Magic is literally on the sideline enjoying the fact that Nick Van Exel was frying me.
Oh, no. In front of your guy.
And I'm like, yo, I cannot believe this is happening. Magic is literally my greatest of all time, and he's over here laughing at me getting fried. And so it wasn't so much Nick. He was great. He never gave me the energy that, like, I know you coming from my spot.
Yeah.
And I always give him a lot of love for that, because I definitely was coming for his spot. Like, it just as a competitor.
Absolutely.
But he never made me feel that way. But yeah, that's the story that, like, yeah, bro.
All right, if you missed any part of the conversation today, search Brock and Alex wherever you get your podcasts. You can catch the full show, individual hours, and all of the biggest moments. And boy, have we had moments today. In for Alex Curry, I'm AGM to the amigos, Adrian Garcia Marquez, alongside the great Brock. El Brock. It's like like crack soccer players go by one name.
Yeah.
I think you just got to keep Brock. Okay, it's been a pleasure just hanging out here with you today.
It's been great, man.
And hermano, it's been a novela kind of day, right? It's
one thing after another.
El
dude.
Pecado de Kawhi is one, right? Los Lakers también lloran. You know, and it's just like it keeps on going. And obviously, the Dodgers are going through their novela, and the guys just can't find a way to get back on track with the stick. Maybe today it happens. Coors Field. We've been discussing it all day. I have a feeling they're about to turn it around. They're going to get live and get hot at the right time as the champions that they are. Mm-hmm. They've survived 10 straight game days. Now they got 3 more before they have a day off.
Whew.
Those 3 games, Coors Field, and you have a tired pitching staff, Brock. Do you think the Dodgers begin the journey towards defending their title and this get-right series? You mentioned it earlier that we thought this might be a get-right series coming up over the weekend against the Brewers. It didn't happen. The Brewers took the Dodgers, to work. Let's put it that way. And then before that, the Royal Series, what is it, a get-right series? Maybe you thought they turned the corner, but no. And now you have a chance in Colorado to do this. Blake Snell, Tomoyuki Sugano, and that's happening this afternoon. Blake Snell coming off of his first start in 3 months. What are you looking at?
Snell to really just even be remotely close to what he was last time that we saw him regarding his
when he's right,
his
he's
debut.
unhittable.
It was a wonderful reminder of how great he can be. When you see Blake Snell, your initial instinct is, the guy that's always hurt, but when he's healthy is pretty good. What we saw in the most recent start of Blake Snell and his return to the mound since the one start he had months ago for the Dodgers this season was, this is Cy Young winner Blake Snell. And if we can continue to see Cy Young winner Blake Snell, not only does it make the playoffs a little less unnerving, because in MLB playoffs, anything can happen. It also hopefully can give a little bit of patience to Glasnow, can give a little bit of patience to Shohei, to Robleski, if he's an arm that they rely on. I think that there's something comforting in having 3 reliable arms, because when you enter the playoffs, it's going to be 3+, like 3 in the rotation, sometimes 4. If you really, really in a pinch, you can get some long relief, which is kind of like 4.5. But if you can have Yoshi, Skubal, and Snell as a foundation, everything on top of that is just a bonus. Yep. And the fact that some of those names that would be bonus names would be aces in other places, it would just bring a sense of calm to a starting rotation that has not had much calm this season.
When they're together, and they're right, they're the Beatles of pitching staffs, right? I mean,
they are.
And when you think about Shohei getting himself right, let's start with the bat. And I think it starts tonight, like, it's understood. The pitching, there's tired arms. It is August. Kind of just mess with the bullpen a little bit. Survive this long set of games, 13 straight days or whatever, after you leave Colorado. In the meantime, you want to find your stroke. And there is something good on the horizon. And I call Shohei Ohtani in Espanol when I do the baseball games, especially when I get to call Dodger games, El Sol del Béisbol. The sun of baseball is Shohei Ohtani, right? Well, I think there's going to be some sunshine for him, because Sugano, who's on the mound tonight, Shohei, 5 for 8, 3 home runs, and a double. So get your stroke back, Shohei Ohtani.
There's a beauty of playing at Coors Field for those who don't. Coors Park, sorry. For those who are unaware, the altitude there means all you got to do is get that ball in the air, and gravity will take care of the rest. And hopefully a get-right game by Shohei stands. Shohei post... let me not go back as far as post All-Star. Shohei, since the Cubs series, has been good, not great. It would be great for most players, but because of the level of play that Shohei Ohtani has displayed over his career, he has not quite been his best self, but this can absolutely be a get-right game for him tonight. And you mentioned, can this be a get-right series with only 37 games remaining? Let me rattle these off real quick. We have a series against the Rockies, the Pirates, the Braves, the Tigers, Cardinals, Nationals, Reds, Marlins, Reds again, Giants, Padres, Giants. The Braves, with respect to everyone in there, especially those members in the NL West, the Braves are the only series remaining where you kind of say, oh, okay. You know, everything else is, okay, the Dodgers should be able to handle that series. So if the Rockies end up being the launching point for the remainder of the season, it is perfect timing. And again, outside of that Braves series for the remainder of the 37 games, the Dodgers will be heavily favored in the vast majority of those games. And the table is set to enter the playoffs with as much momentum as you could possibly want. So stars are aligning. All the Dodgers have to do is play Dodger baseball.
That's it. And go back to their hitting ways. And what that means is their hitting ways, not chasing pitches, not getting, poisoned by changeups and things outside the zone, because we've seen the Dodgers kind of attack at the plate in a way that we haven't really seen from them. They're overall way more disciplined than we've seen of late. But again, it is August, dog days of August, and I keep harping on that. And as somebody who play ball, it's just one of those things where just if you're stroking right, it doesn't matter what they throw you. But then when you get it right, and they could throw you again. We're back to that aspirin on the outside corner. You're still unloaded. In fact, Fernando Valenzuela, may he rest in peace. I like sharing little stories.
Please.
But I asked Fernando one time. I said, Toro, who's the one guy you cannot get out? Because you owned All-Stars. Go back to the 85 All-Star game. See how he started off. Came pretty much 4 out of the first 5 Hall of Famers that he faced, right? And he said, he's like, Chris Spire. And I'm like, what?
Really?
I go, Chris Spire, from the Giants, former guy for the Expos and Giants back in the day. And then I go, how's that? He goes, I could throw that guy an aspirin. Didn't matter where, and he would nail it right back to center field. There's guys that you just can't take out. But good pitching will always take out good hitting. Once we get into October, that's usually the case. The Dodgers are going to be just fine, and the hitters got to find their wood, starting in Colorado tonight. And then the rest of the series, Eric Lauer, Ryan Feltner for Game 2, and then you got Roki Sasaki, Kyle Freeland. So now for Dave Roberts as a manager, and it's in the name, manage, right? 13 days. It might be less about beating these Rockies who, are 50 and 74. It's not about the Rockies. It's about the Dodgers finding their stroke again, so it doesn't matter what aspirins or what little ghost pitches or whatever they throw them, get to it and have yourself a James Loney kind of day.
Yes, I love how many Loney references you're bringing up right now.
It's just that 12 RBI game, man.
It's like, man, that's special. So Dave Roberts, I would imagine, with just over a month of regular season baseball remaining, he's not comparing the Dodgers to the Rockies, even though that's who they're playing right now. He's not comparing the Dodgers to the Braves or the Pirates or the Reds or the Marlins or any of the teams that they have remaining on the schedule. He has an idea as a Hall of Fame manager who has won multiple World Series, most notably back-to-back, what this Dodgers team needs to look like come October. And that is what he is comparing this team, win or lose, blowout, shutout, whatever it may be. At the end of each game, that is what he will compare this team to, because he knows exactly what shape they need to be in order to get that World Series. And I would imagine one thing that is going to bring a sense of urgency that I have loved seeing is Dave Roberts has been this big grandpa kind of figure, always friendly with the media, typically a motivating guy, always camera forward. Over the past maybe a week and a half, he's been much more not antagonistic in a negative way, but in a challenging way. Freddie Freeman comes out last week and says, it's all about October, we're not panicking, and Dave Roberts says, no, this isn't good enough, and we need to have a sense of urgency, right? Like he's making it known. Edwin Diaz was brought here for a reason, and he's not living up to that. There aren't any other options right now, but if there were, we would investigate them, I think is the word that he used. He mentions Kyle Tucker. Yeah, I had to bench him because he doesn't perform well at home. I like this more aggressive, in-your-face version of Dave Roberts because he knows what it takes, and I put all the trust in him that over these last 37 games, he will do whatever tweaks necessary to get this team in shape. The lineup, I would challenge anyone, if you are listening, do this when you get home. If you're watching at home, do this right now. Look up Dodgers starting lineups just over the past 2 weeks. How much movement there is. And yes, there's always tweaks if there's a lefty or a righty or if TK's filling in, Alex Call, whatever. This lineup is all over the place. And it's I don't think it's a sense of panic. I think it's Dave Roberts challenging everyone, saying,
and getting guys at bats.
Yeah, just saying,
need them all in October.
I need to know who I can trust. And right now, not a lot of you are looking very trustworthy. So I like that he is directly challenging his guys. I do.
And you say it. I mean, the man has proven he's a caballo whisperer. He understands, right? Be the horse whisperer. Talk to these guys, and light a fire. And a lot of times, players are guilty during the season in baseball, like Freddie. Freddie is as great as they come, a guy that loves the jersey, loves being out there, and he will always give you more than 100%. So he by no means is saying, like, yeah, we're going to mail it in until the last week of September when things get real. No, I don't think that's what they mean. What they mean is like, hey, listen, we've been there. We've gone through this process. There's ups and downs. Guys, don't panic. We're going to be just fine. Maybe this record didn't hit because we tried a couple new songs because we're just experimenting. But here comes Abbey Road. Slow down.
We still got the hits.
Hey, we still got them. We still got them. And it's just a matter of patience. And again, coming back to what makes you successful as a hitter, in this case with the Dodgers, you go back to basics, the stuff that you pretty much start picking up during spring training, right? The things that you work on, the fundamental baseball. Bring that back. Get your stroke back, and you're back in business. And then you're the team nobody wants to face. It doesn't matter if Milwaukee has a tiebreaker. It doesn't matter if the Braves have it. It doesn't matter. And if anything, I'm more afraid, and I don't like to use that word, but I'd be more worried if I'm the Dodgers and I have to face the Padres. For some reason, the Padres know how to just enough in the mind game part of it. Dave's been an expert at giving it back to Manny Machado and company, but the Braves, for as good as they are, the Phillies might jump, whatever, the Cubs. I still see the Padres as the only real threat for the Dodgers to derail them because it's mental from that point as well. Yeah. But for the Dodgers, bring it back to what makes you successful. I don't have any doubt that starting in Colorado this afternoon, they get their stroke back. They're back in business. And all of this that fans were talking about, tranquilos. No pasa nada. Tan tranquilos like a fly ball to Kyle Tucker. Let's go. Pause for the cause. 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. On with Brock. I'm AGM. We'll be back.
Mandalorian. It is unclear whether or not Disney will fight it.
I mean, A, come on, Disney. And B, do you like the Mandalorian?
I don't like this one. I don't like this nickname.
It's
I don't like
cringy.
it. I don't like it. I think there was one I saw it to the Cuban Missile, because he's Cuban. That people were going with, but I think this is a little safer than that.
Yeah,
right?
that was better. This one, he's really forcing it.
Yeah, I see it, man.
See what I did there?
Hey,
The Force.
I see it. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
I just
that
didn't
was
know if
banger.
you caught it.
That was.
It's like a marathon, you know?
Trademark or do not trademark.
That's an amazing Yoda.
Yeah, but
Whoa!
That cease and desist is coming from George Lucas and Disney.
Is it true you stood up today in the break room or like in the public area and just did that out loud and people look like, what are you talking to yourself?
There was a couple people that didn't. I ran off. I didn't say anything. It was extremely awkward. I hit it with a.
You don't say. Any honorable mentions?
Dude,
I should have put you number one. I should have put you number one, man.
I can't. First of all, I think
fair.
First of all,
I think we agree that's a totally fair
We're not gonna. I feel like we
analysis.
shouldn't go to break here until you actually give us your real fifth one. Having me versus Shohei Ohtani in the Cy Young is absolutely ridiculous. I think you need. What was the actual
Think
one there?
about the compliment.
That is absolutely insane. Okay, what's the real fifth one? What's the real
You're
fifth one in
emotional.
there? What's the real fifth one there? You technically just named 4. That's not true.
D-Mac and Reiter, I have you on a greatest all-time list because I view you as a GOAT.
You're the greatest troll of all time.
Hey man, I am morally and spiritually offended by your zealous love for Shohei Ohtani that has turned you into the mother from The Aviator with the soap and the flashback. You're not safe. You're not safe. You're not
I'm
safe.
Marlin
you're
from
not safe.
Finding Nemo. I'm fine with that though.
Yeah.
What's the real fifth one? Come on now. That's absurd.
That's fine. It's Doug versus his inner true self when talking about Dalton Rushing. But I didn't want to bring it
Wow.
up. Yeah, I know, right? I got you, man. You're my boy, Blue. I just rewatched that movie. I just rewatched Old School.
Holds
up.
great. You're my boy, Blue.
You're my boy, Blue.
Let's go streaking. KFC.
You good?
How are you gonna bring up movie lines and I do movie lines in that same movie and then you go silent?
I was looking at my list and thinking and rethinking whether or not I made a mistake, and then I realized I did. I should have put you versus Shohei Ohtani Cy Young Award number 1. Can I get a cheer? Oh, that's an endorsement.
It is? Okay, fine. At least I'm number 1 in something, so I'll take it.
You're number 1 in my heart. D-Mac.
Is this the best city for head coaches right now? Because really think about it. We got Sean McVay, who is like this inspirational type of leader. JJ Redick, who is more of kind of a fiery type of leader. Dave Roberts, who is more of the Mr. Rogers type of leader. Jim Harbaugh, who is a little bit more on the fiery side. Ty Lue, who is just like the meticulous, calculated side. It's like we have such an interesting dynamic of head coaches here in Los Angeles. And what's amazing is they're all good and or great, and they are all very different.
You know, there's more than one way to skin a cat. The common denominator is the city and the expectations that come with playing and coaching here. That's what kind of brings all of those guys into like the same bucket. Different sports, different types of teams, different sets of expectations from year to year. We're not expecting the Clippers to necessarily win a championship. We're not expecting the Chargers to necessarily win the Super Bowl. There's still like an expectation that comes with playing in this city, coaching in this city. Philly, New York, Chicago get a lot of credit thrown their way for being blue collar, hard-working towns. And so then their fans kind of show up to the games with that expectation. If you play hard and you compete and fans really feel like you're giving everything you have in those cities and towns, like that's all they're asking basically. Fans in LA don't always get that credit. Fans in LA or fans of LA teams also want those same things. They want to know that you're emptying your tank to try to figure out how to win and that the team is just as important as you are. Like you think about the history of our sports teams, Kings, Lakers, Rams, et cetera, like all the things that have been accomplished historically. Yeah, fans have an expectation. And so when you think about those coaches, coaching here is different because that's the expectation. And it may not be as loud and sound as dangerous as it does in Philly or New York, et cetera, but the expectations from the fans are definitely the same.
And those of you that are mad, let me start by saying, shut up. Just shut up. If you're mad, how about this? If you're mad about the Tarek Skubal trade, let's start with something really simple. Who are you mad at? That is the first question you need to ask. Because if you're mad at the Dodgers, slap yourself in the face. I'm going to give you a minute. Because the Dodgers did nothing wrong. The Dodgers did.
sadness. There comes a time when Laker fans and Dodger fans are sad at the same time. No. I kind of feel like doing you remember Richie and La Bamba?
Yes.
Or Bob and La Bamba when
Yeah,
he's like,
yeah.
Richie! But I think Laker fan right now is feeling, Lakers! Lakers! Jimmy in Lakewood, I think, feels that. In fact, I don't know, Jimmy, do you know how to feel about your Lakers right now and about your Dodgers? Adelante, papá.
Hey man, I don't know how to feel. I know I love LA, I love the Dodgers, I love the Lakers, but what are these rich people doing with my heart, man? Feeling like a deck of cards. Okay, Dodgers, they're trying to get their act together, right? That's a telenovela on its own. But then the Lakers change hands not once, not twice, and the Lakers no longer a family-run business. Man, I just want to love them and see them win. And man, the Lakers haven't even touched the floor, and it's like, man, who do the Lakers belong to? Hey, they belong to me. That's what I know, but it doesn't feel like it, man.
Jimmy, we share your uncertainty. It is such a strange day, and you are completely justified in not knowing how to feel, because I'm sitting up here talking about it for 4 hours, and I still have no idea how to feel about it. If that wasn't enough, I don't know if it's considered breaking news, but it does add to the Mark Walter story. It is being reported by The Guardian that Mark Walter and business partner Todd Boehly are attempting to sell their 13% stake in Chelsea FC. So, after selling the Lakers, Mark Walter made it clear, this is just a Lakers decision. All of my other ownerships are totally fine. And now he's not even a week later looking to sell his stake in Chelsea, which leads to the inevitable question, is he going to have to sell the Dodgers?
Wow. And I think, and thank you again, Jimmy, in Lakewood for the call. A lot of confusion, right? It's the fan of the Lakers and Dodgers. May he rest in peace. James Douglas Morrison, known to everybody as Jim Morrison. Strange days.
Yes, sir.
You said it. I found us. They have.
Yeah.
And it's a strange day for Laker fans. Strange day if you're Laker, Dodger, but in particular, let's focus on the Laker side of it. It remains to be seen. I kind of want to wait, let it kind of play out and see as things develop. But it's a strange day when you say it out loud, and it sounds strange saying it. The Buss family will no longer have anything to do with the Lakers. They'll have just as much to do as the fan does when they want to go to a game or whatever. I'm sure they're welcome, and they're going to have their nice seats when they want them. But the future now holds the possibilities of new ownership. What happens to Rapelinka? Does everything? We will see. It'll start. It's a developing story, like the Kawhi 5-0 story. It's a developing story as well. A lot of things going on.
I forgot that whole saga happened, and that was only a couple hours ago because of so much is going on. For those who weren't with us earlier in the show, Ramona Shelburne and Shams Charania of ESPN reported that the Kawhi situation was effectively dealt with, and there was no punishment to be handed out. And 17 minutes later, the NBA said that's not true. We're not done. And then the Buss family sold their stake in the Lakers. And what a day it's been for Angelino.
Strange, but we could bring it back. We have a point. You know how they always say, like, just focus on something. Maybe the positive tonight. The Dodgers are in Colorado.
Yep.
And it's Blake Snell back on the hill. And after losing 3 of 4 from Milwaukee, the good land, and you know, I remember Alice Cooper's like Algonquin for the good land. Well, it wasn't a good land for the Lakers for the Dodgers to be at home. It's not a good land right now for the Lakers and Laker fans to be at home. But could it be Colorado, that elixir, that remedy for Dodgers hitters, Coors Field? We'll see. We'll see how that goes. But I think that Blake Snell tonight, does he give them the length that they might need, because the bullpen is taxed? So you would hope for a nice little gem. I don't know if you can throw an Ubaldo Jimenez y Deo Nomo kind of gem at Coors Field, but give the Dodgers a nice 5, 6, 7 innings if you can give them, and let the bullpen get that much-needed day of rest.
In Blake Snell's re-debut with the Dodgers last week against the Royals, he went 6 innings, 10 strikeouts, 3 hits, 1 run, 1 walk on 84 pitches. Assuming there was a pitch count because it was his first start in months, was probably around 85, so he came in just under that. But because of those 10 strikeouts, was able to give us 6 innings. The fastball looked good. The change looked good. The curveball was as good as I've ever seen going back to that Cy Young season. It was phenomenal. In the 4th inning, things got a little shaky. In the 5th inning, he had a runner on 3rd with no outs and was able to get out of there, most notably with back-to-back strikeouts at some point in that inning. And he looked in full command, and kind of even going back to our conversation about quarterbacks in the preseason. Like, he looked like the moment, like he was ready for the moment.
He looked like Ty Simpson.
Yes, he looked like Ty Simpson. Blake Snell wakes up saying, how can I be like Ty Simpson today?
Yes.
No, and if he can continue to bring that, it just brings a sense of comfort. Dave Roberts is looking for anchors. He is planning over these last 37 games. He is planning every single day and comparing this Dodgers team after each win or loss. How does this team compare to the version of the Dodgers that we need to see in October? And as many anchors as you can have. Blake Snell's looking like he can be one. We can't grant him that off of 1 start, but if he can give 2 starts of similar caliber, he can be that. We know Yoshi is an anchor. We know Shohei, even if he's not quite himself, still an anchor. You know Freddie Freeman, despite going hitless in this recent series, that's an anchor. You know, just how many anchors do I have so that I could figure out the chessboard around those guys going forward, and tonight's a great opportunity against a struggling Rockies team.
And one of the main anchors being Will Smith on his way back, should be back by the 1st of September, so things are looking up on that end. Reinforcements arriving on time, and of course, Blake Trainer might be adding that arm to the bullpen real soon. And Tyler Glasnow, you got to add him into the mix. So it's not as bleak, Dodger fan, as it is for Laker fan right now, at least feelings-wise, because you can feel the heartbreak across Southern California with the news that we delivered a little bit ago. No longer will you see and hear the Buss family as part of the Lakers and controlling interest with regards to the purple and gold. Now, coming back to this, the Dodger series in Colorado, I want to focus on one number. 24 bombazos, Brock. 24 bombs. That's what Shogano has given up. He's got 12-5 record, but he's given up 24 home runs. Get the feeling that even though he's been pretty solid, the Dodgers are going to find their stroke tonight. Start with the series.
They will. The beauty of playing in Colorado is if you can just get that ball in the air, it will continue to carry and it will go out. God bless any pitcher who has to sign a contract with the Rockies. Not necessarily for the winning and losing, but what it does to your home runs and ERA. But the Dodgers are the team next in line, lucky enough to play in that park. And to the Dodgers' credit, contact has not been an issue. They're getting hard contact. It's just not always leaving the park, and that's why you go to Coors Field, because it will leave the park in that case. However, if defensively they do not improve things, it will be more difficult than it needs to be. Not even discussing the pitching. Let's go back to 2 series ago against Kansas City. In the second game against Kansas City, in the 5th inning, Mookie drops a ball on a tag. The very next day, Mookie has a bad throw to first base on a grounder. Max Muncy has had errors. Miggy Rowe has had errors. Tommy Edman had 2 errors yesterday. We've been talking about Kyle Tucker playing up against the wall and dropping that ball. Defensively, they have to be able to play because Colorado's used to playing in that park. They know that ball is going to sail as well. And defensively, they also have to tighten some things up. But I am expecting a dominant Dodger performance and a dominant Dodger series.
I can feel it in my bones for you, Dodger fan. Yeah, I feel like that. Remember those commercials? Real men of genius.
Real men of genius.
This is for you, Dodger fan. The Dodgers will find their stroke and add to the bombs given up by Sugano. They're like, I think they're going to be just right. And don't panic. Don't hit the panic button. Everything's going to be all right. When October lights start to shine, these guys will shine.
Last question for you before we get out of here, because
Yes.
it's driving me crazy. Who played Richie Valens in La Bamba? I can see his face. Was it Isai Morales?
No. Isai Morales played Bob.
He was Bob.
Oh, my goodness.
Who played Richie?
Oh, dude. I know his name, too.
Look it up.
Lou Diamond Phillips. Lou Diamond Phillips. Boom, touchdown, Chargers. See, I had to sneak in my Chargers. For Shay, for Brock, I'm AGM in for Alex. This was 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Venga.